have a long line like we did in December. So we're going to start as close to 9 o'clock as we can in around 10 minutes. Thank you.
You may want to put, oh, okay, I can see it better here.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in about 2 minutes or so, so if you could start gathering in your places, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, good morning. My phone says it's 9 o'clock, so if we could take our places, I'm going to get started in about 1 minute. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Okay, it looks like everyone that was out at the desk at 9 o'clock is here, so I will call this annual town meeting of the town of Westborough to order. It being 9 o'clock, the time, date, and place recognized on the warrant issued by the Select Board, I call the annual town meeting to order. A town meeting requires 4 things typically. We need a moderator. My name is John Arnold, 251 West Main Street. I am your elected moderator. We need a clerk. It's my pleasure to introduce Deborah Ledoux, your newly elected town clerk. She is here to my right. Thank you. Okay. All right, we typically don't allow applause, but for congratulatory things, I'll allow it. For the annual town meeting, we don't need a quorum. I think we have 100 voters here at least, but there is 0 quorum, so we are able to start. And again, we have a warrant, so I declare the meeting in session. For those of you, how many of you are new to town meeting or relatively new? A few people new? So it does take me a little time to go through the rules because it's always a good reminder. The select board and the town staff is to my right, your left at a table down here, including the town manager and the executive staff of the town. We have the advisory finance committee, a board of 9 voters that I appoint that serve as a kind of oversight of making recommendations, and they have their report, which I hope you all have picked up a copy of because we're going to be following along with that. It has their recommendations to the town meeting. And I'd also like to thank the many people who went into preparing the school and preparing us for today's town meeting. We have the usual crew of Steve Masciarelli, Mark Stockman, Westborough TV, school staff. In the Scouts, we have representatives from Troop 100 who are going to help us with running microphones today. And also for any of you who are attracted to town meeting or learned about town meeting through the info sheet that I posted, it's part of an ongoing effort to improve outreach and make sure people feel welcome and understand what town meeting is. And I'd like to thank 2 voters who motivated me to do that and who helped me with the design, and that's Brittany Jacobs and Donna Lang, so thanks to them. Mostly thank you for taking time out of your day to participate in town meeting, Westborough's legislative body. Thank you for being here. It's really appreciated on behalf of many, and it's what makes our form of government so special. So far, there's no need to have a second room, the gymnasium. The gymnasium is set up, but not for electronic voting, so our rules for today are, unless and until we run out of space in here, all activities are going to be done here in the auditorium, and we're not going to have to acknowledge the auditorium unless and until we open it. I realize there's still some of you who prefer to be seated around people who are wearing masks. So there is a masks required section in the lower part of this, to my left, your right, upper section. And also there's a non-voter section for any non-voters who don't have permission to be on the floor of town meeting up in the back few rows there for anyone who wants to watch. We'll get to that. So I'm going to start off. Our bylaws require that I nominate one or more deputy moderators who will preside in the event that I'm absent or can't continue my duties, or to preside in the gym if we have to open the gym. It's you that formally elects them. I merely nominate them and sort of show them the ropes. So today I am nominating Lisa Blazejewski of 2 Treetop Park and Elizabeth Jane Clapp of 11 Chauncey Circle for this post. They have been briefed and are prepared to serve. So could I ask Ms. Blazejewski to stand up if she's still there? She's in the back here, and Ms. Clapp down the front here. So we're going to test out our voting devices now. First of all, everybody should look at their voting device and make sure it's turned on. That means you should see a number and you should see some stuff in the display. The way these things work, and this is going to be our test vote, when this light in front of me goes on, that means voting is started. Pressing 1 means a vote of yes or a vote in favor of the motion that's been made. A vote of 2 is a vote against. Everybody votes at the same time in this system. It's not one then the other. So this is going to be our test vote. So I have nominated and I move that Lisa Blazejewski and Elizabeth Jane Clapp be elected to serve as deputy moderators for this annual town meeting. When the light goes on, voting has started, and then you have about 15 or 20 seconds. What happens if you press 1, you will see it say yes received. If you press no, it should say no received. If you see something else, please go out to where you checked in and have somebody look at your device and if necessary, give you a new one. So when the green light's on, voting is open. You can change your vote if you accidentally hit the wrong button. And then when the 15 or 20 seconds is up, the green light will go off and then the vote will be recorded. Should be just about up. Is the time just about up? Okay. When the light goes off, voting has ended. And now they record our vote up here, and we have 100 in favor and 3 opposed. Ms. Blazejewski and Ms. Clapp have been elected as deputy moderators. Would you both please stay standing? Thank you. Ms. Blazejewski and Ms. Clapp, do you solemnly swear that having been elected deputy moderator that you will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of this office, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated, and thank you for your willingness to serve. So the way the town meeting works is that we're going to use electronic voting unless and until it fails, and we're prepared to go back to normal voting if anything happens. At this point, I would like to deal with the admission of any non-voters who would like to have the opportunity to address town meeting. Our rules are that non-voters cannot speak without permission of the meeting, and at this time we try to gather all the people who want to speak. I have received 1 request from the DPW to have a consultant related to the stormwater proposal mentioned in Articles 27 and 28 be able to speak if and when he or she can answer any questions. And so I've received a request for permission for Rich Niles, Andover, Mass., that consultant. So we're going to do another test vote now. So there's a motion before you to allow Rich Niles to speak if and when needed on Articles 27 and 28. He's a DPW consultant to DPW. All those in favor, please press 1. If you're against, please press 2. When the green light goes on, voting is started. Wait for the green light. They're all getting reset. Voting has started. Time a little short. Okay. Voting is ended. We have 99 in favor and 9 opposed. So Mr. Niles will be allowed to address the meeting if and when that time comes. So a little bit more about today as people trickle in. So we want to keep the school as clean as possible, and we also want to minimize distraction to other voters. So I'm going to ask you to keep any eating and drinking to a minimum while sitting here at the auditorium. And if you want to consume anything beyond sort of a few sip of a drink or a small bite of a snack, I'm going to ask that you step outside and do it out there, and then you can return when you're done. If you're not actually leaving the building and staying in the area of the auditorium, you don't have to check out with your electronic device. You can take it with you. And also I want to let you know we are going to be doing a few experiments today because this is only the second or third time that we've done these 9 o'clock start times on Saturday. So we're still trying to figure out how much of the meeting we can complete today, but we've listened to some feedback and we're making some adjustments. However, the recommended adjustments we're making are just recommendations. Now that the meeting started, almost all decisions about when to start and stop the meeting are for you, the voters, to make. So the town meeting is your meeting, and my primary role is to oversee and to regulate and preside over the meetings. So based on feedback from last year, we're again planning to work through lunch. However, we recognize that that's not the most convenient thing if people want to leave. So we have the Women's Club who are serving their drinks and snacks out there, and the Women's Club table serves as one of their major fundraisers for the year, and I encourage you to attend to that. However, if you'd like something a little more substance or a little different, we're thankful that the school staff has arranged to have some tables, and are going to have sandwiches and maybe some slices of pizza available from 11 till 1:30 in the other gymnasium, and it has some tables you can sit at if you want to eat. So we're planning on working through lunch. But we also, unlike last year where we didn't know what we were going to do at dinner, we understood that we needed a dinner break. So our plan is that when we have a break between articles somewhere around 5:30 or so, we will take a break for dinner and then come back this evening if that's what the meeting votes to do. I don't have a preference. I'm ready to stand here all day until I have to go to the bathroom, and then it'll be up to you what to do. And I've got the deputy moderators for that case. So the difference is the choice of how we want to use our time and how much we can get done today while not feeling pressed or feeling that we're still awake enough to do things. If we do a formal recess, we'll stop the meeting for a given amount of time, and then we will have to all check out, go do our dinner or whatever, and then come back and check back in. So that usually, in order to do all that, takes about 90 minutes or 2 hours. So last year we were able to do it with a 90-minute dinner break. So we'll see how it goes. If you leave the building, please stop by the desk where you checked in and return your voting device. You can come back. It's just that these are not supposed to leave the school premises, and we need to know where they are at all times. So if you need to leave for any reason, just please check out, and then if you come back, please check in. By checking out, they will know that you can be checked in again. And again, so just do that. I had been told by the high school that there was going to be babysitting service, and we're trying to track that down now. I think that the people are trying to figure out if and when that's happening. My apologies that it wasn't known ahead of time. I couldn't track anyone down to figure that out. And the staff out at the check-in desk will find out if and when the students arrive to do that. So we've got standing and roving microphones. So if anyone wishes to speak at any time, you'll get the hang of this once we start. I'll recognize somebody and then they can go to the microphone, or if you're someone who doesn't want to or who is unable to stand up and go to one of the standing microphones, we can have a scout bring a microphone to you. I will recognize who speaks, and then we'll cycle through the various microphones. The rules relating to town meeting indicate that the votes are here of people present and voting. So that means only registered voters can have a voting device, and only registered voters can use them, and each registered voter can only have one. Proxy voting is not allowed. You cannot have a voting device for another person who just wants to step away for a few minutes. That's why I said when you leave the room, take it with you, and if you leave the building, check it in. It is actually not a good thing to be caught voting twice. It just makes everybody's life difficult. If you do see somebody voting twice, report it immediately so we can figure out what's going on. Just because everybody knows that times are certainly different than they were 200 or 300 years ago, we are here as a legislative body. This isn't an open forum. This isn't an open discussion. We are here acting as citizen legislatures, and our process is to have a structured conversation. What that means is that I must recognize who speaks, only one person at a time. For voters who are representing a motion on a particularly complicated article, I typically can give them a presentation time of up to 10 minutes. And if I've been approached in advance for a rebuttal presentation, I will give the equal amount of time to the rebutters. In terms of our regular speeches, just in terms of either advocating for or against a motion or asking questions, each voter is limited to a session of 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes. One of the biggest pieces of feedback I got is that people know I'm busy up here and they think that I sometimes aren't able to keep time. So we have a new experiment for this year. I have recruited and I have sworn in Lisa Edinburgh and our deputy moderator Jane Clapp down here on my left. And we have a new traffic light system. So if you could turn that on, why don't you turn it on? So we're going to do this year. When you're speaking, When you start, you have your 3 minutes, it'll go to green. When you have a minute left, it'll go to yellow. And then when you have 30 seconds left, it's going to go to red. And that means you need to wrap up your remarks. And then if your 30 seconds are up, they're going to put all the lights on, and then I'm going to tell you must stop. So it'll be fair. We're going to do it impartially, and that way I don't have to worry about whether I've remembered to do my stopwatch or not. So thank you for them, and we'll see how it goes, and I'm interested in your feedback to see if this is something you want to continue. Also this year, based on feedback where we had very long lines, maybe that won't be a problem today, but we had long lines at the microphones, and the order which people stood up dictated the order they spoke to. I'm not going to have people line up at the microphones this year, sort of right behind the microphone. I'm going to have them spread out widthwise, and then I will choose somebody from the line on each side rather than, so it's not going to necessarily be a first come, first serve. So I'm going to ask if you want to speak and you know you want to speak, you can go towards the microphones, but don't line up as if it's first person, second person, third person. Go out widthwise, and I will recognize people fairly by trying to juggle people who we haven't heard from before or whatever. Interrupting a speaker is not allowed. Remember, I said it's a structured conversation. If you want to address the meeting, you can just, when it's time for me to recognize speakers, you can raise your voting device or you can go to the microphone. Also, again, it's a structured conversation. This isn't a political rally. Cheering, applause, booing, and hissing aren't allowed. Your vote is your superpower. If you want to register your pleasure or displeasure, wait till we vote, and then we do that. And I believe here in Westborough that we can disagree without being disagreeable. So as the kids say, let's keep it classy, Westborough. Discussion and deliberation is limited to the topic and motion under discussion only. If you have comments on anything else that's not relevant to the motion, there are other forums for that, and I can guide you to those. We're here again acting as the town legislature, acting in the context of specific articles and specific motions. So there are other things written on the front page and inside of the Advisory Finance Committee, and I'll leave you to those. If at any time you have a question about procedures or you're trying to do something or you just have a question about what's going on, you may raise your voting device and say point of order, and once I hear it, I will ask for your name and address, and then I will find out what your question is, and I will do my best to answer it. So here we are. Let's turn off and mute our cell phones. I don't think I have to use the pager announcement anymore. There are emergency exits. I'm in an airplane now. Emergency exits here, some in there, and some in the back. And if you haven't been in an airplane in a while, it's all the same thing. If and when there's a problem and the fire alarm or emergency alarm goes off, find the nearest exit, convene outside. Luckily, we have police and fire and EMT staff here. We'll figure out what's going on, and we'll deal with it once we're all safe and sound. One last thing. You may have heard that among all of the exceptional things that people from Westborough have done, we can now add winning an Academy Award to the list. Though Daniel Kwan, Westborough High class of 2016, won his awards for a trip through a metaverse called Everything Everywhere All at Once, right now we're here to do the town's business. So we have 39 articles right now, one at a time. Let's go. So Article 1. Article 1 was the election. We did that back on March 14th. It may seem like forever ago, but it wasn't all that long ago. What was that? Yes, name and address, please. Oh, can you wait for a microphone? Scout, microphone down here, please, for Mr. Savoy. Oh, did I forget to do that? Yeah. Thank you. I have here, I'll show you. I have in very large yellow print that this is the second time I've forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Savoy. If you are able, will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll thank Mr. Savoy for reminding me. The flag's over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. And thank you, Mr. Savoy, for reminding me. I have a very large print thing that says Pledge of Allegiance. Here, I will show you. That I turned to the next page and immediately forgot. Because Mr. Johnson pointed out a few years ago that I also forgot in my adrenaline rush to get going. Yes. Scout, down microphone, please. Oh, yeah, well, so they can hear it on TV. Just go ahead.
Paula Less, Blake Street.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking that after we approve all of the voting and I believe the Finance Committee, all of the town committees are going to present their proposals, that there is, before we start voting on all of the articles, I would like to make a very small presentation to the audience.
Okay, well, it'll be a 3-minute speech like everyone else.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there'll be an opportunity for that, yeah.
Okay.
I'll point out when that is, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I'll remember to point out when that is, though my memory is not something where everybody's relying on anymore today, but anyway. So anyway, back to Article 1. I'd like to ask everyone who was on the ballot to please stand up and be recognized whether you won or not. So anyway, anyone on the ballot please stand up and be recognized. I'd like to thank all of you on behalf of the town meeting for your commitment to the town and for your willingness to serve. And thank you very much. Thank you for caring about the town. While we're talking about the election, as you know, here in Open Town Meeting, we don't have elections for legislators. We're here by our own choice. So I would like to reflect on ourselves as by our vote, as by being here today, that we are essentially committing ourselves to the legislative process that we have. And I'd like to thank you for that, even though it wasn't technically an election. And while I do that, are there any first-time town meeting attendees today? Thank you for being here, and thank you for your willingness to learn and participate. We welcome you, and we hope you learn. And if you have any questions, if you don't want to interrupt the meeting, feel free to track me down after the meeting anytime, and I'll help you learn more about it. And then anyone who was here for annual town meeting 50 years ago, 1973. A number of you, thank you for continuing to be here. Thank you, Chief Parker. I won't reach that point until another year or two before I get that. How about 25 years or more, 1998? Anybody here 25 years ago? Thank you for being here. Thank you for committing to be here on yet another Saturday. And thanks for all of you for taking time out. Article 2. We move on to Article 2. We have a motion from Mr. Beretti.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before I read the motion, I just want to point out to you that post-printing, we noted some errors in the recorded votes of the Advisory Finance Committee that appear in your report and recommendations. Those errors did not materially affect the outcome of those votes, and as we get to those articles, we will give you the correct number.
Thank you, Mr. Beretti.
I move that the town vote to receive the reports of the various officers and committees, and that the report of the Advisory Finance Committee be acted upon item by item under the various articles of the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Beretti. I will point out that the town intentionally, you'll notice the wording was to receive the reports. We are not saying whether we agree with them, we're not saying we disagree with them, we're not accepting them, we are not rejecting them, we are just receiving them into the public record. And so with that said, is there any discussion on Article 2, to receive the reports? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Beretti's motion. When the green light goes on, again, pressing 1 is a vote of yes, pressing 2 is a vote of no. When they're ready, voting begins. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 155 in favor and 2 opposed. The motion carries. So at this point, our tradition is to essentially, we have now acted to receive the report. So I will point out, if you didn't pick up a copy, they'll be available here unless we run out in the town clerk's office. And as is our tradition, I would like to read the dedication page. So the town of Westborough dedicates this 2022 annual report to residents of Westborough that gave of their time, knowledge, and expertise to serving the town of Westborough. This year, the people we dedicate this to are Denny Drury for his long list of accomplishments for the country and for the state and for the town, Lynn Watts, and Donna Renee, or Reen. I'm sure there are some we missed, but I think we should have a moment of silence to recognize and honor those who have served many ways in the town of Westborough. So let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. And thank you to retired town clerk Wendy Mickle for gathering that list and the others who helped gather the list and put it together each year. So at this point, I've got a few requests for some oral reports to the town that were made, and I'd first like to recognize Mark Silverberg from the Planning Board to make a brief oral addendum to their Planning Board report.
Hi, Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I asked the moderator for a few minutes to address the state of the planning department. And when I say the planning department, I mean Jim Robbins, because Jim Robbins is the planning department. Most of you know that Jim is retiring next week. And this was really just an excuse for me to say a few words about Jim. And with all due respect to the moderator, this will probably not be the first red light that I've gone through. So bear with me, I'll try to keep this brief. It's very difficult to sum up a 30-year career in just a few words. I could talk about Jim's efforts to transform Bay State abrasives into Bay State Commons. I could talk about the transit village zoning that led directly to the town's acquisition of Veterans Freedom Park. I got to spend hours talking about what he's done for this town and the accomplishments he has, but then I thought about Jim, and Jim is very modest and humble, and he doesn't care about accolades or being in the limelight. He never has. Jim cares about zoning and traffic and parking. He cares about lighting and drainage. He cares about native species and wetlands and open space. He cares about the Red Sox, fishing, and his wife, Nora. But most importantly for us, Jim cares about the town of Westborough. And for the past 30 years, the town has benefited from that care. So I would just ask you to please join me in applauding the career of Jim Robbins, to let him know that his dedication, his wisdom, and his service will be greatly missed. Enjoy retirement. Jim, stand up.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg, and thank you, Mr. Robbins. And now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Mr. Beretti summarizing the Advisory Finance Committee message to voters.
I've just been reminded, Michael Beretti, 54 Adams Street. So let me begin my comments by saying that the Advisory Finance Committee is pleased to report to you that Westborough remains financially healthy. As we near the end of this fiscal year 2023, we again would like to acknowledge the effort of our elected officials, the town manager and her team, department heads, school committee, and the superintendent, and all of those employees who contribute to the day-to-day functioning of our town. Their work and the supporting fiscal management policies are keeping us in a good position. Last year at this time, we said that the next 1 to 5 years may test Westborough's appetite for spending and its tolerance for the potential of increased taxes and fees. Today, there is no change to that message. While we acknowledge that some of our spending is necessary and cannot be avoided, there are other proposed projects and ideas that warrant caution and careful analysis before we agree to open our wallets. Today's proposals need to be viewed in the broader perspective of tomorrow's plans. If you have not already done so, we urge you to become familiar and well-informed by the town's strategic plan, master plan, and climate action plan. And I have a copy of the master plan right here if anybody wants to see it. They're available on the town website. They are not mandates, but within them is where much of what we will have to decide upon in the future resides. In fact, some of the items in those plans are in front of you today. Nothing comes without a cost. The real question is, do we need the item or project, or is it the wish of well-intentioned individuals, those with a special interest? Given the many potential requests in our town planning documents, there will be some competition among needs and wants, meaning monies that are spent on nice-to-have initiatives may significantly limit our capacity to fund other, more important future requests without substantial increase in taxes. You will have to make those decisions. You will have to decide what is important and what is not. The choices won't be easy. They never are. And all of this will have to be done in an environment of increasing borrowing costs and inflationary increases in the cost of delivering services. A growing and changing Westborough will have its consequences. Let's remember that while we continue to have a desirable and vibrant community, improvements come with a price, and that price will not be someone else's problem. As we have said before, there is wealth in our town, but not everyone is wealthy, and the burden of our spending decisions falls on everyone, including families and individuals whose economic circumstances are just not the best. If we really want to be an inclusive community, then financial wherewithal should not be the litmus test for living here. Not everyone lives or moves to Westborough because of the schools. Some come to Westborough to be near their families, some because of our location and access to workplaces, others because of their businesses. And some are here because they have been here all of their lives and simply do not wish, nor can they afford to relocate. As we have said in past reports, perhaps ad nauseum, but in our view, worth repeating, if managing the tax bill is a priority for you, and we keep hearing that it is, then it is we who must pay attention and focus on managing our expectations for services, projects, and new facilities. And lest we forget, over the last year, we have also absorbed another increase in home values, reminding us that market forces and unforeseen events have a way of upsetting the proverbial apple cart. For many of our residents, that home value, which may itself be inflated, represents the greatest portion of their personal wealth, and it is not unlocked until the property is sold or collateralized. So today, among other things, we are being asked to consider increasing our budget by 5.7% and adding an estimated $817, which includes the $50 Community Preservation Act annual surcharge, to the average estimated single-family tax bill for fiscal year '24. We are being asked to commit to developing a stormwater management program with its resulting fees to be implemented in fiscal year '25, that is, July of 2024. We are being asked to agree to a number of water and sewer infrastructure and conservation initiatives. We are being asked to agree to a substantive portion of our capital improvement plan. We are being asked to commit to explore the costs for repairing, not renovating, the library. We are being asked to commit to explore the cost of repairing the roofs of the Hastings and Mill Pond schools. At future town meetings, there will certainly be more to be decided. For example, multiple town infrastructure projects, potentially multi-million-dollar in cost. School renovation and maintenance projects, such as a resolution of the Hastings project and the replacement of the high school's roof and exterior roof rim. The potential for a senior center or a multi-generational center and a public safety substation, as well as other capital requests that the Capital Planning Committee has, is, or may soon be evaluating. A report on the senior assessment survey, which may bring even more decisions around needs versus wants. And finally, the seating last fall of the Master Plan Implementation Committee sets the stage for proposals to implement the many initiatives proposed in that plan. While some of the aforementioned examples may be paid for through grants or other funding sources, many will not. That will fall to us, the taxpayers, to decide how to do it, whether through our available cash reserves, enterprise fund retained earnings, borrowing, or tax increases, or not at all, which is always an option. And by the way, just because we said no to something doesn't mean we can't reconsider it in the future. Think library. As we have acknowledged the work of our town management team, we also must acknowledge the numerous paid and unpaid citizens of Westborough who have produced many positive initiatives and, in doing so, demonstrated great optimism in our town. As we leverage their energy, let's not be distracted from moving forward prudently on those initiatives. Underscore prudently. In the end, it's up to us to decide, and it has always been up to us, as it should be, because in the end, it's our money. Thank you. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Under 10 minutes. Well done. Good to see the light situation going well. At this point, we traditionally get some information to set the stage and some context from the Select Board on behalf, so Town Manager Ms. Williams, on behalf of the Select Board, will present the state of the town. Again, not to be the bad cop, but try to keep it to 10 minutes. We're trying to be brutally timely this year.
Doesn't feel fair because I can't see the light.
Yeah, I'll let you know when there's 2 minutes left. It's over here, I know. It's the one thing is the people standing here can't see it. We'll work on that for next time.
Okay.
Ms. Williams.
Good morning, my name is Christy Williams. I serve as your town manager. I'm just going to give a brief presentation about the state of the town's finances as well as some of the articles that you're going to see today. This is our budget document. It's available online every year on December 21st. We continue to follow the Government Finance Officers Association guidelines, and we continue to win the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, so we're very proud of that. This slide outlines our budget process. So we start our budget process at the end of the summer, where we kick off with a tri-board meeting of the school committee, the select board, and the advisory finance committee to discuss upcoming budget pressures as we start to dive into the following fiscal year's budget. Throughout the early fall, we have meetings with our department heads as well as meetings with the capital expenditure planning committee. And then, as I said, we produce the budget in December, and then that's discussed at several meetings in front of the finance committee, school committee, and select board until we come here. This is a budget comparison, FY24 over FY23. So at the bottom there, you can see that the total increase would be 6.26% increase. This further breaks down our estimated increases. So the town budgets are increasing 3.95%, school 4.1%, and then a large increase in fixed costs is at 6.08%, which I'll talk more about. Some of the town increases are related to positions that we deferred last year. So the first is a part-time position in the Animal Control Officer Department. We have an intermunicipal agreement with the town of Grafton, so we provide animal control services to the town of Grafton, and they pay 38% of that budget. So they're paying 38% of this increase. We also have a sustainability coordinator, community development assistant in the community development department. We're budgeting $70,000 for that position, and $30,000 of that would be paid for by a grant in FY24. We have 2 additional positions in the DPW. One is fully funded by enterprise funds, and one is mostly funded 90% by the general fund with 10% by the water enterprise fund. We're proposing an additional firefighter paramedic position. In information technology, we're proposing a network systems administrator. This is an outcome of our IT assessment that we've recently had completed. The library is looking for some increased hours with their circulation assistant. And then in the police department, we have funded 3 additional patrol positions in FY23, so the positions are already existing, but they were funded with an offset using ARPA, or American Rescue Plan funds, and so this is just acknowledging the drawdown of use of those funds and the increase in the budget as a result of that. And some of the expenses increases that we wanted to note was the expansion of Permit Pro. That's something that we use throughout our departments, and we were expanding it into the planning department in fiscal '24. The police department had an increase for body-worn cameras program, a requirement of storage for video. Youth and Family Services, we continue to use the interface referral service, and so you'll see an increase in that budget to pay for that service. That's split between the town and the school. And then in information technology, again, an outcome of our IT assessment is the conversion to Microsoft 365. And then also in that same budget, the board and committee management program, which is an interface for our website, making it easier to track volunteers, people, boards and committees, members of those boards and committees, terms, and also making the process to apply for those types of positions more easy. In fixed costs, we have the insurance budget, so we're looking at an 8.7% increase in insurance. This covers all of the town and school liability and property insurance, as well as the health insurance for retirees and employees. So the driver of that budget is typically the health insurance line, so we're seeing a 6.5% increase in health insurance for next year. We've actually budgeted a 7% increase because we do need to account for families that may come on during the year. In the electricity budget, we've all seen an increase in electricity, so we're estimating a 32.4% increase. We do have currently a contract through Mune Energy that expires at the end of June, so we have not renewed that contract yet, but based on the prices that we've seen, we feel that this would cover us for fiscal '24. And then there's an increase in the landfill budget, which I'll talk more about. This just shows our health insurance changes over the years. So going from that 9% increase last year to a 7%. I just want to note that our insurance advisory committee, which is made up of folks from all the town and school unions, we do meet regularly to try to combat some of these increases and get creative around different ways that we can offer benefits. In fiscal '23, we started offering a high deductible plan as another way to combat those increases. Again, our electricity budget, we're estimating that 30% increase. The town works as a member of the Massachusetts Municipal Association. We have available to us the Mune Energy program, which is a program for municipalities to enter into these contracts in a competitive way. And then the landfill, I'm sure most of you know that effective July 1st, 2024, we will no longer have access to the transfer station at Waste Connections, formerly Harvey's. So we do have a Waste Management Exploratory Committee that was appointed by the board, even before we actually knew that piece of information, to really look at how the town might move forward with our waste management programs. Right now, we're starting to work with the Department of Environmental Protection, or DEP, to get technical assistance to really evaluate how we're going to move forward, and certainly looking forward to many public sessions about how that will work in the future. There is one article besides the budget article before you today that's a raise and appropriate article, and that's a subsection of Article 8, and that's for the Hazardous Waste Day. When we look forward to our FY24 budget, we are anticipating the use of our excess levy capacity and reducing it by $1.4 million. And looking at an estimated average single-family tax bill increase of $765, understanding that we don't set the tax rate until November. This slide shows our residential tax rate compared to other dashboard communities that also have a single tax rate. The tax rate is a function of the total town value and the amount to be raised in taxes. And then this shows the average single-family tax bill compared to our dashboard communities. Additional articles that are in front of you, as Mr. Brady mentioned, are consistent with our strategic plan priorities. So Article 11, we have the multi-use trail, development of the multi-use trail. Article 12 is consistent with the construction of the new library, which was the strategic plan initiative, but again, this is for improvements to the library. Article 19 is access to diverse housing, so there's a transfer from a stabilization account into the Affordable Housing Trust. And then Article 31 is creating a Community Preservation Committee bylaw so that we can use the community preservation funds when they come in fiscal '24. These are all the free cash articles before you. So the free cash articles do not have a direct impact on the taxes in fiscal '24. Free cash comes from unanticipated revenues, unexpended budgets, and local receipts. And so you'll see here that there are several articles. There's a large use of free cash in this year's warrant.
About a minute and a half or two.
Thank you. So the capital plan article, consistent with our comprehensive fiscal management policies, is about 1.13% of our general fund operating budget. This shows our total town reserves, showing that if everything is approved today, we'll be within our goals of having free cash of about 5 to 7%, stabilization 5 to 7.5%, and then our combined total, that 12.54%. This shows our free cash, so you have an article before you today, which we don't often have, which is a transfer from free cash to stabilization, again, consistent with our fiscal management policies, and that's that green line showing here. When we have a large amount of free cash, one of the ways our policy states that we should use it is to lower the tax rate, so we've done that a few times over the last few years, and we're doing it again in fiscal '24 at the $450,000. Again, this is related to Article 7, which is the transfer for stabilization, moving money consistent with our comprehensive fiscal management policies. And then we're also using we're using it to fund unfunded liabilities, so our OPEB. So this is our strategy for funding OPEB and moving money from both free cash and a raise and appropriate. This is that total reserve summary, which is available in your books. And you can see at the bottom there that, again, we're at that 12.57% within our goals if all of the articles before you are approved.
Okay, please conclude as soon as you can. You can get
All
back
right.
to other ones in other articles. if you want.
All right, so these are other financial resources. I just want to note at the bottom here that the Community Preservation Act will be another financial resource. It's zero because we haven't begun to assess that amount, but we will in FY24. And just noting that the departments have, in fiscal '22, got $4.8 million in grant funds, so always looking for alternative funding. These are our ARPA projects. I won't go through all of them. And then this is the slide showing how your tax dollars are spent. This presentation will be available online, so if you want to take a closer look at this. And then our last slide is just showing what's new Westborough. Excited to announce that we're going to be doing an online quarterly newsletter starting in April called What's New Westborough. And then these are just some of the items that are upcoming that we think are of interest to the town.
Thank you. I know there's a
Thank
lot
you.
of information. I know you wanted to spend more time, but as Ms. Williams said, it'll be up on the website, and also a number of the slides she showed relate to other articles, so if there are detailed questions when those articles come up, she can revisit those. I also wanted to let you know, I've heard that there are some childcare volunteers here now, so I don't know if any of you in here were looking for childcare, but please check the check-in stations for some guidance on that. Just so Ms. Less doesn't think I ignored her remarks, we're now going to move on to Article 3, but there'll be a chance for Ms. Less and others to make some remarks about the overall town spending under Article 4, so we'll get to that soon. So that's just the way the process works, because right now we had acted on Article 2. We now turn our attention to Article 3. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from the Country Club retained earnings the sum of $190.09 for the purpose of paying a prior year bill for the Recreation Department.
Ms. Marshall.
After the close of fiscal year 2022, the Recreation Department became aware of costs incurred in the prior fiscal year. A vote of town meeting is required for a bill from a prior fiscal year to be paid in the current fiscal year. Approval of this article will allow the Recreation Department to reimburse the golf superintendent $190.09 for the purchase of parts and supplies for the golf course. This is proposed to be paid out of the Country Club retained earnings. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Any questions, comments on Ms. Marshall's motion? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion. Because this is a prior year bill, it requires a 4/5 vote So when the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Marshall's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting begins. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 185 in favor and 5 opposed. That is a 4/5 vote. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 4. Before we start, I'm just going to point out this is going to be another one of our experiments. On my reflection on comments on the past and then a few comments that people have made, I realized that by having the Finance Committee Chair read the initial part of the motion and then me jumping straight into line item by line item motions, there was never an opportunity for voters to talk in general about the budget as a whole. And also there wasn't an opportunity for people to question some of the transfers that were going on. So the way we're going to do this article this year is we're going to have Mr. Beretti on behalf of the Finance Committee read the first part of the motion. I will then see if anyone wants to question that. That's where people who would like to make their brief remarks about the town budget in general, or any of the specifics of the details that Mr. Beretti makes. We'll have discussion about that and not a vote. It'll just be discussion to motivate the vote. And then I will go through the line-by-line reading of the budgets so people can decide, with having that extra discussion about the budget as a whole, which lines they want to question. It's a compromise between having people who want to talk about the budget as a whole, risking questioning everything, versus also waiting till it's done and then having no recourse for them to influence the vote. So we're going to see how this goes. I think it's I think it's fair, and will let us accomplish all our goals, which are to have a discussion about the town budget as a whole, but also do our traditional vote on all the line items and end up with a budget for next fiscal year. So with that said, in terms of process, Mr. Beretti, would you like to start the motion?
Just to clarify, Mr. Moderator. This is a long motion.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
The first part relates directly to the budget. The second part relates to transfers.
Right. Yes, you can read the whole thing.
The entire one?
Yes, read the whole thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Michael Beretti, 54 Adams Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate such sums of money as may be necessary to defray the expenses of the several town departments for the ensuing fiscal year, and that each total read by the moderator be considered a separate motion made for each of the line items making up that total in the column marked Fiscal Year 2024 Advisory Finance Committee recommended budget. I further move that the sum of $450,000 be transferred and appropriated from free cash to lower the tax rate. I further move that the sum of $196,300 be transferred and appropriated from free cash. $1,876 be transferred and appropriated from water retained earnings. $1,824 be transferred from and appropriated from the sewer retained earnings, and $5,000 be transferred and appropriated from country club retained earnings for the purpose of funding the OPEB trust fund. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. I further move that the sum of $2,452,379 be appropriated from the Capital Improvement Fund towards the cost of fiscal year 24 debt.
Thank you, Mr. Beretti. Does anyone want to question Mr. Beretti's motion so far? If anybody wants to talk about the budget in general, this is the time. Anyone questioning? Yes, okay. Is that Mr. Matthew? Okay. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're going to do. Again, this is an experiment, so what we're going to do now, Mr. Beretti has made this first part of the motion, and his motion said that I'm going to read the line items later. But so we can have a brief discussion about the budget in general. Now we're going to entertain questions either related to the overall raising and appropriating the sums of money for the various town departments or the transfers that Mr. Beretti read. Mr. Matthew. And also, just so the timers know, the reading of the motion doesn't count as the time for the presentation. It's just why I know the green light was on. I don't know why. And again, name and street address, and each person will have 3 minutes to speak.
Excuse me. Mike Matthew, 20 Andrews Road. I come before you today to discuss the property taxes and how they affect our town's budget. First, my qualifications. I've been selling homes in Westborough for 50 years and have been a town resident for 68 years. I've only been allowed to speak for 3 minutes, so I have to talk fast. I'm presenting you with facts, not my opinions. Mark, you get the first slide up there, thank you. So this slide shows the various tax rates of the 14 dashboard towns, including Westborough, to make it 15 towns. In fiscal year, I'd like to tell you what a dashboard town is. In fiscal year 2019, representatives from the town and school met to identify comparison communities that could be used to measure financial and performance indicators. This team chose these communities, and they felt were the most similar to Westborough. This is where the term dashboard towns comes from. 5 of these towns have a dual tax rate, so I compiled the residential tax rates of the 15 towns. You can see Westborough is the second highest tax rate per thousand of valuation at $16.84. Can you put the next slide up, Mark, please? Thanks. This graph chart makes it easier to see where Westborough stacks up in comparison. We're pretty high. According to the most recent statistics from the U.S. Census Bureau 2019, Westborough is the 3rd from the bottom in median household income. Mark, can you show the 3rd slide, please? Thanks. So property taxes have increased in the last 2 to 3 years due to property assessments and our budget expenses combined. I don't have a town average, but my own tax assessment increased by 18% from last year to this year. I believe they range somewhere between 15 and 22%, but John Steinberg can answer that question better than me. We can't control mortgage rates, interest rates, we can't control inflation, and home prices rising are due to a supply and demand. But we can control our spending by becoming more fiscally responsible. Therefore, we need to prioritize, as Michael Beretti said, needs versus wants in the articles before you by using our common sense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Anyone else who would like to speak on this part of the budget motion? Ms. Less, do you need a microphone, or will you go to one of the microphones? Okay, great. If you go to the one back there, that'd be great. Thank you. Name, street address, and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Let her adjust the microphone.
What, okay. Paula Less, 7 Blake Street. In response to Mr. Beretti and Michael Matthew, I read through the warrant articles one by one very, very carefully. And just so that you understand where I come from, I'm a CFO of a small business that's been in business for 43 years. So I know what it's like to have to budget, plan, and spend your money very wisely so that you keep moving forward in making money. So numbers to me are something that is very easy to understand. And reading through the articles, I went line by line, and wherever there was in one of the articles the term free cash, there's no such thing as free cash. It comes from somewhere. It was appropriated, it was put into the budget, it came from taxes to a certain line item. And out of free cash, with all of these articles that they're proposing to transfer $5,995,398. when you see all of these charts of money, they go quickly by you. You're not paying attention to how much money is really being transferred. That's transferred. On the articles of being presented to spend more money, and some of which we've already spent money on in past years, the articles ask for to add to the bottom line $8,785.81. So to me, the additives come in two areas. One, the money that's being asked for to study the library was already studied in the past. The roof hasn't been fixed, the windows haven't been changed, and the money was appropriated to the library, and they turned it back to the town. Again, when Hastings was brought up, and with all of its problems, health problems and building problems, where was the project manager? Were they asleep that the roof wasn't done? So I know I've got a red light, but that was what I wanted to bring forward, is that you have to look at the real bottom line number, and it gets lost in all of the verbiage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesson. I will recognize also there'll be opportunities to speak about some of those articles that aren't under the budget when those come up. So there'll be opportunities for that. Any other comments before we get to that? Yes, Mr. Caprioli, can you go to the microphone, or do you need a roving microphone? Come on there, okay. Name, street address, and then 3 minutes, please.
Dominic Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road. I would like to do something a little bit different here and talk about the process. Sometimes you have to look back to go forward. I have in my hand last year's report and recommendations from the Finance Committee. And on page 4, after the Finance Committee suggested that the articles were reasonable, there is a line that falls, a one sentence that falls, and it says, however, notwithstanding the aforementioned, this year's, and in bold print, proposed tax levy is extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's proposed tax levy is higher, slightly higher. So what are we doing here today? Were you exceeding the extraordinary? Let's not do that. There are some people that have said to me personally, because I discuss this stuff a lot, that this is not the place to do things, to do this kind of thing, to change the budgets. It is the place to change the budgets. It's your last chance. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Once the vote is taken, the moderator will announce the count, the town clerk will record it, and it will be history. It's over if you don't speak now. I realize the budget document is very complicated and involved. It's meant to be that way to discourage tearing it apart, taking certain items that seem to interact with other items and arguing them effectively. You have to do that. You have to do the work to protect your spending, the outcome of this meeting, which is the bills you're going to get 4 times a year from the town collector, in order for it to be reasonable, and encourage people, and this is most important, encourage people to remain as residents in this community after their children have their last child has graduated from the school system. That's what we need in this community, in order to provide financial stability. And we have to encourage that by having a reasonable tax burden so that people want to stay. I asked my wife, what do you think of the people in Westborough? And she said, they're transactional. They exchange a high tax rate for their children in the school committee, and then they leave because they don't have children in the school committee. In the school department, I'm sorry. I think you know what I mean. Let's stop that. Let's become a community with longevity and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Just on time. Any other remarks before we move on to my reading of the budget? Yes, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple points. The residential tax rates of all of our dashboard communities, I don't show all of those in my presentation because I don't find them comparable. Several of them have split tax rates, so just showing the residential tax rate doesn't show the full calculation. So just to clarify, Hudson, Lexington, Needham, Reading, Sudbury, and Westwood all have split tax rates. So that's just giving more of that picture. Free cash is not just from unexpended budgets. It also comes from local receipts that exceed estimated receipts, actual revenue received but not estimated. It does also come from unexpended budgets as well as prior year's free cash. And then last year at this time, we were estimating an average single-family tax bill increase for fiscal '23 of $1,097.91. So this is actually less than what we had estimated last year.
Thank you, Ms. Zooms. Did I see a person up in the balcony? Remember, we're still talking about just spending in general. We're going to get to the line items later. Mr. George, okay, Mr. George is making his way to the microphone. So, Mr. George, name, street address, and then no more than 3 minutes, please.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I've served this town as an unpaid person for 44 years.
Steve, could you just check the microphone down here? Hang on, Mr. George. Can you just check this microphone? I can't hear Mr. George. Okay, if you could just speak up, Mr. George.
All righty.
Thank you.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. I've served this town for 40 years, all right, in various unpaid positions, one of them being 30-odd years on the Assabet School Committee, all right? And I've got a problem. I've got a problem in the fact that this town thinks it has a bottomless pit as far as a checkbook goes. It can just write checks and do whatever it wants, all right? Last year's tax rate was devastating. Another 5.7 to 6% is telling me you really don't want me to live in this town. After providing as many hours as I possibly could to help the children of this town over the years, I find that absolutely insulting. And I think it's unreasonable for us to keep spending money with the guise of free cash. Now, free cash happens when, let's say, we allocate $100,000 for something and we go out and get a grant. And some of that grant money is used to fund whatever the $100,000 was for. What's left over is free cash. That's not free cash. We allocated that money for X. If X isn't being done, that money should be turned back into reducing the tax rate. We can't keep raising taxes. I understand, a lot of it has to do with valuation, but a lot of it has to do with spending. And I think we have to take a real hard look at how we're spending our money if we want to keep the people in town that have helped the town become what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. We ready to move on to the actual line items? All right, so we're holding Mr. Beretti's motion in abeyance. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Okay. God, wait, can you, yes, please. Well, we'll see what it is. Is it a point of order, or do you just want to make another speech?
No, it's a point of order. It is
Okay,
a
well, tell
point
me
of
what the
order.
question is.
It says on page 1, it says, no one can address the meeting more than twice, wait a minute, no, wait a second. It says the proponent of an article is allowed to make a presentation no longer than 10 minutes. Now, it's my understanding we're discussing Article 4. Each line item in that article is not an article in itself. Is that correct?
Well, the motion says that each one is an individual motion, so
But is it an article?
well, no, it's not an article, no.
Then no one has a right to speak.
But it could be also that I've been a little sloppy with my wording. So if you just tell me your question, I'll see if I can figure
Does
it out.
anyone, if no line item is an article, then no one has a right to speak to any line item, make a 10-minute presentation. You cannot have it both ways.
I'll have to think about how I've worded that particular rule again, so we'll figure it out when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. I'll see if I can tidy that up. All right. It's my reading test time. The print's getting smaller every year. I've actually had to write the numbers in larger size this year. So we haven't voted, so here's what's going to do now. Mr. Beretti's motion is pending. His motion says that every line I read is going to be a separate motion. Our tradition now is that I will read through all the line items that we vote on. We will then vote on Mr. Beretti's motion and the unquestioned line items all at once, and then we will address each of the other line items independently. So here's the process. You don't have to ask your question. If you want to have more discussion, either asking questions or advocating or unadvocating, whatever the opposite of that is, for a line item, just say question and make sure you get my attention and I'll note it. We will then come back to you later, okay? So here we go. Let's see how I can do. Town moderator, 0. Board of Selectmen, town manager. I guess that should say select board, town manager. Salary and wages elected, $1,500. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong column. Thank you. 0. 2 zeros. Off to a good start. How am I doing so far? I was wondering why I didn't have that written down. Select board town manager salaries and wages, $546,905. Expenses, $63,050. Finance committee salary and wages, $4,060. Expenses, $1,800. Finance, including accounting, treasurer, collector, and assessor, salary and wages, $824,425. Expenses, $69,541. Legal, expenses, $132,500. Information technology and communications, salaries and wages, $345,392. Expenses, $545,700. Central purchasing, $88,500. Town clerk, salary and wages elected, $111,852. Salary and wages, $135,577. Expenses, $7,700. Election and registration, salary and wages elected, $2,000. Salary and wages, $20,600. Expenses, $40,500. Planning department, salaries and wages, $175,604. Expenses, $5,600. Board of Appeals, salaries and wages, $3,538. Expenses, $2,376. Insurance, $16,133,201. Police department, salaries and wages, $4,141,920. Police department expenses, $291,475. I heard no questions on that page. Next page. Fire department, salaries and wages, $5,325,875. Expenses, $417,332. Community development, including building inspector, conservation commission, and the economic development committee. Salaries and wages, $757,003. Question on community development. Thank you. Expenses, $43,400. Weights and measures, expenses, $5,500. Animal control, salaries and wages, $81,538. Expenses, $4,700. Assabet Regional Vocational School, $1,124,454. Question on the Assabet Regional Vocational School. Thank you. Department of Public Works, including building and grounds. Salaries and wages, $2,226,687. Expenses, $1,244,640. DPW Snow and Ice. Salaries, $189,636. Expenses, $484,000. DPW's snow and ice expenses? Which one, sorry? Was that the 484,000? Okay, that's, yeah, snow and ice expenses, thank you. Electricity, $446,025. Sanitary landfill, expenses, $918,100. Question on sanitary landfill, thank you. Health Department, salaries and wages, $310,073. Expenses, $16,522. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, $384,022. Council on Aging expenses, $29,125. Youth Commission, $237,449. Expenses, $23,630. Veteran Services, expenses, $111,216. Trustees of Soldiers Memorials, $2,800. On that page, I heard question community development salaries and wages, Assabet Regional Vocational School expenses, DPW snow and ice expenses, and sanitary landfill expenses. We'll come back to those. Next page. Library salaries and wages, $965,838. Expenses, $307,254. Recreation, salaries and wages, $220,196. Cultural Council, expenses, $4,500. Historical Commission, salaries and wages, $14,017. Expenses, $6,700. Debt, expenses, $13,789,136. Country Club Enterprise, $157,263. Country Club Enterprise expenses, $577,286. Sewer Enterprise, salaries and wages, $942,917. Expenses, $570,119. Debt, $541,648. Wastewater treatment plant, salaries and wages, $32,652. Expenses, $5,917,750. Water Enterprise, salaries and wages, $757,333. Expenses, $2,278,560. Debt, $1,266,924. School Department, $63,539,476. Question on that. On that page, the only thing I heard questioned was the school budget, correct? With that said, we had no questions on the first page of the budget. We had questions on community development salaries and wages, Assabet Regional Vocational School expenses, DPW snow and ice expenses, sanitary landfill expenses, and school expenses.
John?
Yes.
Point of order on the first
Mr.
page,
Beretti,
please.
yes.
I just want to clarify something.
Okay.
It indicates that there are salaries and wages for the Advisory Finance Committee. I want to make it very clear those salaries and wages are directed toward an admin person. No one on the Advisory Finance Committee receives any compensation. And we have not had an admin person in a couple of years. So we keep hoping.
Thank you, Mr. Beretti. Okay. With that said, we now move on to the unquestioned items in Mr. Beretti's opening motion. So we have Mr. Beretti's motion about all the transfers, and we have the unquestioned line items that I just read, and now we will vote on those. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Beretti's motions and all the unquestioned line items that I read. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. As soon as it's ready, the green light goes on. They're getting ready. Okay. while we're doing that, if the person who questioned the community development salaries and wages wants to get ready to speak, you can position yourself in a microphone or get a microphone down here. You ready?
Andrew Kenningsburg.
Well, no, we're not going to talk about it yet. I just wanted you to be ready. So sorry. I just wanted to make sure I knew where you were. Thank you. You all set? Line up? Okay, this is on Mr. Beretti's motion and all the unquestioned items. Once the green light goes on, voting has begun. Thank you. Just a few more seconds. Voting has ended. Light off. We have 169 in favor and 39 opposed. The motion carries. We now go and address the questioned items one at a time. Let me just get my page here. And now, Mr. Kenningsburg. Mr. Kenningsburg is questioning, hang on, I got to get the right page. The community development salaries and wages. Mr. Kenningsburg, sorry. Didn't realize they took the mic away. I was going to have you sit there with it. Sorry about that.
Okay. Conservation Commission does not report to the Community Development. Conservation Commission is an independent board. We have a Conservation Department. The Conservation Director, again, reports to Community Development, but it's its own department, and I'd like to see the budget broken out for that. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a recommendation for next year to have it clarified that the conservation.
I'd like to know what it is now.
Okay, so could someone in town hall maybe make a note of that? Thank you, we'll figure that out. Thank you, Mr. Kenningsburg. So no question on the amount, just trying to clarify the independence of the Conservation Commission. Thank you. Any other comments on that? Seeing none, our action comes on the unamended community development salaries and wages amount of $757,003. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. All right, we have 170 in favor and 41 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next question I had noted was on the Assabet Regional Vocational School. Who asked that question? Is that you, Mr. Caprioli? Could you go to the microphone, please?
Dom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. It's a large increase, 27%, and I'd like to give the representative an opportunity to, I would like to hear myself why the substantial increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Can I assume that Mr. George or the Assabet Valley Superintendent wants to address the question of explaining the large increase? Or you can both address the meeting as well. Mr. George is making his way to the microphone. He is Westborough's elected representative on the Assabet Valley Regional School Committee. Mr. George.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road.
Wait a second. Closer to the microphone, please.
Paul George, 19 Robin Road. The problem really is how the numbers were required. What happened was, over the years, we have used out of tuition budget, help the budget. What happens is if we have kids from Shrewsbury or from some other town that isn't a Westborough resident or isn't a member of the 7 communities, that money goes into an out of tuition budget line item. And we've been using that money to help reduce the overall assessments. Well, the Board of Education, Department of DOR has, yeah. has decided that we can't do that anymore. So what we have to do is we have to meet minimum school spending. The way that works is every kid equals money. The more kids, the more money. We had additional kids come from Westborough to Assabet, and that increased the budget by the amount you see. What we're doing is we're using the out-of-tuition budget money that we have now to reduce electric expenses, other operating expenses. So in reality, we're still using that money to help reduce the budget, but the actual assessment is determined by minimum school spending as determined by the Board of Education and the state. So that's where that number came from.
Thank you, Mr. George. Any other questions related to the Assabet Regional Vocational School budget? Seeing none, our action comes on the unamended line item number that I read, which was $1,124,454. When the light goes green, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of that number, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 179 in favor and 32 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next question line item I had was DPW snow and ice expenses. The vote was 179 in favor and 32 opposed. You're welcome. DPW snow and ice expenses had been questioned. Was that Ms. Less that questioned that? Could you go to the microphone, please, in the usual routine?
Paula Less, Blake Street. When you presented the question about the snow and ice with the DPW, then after that you had another line item, and that was what I wanted to speak to.
Which item? I don't remember which item it was. Were you talking about?
It was under the DPW's allocations.
Well, do you have your booklet there?
Yep.
I just want to make sure. So I had thought you would question DPW snow and ice expenses. I see 4 lines for DPW. There's the normal DPW salary and wages, the normal expenses, then there's snow and ice salaries and wages, snow and ice expenses. Which of those lines?
So normal budget.
The normal budget
Yep.
expenses?
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, you're okay, so you want to question DPW expenses?
Yes.
Okay. Next time, will you please try to clarify that? So we'll. Okay, so ask your question about the DPW expenses.
Okay, the DPW expenses going into the warrant, they're asking to purchase a dump truck, which the one that we have is very old, at $265,000. But they're also
Wait a second, excuse me, are you talking about the capital expense article?
in the warrant. In the warrant,
Well, okay, but what article number are you on in the warrant? Because I don't.
it's under K.
That's a different article number. We're not there yet.
Okay, so
The expenses to buy the new stuff aren't included in these budgets.
okay.
So you can talk. Okay. So you're all
Okay.
set?
I thought that they were all
Yeah.
included.
No,
Okay.
we're only talking about the line items in Article 4. When we get to Article 8 or 10, you can question that one.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we had already voted on DPW expenses, and there was no change, so we don't have to undo that, but we do now need to vote on DPW snow and ice expenses in the unamended amount that I had read of $484,000. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 188 in favor and 21 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next questioned item was sanitary landfill expenses with a proposed number of $918,100. Who had questioned that? Mr. Caprioli, are you heading to the microphone?
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I hope all of you are aware that the opportunity to bring your trash to the Westborough, the dump, what we call the dump, the Westborough facility is in jeopardy and is going to be more expensive. Bringing your stuff to the Westborough facility has literally been a way of life. Harvey's has been in business over 100 years, and we've been doing it probably just as long. I believe that this termination can in fact be somewhat modified and to the benefit of the people that are so used to doing what they do with their trash. If they act responsibly and follow the rules, I believe Waste Connections can be convinced that we're good patrons of their facility. And they're concerned about the traffic in there, and if we drive safely, I don't remember any accidents, but if we drive safely and responsibly, I think that they will judge us not to be a threat to their normal business. I find this a possibility of losing the opportunity to go to the transfer station, a very adverse and inconveniencing prospect. And everyone I've spoken to that has been at that facility has agreed, but people sort of throw up their hands and think that it's an act of God. No, it's not an act of God, ladies and gentlemen. It's a decision of a human being, and that decision can be discussed, modified, possibly even reversed. It's not a corporate decision. It's a personal decision. We need to act on that to help the people of Westborough continue to do what they've grown to do and grown to love for this long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. It also sounds to me like people who want to influence that should be in touch with the Solid Waste Management Task Force as well as everything else. So just
I've done that.
Okay, good. All right, so we have a motion now on the unamended amount for sanitary landfill that I read of $918,100. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 will be a vote in favor. Pressing 2 will be a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 166 in favor and 46 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. The next and last item questioned we had was the school department budget, of which the amount I read was the Advisory Finance Committee recommended amount of $63,539,476. Who had questioned that line item?
Guess who?
Wait a second, Mr. Savoy, had you questioned that? Okay, Mr. Savoy, can you come to a microphone? And since you can't see the lights, I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left, okay? Name, address, and then 3 minutes for your remarks, please.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. First, I'd like to acknowledge the school committee and the school administration for including additional information on wages and salaries by categories in their budget, such as how much is spent on teachers, administrators, and so forth. That would be found on page 21 of the school department budget. And I think that's very informative, so I'd like to acknowledge that. Secondly, salaries and wages represent 83% of the school budget. And the school department really has an obligation to provide detailed information on salaries and wages, just as any other department does. And you would notice that looking at the budget, you do have detailed information on salaries and wages in every other budget. So I think going forward, the school department should provide that additional detailed information by cost center or by school. The budget shows the line items. If wages and salaries are shown by line items, It will provide the clarity and transparency that is needed for we, the citizens, to continue to support the school budget. So I would urge that going forward. Keeping that in mind, I would have a question on the student services section on page 56. We know that all of the line items have gone up, the expenditures have gone up 15%. And I heard the superintendent's explanation of that. I'm willing to accept that. But what my question is, would be that, are there any additional changes in the salaries and wages in that particular section of the budget, in that particular cost center? With, again, with the detailed information that I'm asking for, we would know that, but it's not provided. So I'm asking that question. Are there any, what are the additional costs in that particular area for salaries and wages? Are there new positions or consultant positions that have been added?
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. So Mr. Savoy's direct question is, if I'm understanding it correctly, is additional changes in the student services section of the budget in terms of salaries and wages. Can somebody answer that, please?
Morning, Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street, Superintendent of Schools. Thank you, Mr. Savoy. I think I agree with you. We'll continue to do a more detailed breakout of our staffing and look forward to having your attendance next year when we do that. I appreciate the way you pay attention. Thank you. I think that in the student services area, which is the umbrella of the arena where we provide services to students with complex learning needs and a whole array of other aspects of student service, when we have someone that moves in and requires, say, a paraeducator or a change in staffing based upon, say, in the middle of the year qualifying for an IEP, where they might dictate that we need to provide additional service support. When we face challenges like that during the budget cycle, we could have a student move in who comes in with needs that require, say, a paraeducator. We typically push those onto grants, and then they would move forward in the following budget year if we had to maintain them, and they would then be called out transparently as moving into the salary line item of the budget. We maintain about $7 million worth of out-of-budget funding on grants and allocations from the state. So those are typically where we would absorb any additional staffing changes.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Mr. Caprioli.
I'd like to
Name and address, please. I know it's
Yeah.
repetitive, but it's for the record.
Don
Thank you.
Caprioli, 9 Carmage Road. I'd like to modify the school department's requested amount to $62,810,677.
So just to make sure, so you are proposing an amendment to change the school department line item to $62,810,677?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Your remarks, please.
Last year, the school department was the only department that augmented their budget, increased their budget at the fall town meeting, and they increased it approximately 1.1%. That facilitated this year's comparison of the school department's budget change, percent change, to be 4.1%, which is close to the town budget change, The truth of the matter is, if you go from ATM, that's where we are, to ATM, last year to this year, the school department's budget increase is 1.1% higher. That'd be 5.2%. What I'm proposing is this, that the school department have a true 4.1% increase by reducing it 1.1%. The request 1.1%. Now, does that represent less money from the school department? Absolutely not. They can do exactly what they did last year, this year. They can ask for the additional money if they need it at the fall town meeting. It worked last year, it should work this year. There's nothing different. I'm not taking anything away, but I am giving the school department the opportunity to further refine their budget request by experience. And part of that experience is the contract negotiations, which I believe have not been settled, and which I believe they budgeted like a 4% increase. The town clerical union got something like a 2.5% increase. I don't want to see the school department have money in their budget for a 4% increase, which the unions will not back away from. Let's give them a chance to do it right, do it the way they did it last year. In the end, they may have just the same dollar amount, but done in a more selective way, a more effective way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. So we now have two numbers. I will remind voters we have a bylaw that when the motions vary only in the amount of money, we vote on the higher number first and work our way down. So we now have discussions that we can have. We can have discussion about the school budget in general, or we can have discussion about advocating for or against either of the two numbers that will be before us. So I will now ask for anyone who would like to speak. Can you get to a microphone, or would you like one brought to you? Okay. Have somebody heading to the microphone now. If there's anyone else who intends to speak, if you could raise your hand and work your way to a microphone. So again, name, street address, and I forgot to mention one of the things that I meant to mention in my introductory remarks. I've heard feedback. It's very helpful for voters when you start your remarks to indicate whether you're speaking in favor or against a particular motion, or whether you're asking questions, because it helps people sort of focus their attention. So going forward, that's a suggestion I have. So name, address, and then 3 minutes for remarks, please.
Ryan Condon, 53 Chestnut Street. Just a quick point. Current inflation rate is 6% after last year's inflation rate of 6.4%. So a budget increase of 4.4, or even with the extra 1.5, is still below current inflation rate. 80% of the budget is going to salaries. Don't we want our teachers to keep up at least with inflation rate? This is below inflation rate. I think it's pretty easy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Other remarks? Ms. Bach would like to. Okay, Ms. Bach.
Back again, Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. Just a couple of clarifying notes. We have, and I hold this up as something we are exceptionally proud of. I want to give a shout out to our faculties, our unions, and the groups that work together. Our school committee negotiated in good faith and have settled 6 of our contracts, 2 of which are waiting on final votes. But our Unit A teacher contract is settled. Our paraeducator contract settled. Custodian contract up for vote, but agreed to. I want to give a shout out to the fact that we need to appropriately pay our faculties to maintain the work that they need to do in schools. If you look at what's going on in education, it's an incredibly commendable act that we are here with settled contracts and in relationships that are positive. There's so much negative energy around contracts in districts right now. That number is currently built into the budget we have presented to you. So we do not need to return for any additional funds for any contracts. We will not be back here in the fall. The change in the fall was related to unexpected and unable to anticipate out-of-district tuitions. We had multiple students placing out during the pandemic. They were exceptionally expensive. We supported having those students go where they needed to go for their mental health. The town supported that. And every year we build our budget, it's based upon the needs of the current year.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Further, Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I'm in support of the original budget, not the amendment, and I'd like to speak against that. I realize that the school department's the largest part of our budget. Every year it's going to be the largest. I mean, it's almost half of our total budget. But that doesn't make them any less fiscally responsible than the Historical Commission with a $20,000 budget. This budget's gone through more levels of scrutiny than any other department's budget. I'm not a budget person. There's a reason I'm not on the Finance Committee. but I have a lot of confidence in the people who are scrutinizing that budget. I just question what's the rationale to come up here and just across the board drop that budget by 1%? They're asking for a 4.1% increase. You've got the police department, that's a $5 million budget, $4 million budget, and they've got a 4% increase. You've got DPW with a 4% increase, the library with a 4% increase. These are all consistent. But for some reason, we're isolating the school department's budget and asking for a cut on that. And I just ask you, if you're willing to support that, how you would feel if I were up here asking for a 1.1% increase and give them some more money. You'd probably laugh at me. So I'm not suggesting you laugh at this amendment, but I'm suggesting that you vote it down and support the original number.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Mr. Caprioli, a response?
Should I respond to that?
You may if you'd like.
Yes. The amount was not frivolous. The amount was a 4.1% increase over last year's ATM, annual town meeting budget. It does not in any way, shape, form, or manner limit the amount of money the school department may receive this year. The change that occurred in the fall was advocated by the gentleman with his hand up, Mr. Durrett, with a certain enthusiasm and desperate need for money at that time. I don't think that if his desperate need was satisfied last fall, that any desperate need that occurs that is not addressed at this time cannot be satisfied this fall. It is an opportunity for the school department to do a slightly better job. The 1.1% is the difference between the ATM, last year's ATM budget, and the final budget that was accrued after the fall town meeting. It is, what I'm saying is perfectly logical, and it is in no way a disadvantage to anyone except people that do not want to think about what we're doing here. Once we vote for this article, we would have spent close to $129 million. I don't know what's been going on so far, but if there's an appetite to cut taxes, I have not witnessed it. If it's my fault, I apologize. If you people will promise me that you'll spend less money if I don't come here, I will never show up again. But I don't know what to do to help you realize if you don't take action on cutting the spending, it's not going to happen by itself. It's not a miracle. It's human behavior that you have to have and you have to exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Mr. Durrett.
Good morning. You might have noticed I do this a lot.
Name and address, please.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road, Chair of the School Committee. You might have noticed that I do this a lot. I've done it for many years. And one of the things that I think you know from our school system is that we have two goals: spend as little as possible and provide the best quality education we can for your children with the money that you give us and vote for. So just a correction, last year we came to the town meeting in the fall because the state raised our costs. We had not budgeted for those additional costs. It was caused by additional needs as a result of where students had to go, as well as new students that came into the system with special needs for which we didn't know they were coming, but when they arrived, we were obligated to pay the bill. So that's where the additional money resulted from that cause. That's now in the budget. In addition to that, I think you probably noticed that there's chaos in many other school systems around the Commonwealth as a result of dealing with salary negotiated settlements or wishes for higher settlements in regards to
negotiations for the various union organizations within school systems. We have worked very hard with our unions to make sure that, in fact, we have an even discussion across the table in terms of needs, wishes, performance, and let's call them happy employees of the town system. Many times they have given opportunities, I think, for us to improve the school system and not necessarily received compensation in the level that they might have. Again, as what is said, this budget is a budget to spend the money that we think we need. It is based on the completed negotiation with 6 unions in our system. We will not be coming back to you for union negotiated settlements for at least 3 years. And so, as Mr. Silverman said, we're here because we've done our job, not to put chaos to the kids and parents in the school system. And we really hope that you vote the budget that we've asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Anyone else wishing to speak before we go to a vote? All right. As I said, we have a town bylaw that says the moderator, in presenting motions that differ only in the amount of money involved, shall ordinarily put the largest sum first. So therefore, the way this is going to work is that we will vote on the original number I read, which is the larger amount, and we will vote on that. If the town votes against that, we will proceed to the lower number. So this is the way we deal with amendments like this, rather than voting on separate amendments. It's just clear. The bylaw says we go from top to bottom. So our first vote, and perhaps our last vote, depending on how it turns out, is the original motion made by the Advisory Finance Committee, where I read the number of $63,539,476 for the school department. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. If that's the number you would like to vote on for the school department, you will vote 1 for yes. If you would like to proceed and vote on the lower number, you will press 2 for no. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 175 in favor and 74 opposed. The motion carries. We have concluded Article 4. We now turn our attention to Article 5, fiscal year 2023 union contracts. Mr. Edinburgh, I believe.
Good morning, Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $102,075 and from sewer retained earnings the sum of $11,176 and from water retained earnings the sum of $8,801 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Remarks?
A few quick remarks. This article will fund the first year of the recently settled Clerical Union, Department of Public Works Union, and the Police Patrol Union collective bargaining agreements. These contracts are effective from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Specifically, this article funds the following contractual increases in fiscal year 2023. A 2% cost of living adjustment for each union, addition of Juneteenth as a paid holiday, and negotiated increases or additions to stipends and allowances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Discussion, remarks on Article 5. Yes, Ms. Less, if you could make your way to a microphone.
Paula Less, Blake Street. The free money that you're talking about transferring from the Sewer and Water Department on Article 5, if you have free money from the sewer and water, then why further on down in the warrant are you asking for more money to be appropriated to the sewer and water departments? I'd like an answer.
Hang on. Ms. Williams.
We have several employees in the Department of Public Works where a portion of their salary is paid for out of the enterprise fund. So this article is free cash for folks who are not paid out of the enterprise funds, as well as the portions of the salary not paid, and then retained earnings from sewer and water for the portion of the salaries that are paid for out of those enterprise funds.
So why wouldn't you just hold on to that money and use it for the project that you're asking for further on in the warrant, that you're asking the town to appropriate more money to the sewer and water department? It's like you're taking from one hand and putting it in another, and then you want the money back again. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is like moving the chess pieces on the board.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. There's money that exists in sewer retained earnings and water retained earnings. They are proposed to be used throughout the warrant, but it's appropriate use of this money to pay the FY23 expenses related to salary and wages for these individuals.
You may be explaining an accounting
You're
question.
not really explaining that to me.
Yeah, okay, let me just try. I think she's asking that in this article, we're taking money out from sewer and water retained earnings to pay for an expense. And then in Article 8, we're going to be putting money from retained earnings into the enterprise fund. And I think the question is if there's money in the retained earnings. Is there an article where you see it being put back in?
Yeah.
Can you tell, do you know which article that is?
I'm trying to flip back and forth
Okay.
here.
Worst case, we can try to address it when we get to that article. I think it seems to be an accounting question of why do we replenish the money? What? You're talking about the retained earnings or the enterprise reserve fund?
In Article 8,
Yeah.
Article 8A, is that the one you're referring to?
Where it says they're going to transfer from retained earnings to the enterprise reserve fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
So every year we have reserve funds that are for unexpected and unanticipated expenses, and so it's appropriated similarly from retained earnings for this reserve fund, which is controlled by the Finance Committee, for 2024. So any sewer water expenses that were unanticipated the DPW director could go to the Advisory Finance Committee and request use of those funds.
Okay, it's not really clear to me, but that's okay.
okay. What I would suggest is sometimes either maybe sit with the Finance Committee or somebody in town to explain the whole enterprise reserve retained earnings. It is complicated. You want to address the question, Mr. Edinburgh?
Sure. So, as a reminder, water and sewer and wastewater treatment plant have enterprise funds. When people say they wish governments operated more like business, that's exactly what these are doing. We pay people who use water, people who have sewer connections, pay a rate based on their utilization that goes into those enterprise funds. The rates are set in accordance with state law, not only to cover the operating expenses for providing those services, but to provide additional funds that stay in retained earnings, just as a business that's profitable has retained earnings. That can be used for capital projects, unanticipated expenses, and other operations. And so there's never an appropriation to add to the retained earnings. The retained earnings come from the ratepayers who paid into the system for the operation of the system and the ongoing maintenance and improvement of the system.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Anyone else on Article 5? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Edinburgh's motion that's on the screen and that he read. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Edinburgh's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 182 in favor and 32 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Moving on to Article 6, Dealing with FY 2023 legal expenses, Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $50,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Welch.
A few comments here. FY 2023 has included a number of unanticipated legal expenses, including several lawsuits. The FY 2023 budget for legal expenses was $132,500. The Advisory Finance Committee transferred $20,000 into this budget earlier this year. As of March 22nd of 2023, the town has expended approximately $140,000 for legal expenses through January. Approval of this article would increase the legal budget to fund the anticipated legal expenses through the remainder of this fiscal year. While the town needs additional funds in FY '23, at this time the legal budget is level funded at $132,500 in FY '24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Could I just ask, Scout, could you just close the doors, the doors coming in, just to noise it? Any questions on Mr. Welch's motion on the subject of the article? Ms. Less, microphone, please. Yeah, no, for the record, we do, so thank you. There are, believe it or not, there are people watching on TV.
I would like an explanation on what are the lawsuits that were brought against the town. What were they? What were they for? Because I think people have a right to know where their money's being spent.
Thank you. Going to see how they're going to address that. Thank you for asking. Check and see. Ms. Williams is gathering information. Please be patient. Yeah, okay. I know it's a delicate matter, so. Is the woman standing? Are you intending to speak on this article, or are you just standing? No, you're just standing. Okay, just want to make sure. If it was going to take long, I might let you ask your question, too. Okay, Ms. Williams. Making it large enough to read.
The lawsuits are listed when the board discusses them in executive session, so they're always listed on the agenda, so that information is public, and so I'll read them to you. Ferris Development Group LLC versus Town of Westborough, Lax Media LLC and Lax Media MA LLC. Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE LLC, Worcester Land Court. Town of Westborough versus Westborough Retirement Residence LLC. And then Northland TPLP LLC at 100 Charleston Meadows, enforcement of affordable housing. And then also the town has listed cases related to opioid and PFAS.
Okay. I understand it's a delicate matter and can't go into all the details, so anyway, that's the answer to that. Other questions or remarks? Seeing no one, our vote comes on Mr. Welch's motion. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 means a vote in favor, pressing 2 means a vote opposed. Here we go, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 210 in favor and 18 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Not that I want to rush everyone to lunch, but I will note that it's now 11:02, and I believe that not only are the women's clubs selling their snacks and beverages, but I believe at this time the schools are also selling theirs. I think the women's club are there all day. The school lunch, sandwiches, et cetera, are available till 1:30. So anyway, just want to let you know that. Moving on to Article 7, funding the
Mr.
stabilization reserve account. Mr. Edinburgh.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion concerning the order of the articles on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, you'd like to change the order of articles? Okay, so we do have let me just get to that. Okay. Okay, articles taken out of order. Okay, so we have a bylaw that says that you can make your request, there will be reasons stated, and then we'll have a motion that can be discussed, and it takes a 2/3 vote. So your name, I didn't catch it, if your name and street address again, and then say what you'd like to do.
My name is Carrie Maxian. I am at 260 East Main Street. I move that Article 39 be moved to be discussed and voted on between Article 12 and Article 13.
Okay, so you don't want it to be done now, you'd like it to be moved between Articles 12 and 13.
Yes.
Can you give your reasons? The bylaw asks for reasons, so.
Article 39 addresses an issue that is critical of great concern to parents of young children, and as the last item on the agenda, I am very concerned that our voices will not be properly represented in the discussion, and the vote, if the vote is held very late tonight or on Monday night, would be unfair.
Okay, so what was your last name again?
Maxian?
Maxine?
Maxian.
Maxian, okay, sorry. So it's been proposed that we take up a motion to move Article 39 to between Articles 12 and 13, which would obviously come up later today if things go well. Let's have discussion about pros and cons of that, and as I said, it takes a 2/3 vote. Ms. Less, would you like to speak?
Paula Less, Blake Street. In the past years, when a individual or a group of people wanted to move an article that was at the end of the warrant and move it up because their committee or the people who they felt it affected were here and they didn't want to be inconvenienced to come back tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, or whenever the meeting would have to run to, it was always turned down. And it was turned down because of the way that the warrants have been presented in importance to the people in the town and not favoring special interest groups. By moving this article from the end of the warrant all the way up to, because people are here now, is favoring those people who are here now and don't want to be bothered coming back. And I move to not move that article. If people are so interested that this is a major concern to them, then they should stay and stay for all of the articles, not just the one that they are so interested in. And then once that article is voted on, there's a mass exodus out of the auditorium like we have seen many, many, many meetings. So that's my motion. Do not move that article, leave it where it is.
Thank you, Ms. Less. Actually, I'm not going to accept that motion because the easiest way to do what you want is to just have people vote no against this. And I'll reinforce what the meaning is. Who else would like to yes?
I would like to speak.
Name and street address, please.
Kate Daly, 34 Upton Road. I would like to speak in favor of moving the motion forward. I think that we do a lot in this town, and I think our children are the most important persons in our town. My child is 26. He's not going to be affected. But I still think we need to consider the limits that people have on their time and their responsibilities to their children, not just in this motion, but also in taking care of their children. So I would speak in favor of moving this motion.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go over to this side of the room. Anyone over here wish to speak? Anyone wish to speak, or should we just go to a vote? Seems like we just, oh, sorry, where is somebody raising their hand? Oh, okay, yes, could you either request the mic or come down, please? Sorry, I didn't see you. The lighting's still not the best up here. Name and street address, please.
Yes, Deb Boucher, 15 Byard Lane. I just want clarification. You want to move Article 39, the last article, talking about climate change, to after the library. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so it's just a clarification. Okay. I'm trying to do an extra careful scan of the room now. Seems like people are just ready to vote. Oh, sorry, what did I miss this time? Oh, okay, yes, name and street address, please, and then keep going.
Monique Allegretta, 13 Church Street. I'd like to ask a question. Why is this bill so important to parents of young children that it must be moved up from the last article in the warrant. I think that would really help people's understanding to whether or not they vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the question is why, I guess it's to the person who made the motion, why is it important to you to move it to the particular time? So,
I'd like to get my description of what the article says. I didn't bring it down with me.
okay, yeah, just take a second, that's fine. Sorry, hang on, wait a second. Can you speak into the microphone, please? Once you're ready.
Article 39 is stated to abandon the Westborough Climate Action Plan. The Westborough Climate Action Plan has been put together to gather information and use grants and help support all of the different areas of the Westborough government, and and the schools, and I really feel like it influences every aspect of our life. Different things are discussed, information is discussed, and facts are shared, because not one committee can do every one thing. So it needs to be spread throughout, and it's important, which impacts our children. The schools are obviously what are teaching our children. I have 4 children in the school department, and they take active roles in how different things with climate change occurs, and they understand it. So I feel like it's an important part of our everyday lives.
Thank you. Is the gentleman behind you also wishing to speak, or are you just standing? Okay. Name and street address, please, and then we'll start the 3 minutes.
John McGrath, 95 Bowman Street. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. We don't have to go back that far in time to remember something similar with the library, where many parents with young children had to leave the meeting and miss that vote because of that. And we all know how that worked out. We ended up having to have a special town meeting just to work that out, and that was not a lot of fun for everybody. So let's try to avoid something like that again, and for that reason I vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Over at this microphone, please. Name, street address, and then we'll start with you.
Matt Jerome, 20 Haskell Street. I just noticed.
Wait a second, can you just say your name a little louder?
I'm sorry, Matthew Jerome, 20 Haskell Street.
Okay.
I just noticed here that the select board, both committees are recommending to defeat this article, so that means abandoning the, I just want to maybe hear your rationale, if that's possible.
Okay, well, that's mostly, I'll just, because it seems to inform this discussion. The motion to defeat, we expect that the motion for Article 39 is going to be that the town move to abandon the plan. So the Advisory Finance Committee and the Select Board are planning to advocate to defeat that motion, which would mean to not have the meeting state anything, to not say anything about abandoning the climate action plan.
So to keep the climate action plan in place, that's the recommendation.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. We'll go into more. Yes, back microphone, please.
Hi.
Name and street address.
Yes, Helen Kay, 28 Ruggles. It's my understanding that this article was last minute, therefore last on the agenda, but its significance is not last. I think I am in favor of moving this article up.
Thank you. Everyone ready for the vote? Again, this will take let me just check, 2/3 vote. Okay, this time for sure. Okay, a motion has been made to change the positioning of Article 39 and to take that up after Article 12 and before Article 13. For that to happen, it requires a 2/3 vote of the voters here. So when the light goes green, pressing 1 and voting in favor is voting in favor of moving Article 39 to between Articles 12 and 13. A vote against this by pressing 2 on your voting device is to leave Article 39 in its current place on the warrant. With that said, voting has begun. So voting yes is to move it, voting no is to leave it. We will take up the article in its rightful place whenever that is when we see the vote. And it requires a 2/3 vote. We have a vote of 140 in favor and 101 opposed. That is not, although it's a majority, it is not a 2/3 vote. So Article 39 stays in its current position. We now we go back to Article 7, dealing with funding the stabilization reserve account. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $1,822,047 for the purpose as stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Edinburgh.
So the comprehensive fiscal management policy for the town states that the town should endeavor to have a free cash balance that is between 5 and 7.5% of the general fund and have a stabilization account that is between 5 and 7.5% of the general fund, with the two reserves having a combined balance of between 10 and 15% of the general fund operating budget. Approval of this article will result in the town reserves fund better aligning with the fiscal management policies by funding stabilization at 4.74% and free cash at 7.81% of the general fund operating budget. This would be 12.54% combined. These percentages assume that all articles at this town meeting pass. Stabilization funds are generally reserved for emergencies and are considered rainy day funds, and they require a 2/3 vote of town meeting to expend or spend the funds. Free cash is generally reserved for one-time expenses and require a majority of vote of town meeting to expend.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Questions, comments, advocacy? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Edinburgh's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the amounts listed on the screen for the purpose stated in the article. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the article or the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 206 in favor and 25 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Next up is Article 8, regularly recurring articles. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to approve Article 8, Sections A, B, C, and D, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate $250,000 from free cash, $20,000 from country club retained earnings, $50,000 from water retained earnings, and $50,000 from sewer retained earnings for the purpose of Article 8A. $4,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 8B, $250,000 from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund for the purpose of Article 8C, $3,500 from free cash for the purpose of Article 8D as printed in the warrant, and raise and appropriate this sum of $25,000 for the purpose of Article, 8E, although that wasn't in the,
All set?
yeah, for the purpose of Article 8E as printed in the warrant.
So we have parts A, B, C, and D are parts A, B, and D are transferring from free cash. Part C is appropriating and transferring from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund, and Part E is raising and appropriating.
Right.
So just to make that clear. Now, since it's, quote, only 5 items, I won't do the questioning A, B, C, D, and E. So we'll just entertain discussion on any and all of those items if there is discussion. Point of order, yes. Ms. Blazejewski?
Lisa Blazejewski, 2 Treetop Park. I just want to make sure that we are dealing with a legitimate motion here, since E is not mentioned in the first line, which I think Shelby noticed as she was reading it.
Yeah, well, I read that over too, and I think the motion is legit because the first sentence talks about transferring and appropriating, and then the fifth bullet starts with raising and appropriating. So E was only mentioned indirectly in the fifth bullet because it's a separate source of funding and it's a raise and appropriate. So I think we've covered the bases. Thank you for pointing that out, though.
I could have read it better, sorry about that.
I reread it too last night when I was showing up. All right, yes, gentleman at the microphone back here, name, address, and then your 3 minutes start, please.
Steve Hart, 22 Brewer. The addition of E is something that I'm interested in, not so much that it's added to this motion, but the fact that I just want to mention Hazardous Waste Day. 25,000 seems cheap until you look and say, hang on, that's only for the first 100 vehicles, which suddenly is, I think, $250 a vehicle. And I just wonder if we're getting the best out of this. And without prolonging any discussion, I would just like to know if the group looking at how we're going to transfer our waste in just over a year's time have this in their remit, and if not, I would suggest it be added so that we can get the best, most appropriate and efficient way of dealing with hazardous waste.
So I can speak as a member of the Waste Management Exploratory Committee, and then we can hear from the Board of Health. But as it relates to that committee, all waste is being looked at.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, would you like to make a comment as well?
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I'm a member of the Board of Health. I don't know if Dr. Ehrlich is here, but if you'd like to speak on this, you can. Otherwise, okay. So the handling of hazardous waste material is separate from the handling of the normal trash. And so the select board is, handling that side of things. The Board of Health has always been handling the hazardous waste days. It requires a separate company to come in and set up and get ready for handling all of the potential hazardous waste that could be generated in Westborough that we obviously don't want people to discard of improperly. We try to have an annual hazardous waste day to give people a chance to drop off their stuff. Most people don't take advantage of it every year, but when they are moving or preparing to move or have done some renovation and have some hazardous waste build up, we do want to provide an opportunity for them to get rid of it at a reasonable time frame. We had in the past, recently during COVID, with budgets really tight, we did actually stop doing it annually, and we had moved to twice a year. And it created some logistical problems. I know if any of you had been to the annual Hazardous Waste Day this year, in terms of getting them set up, there was actually quite a bit of wait, and we apologize for that. They weren't set up in time. And so we had a number of cars that were waiting for longer than they should have. We're now trying to make this part of the regularly recurring expenses, and so that's why it's in Article 8. And this would allow us to handle the hazardous waste that's generated in Westborough as far as individual residents.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
I think I answered.
Gentleman at the name, street address. And then
Yeah, Alan Ehrlich, 6 Garfield Drive, also Chair of the Board of Health. I just wanted to add to what Dr. Walsh had said, which is that the companies that deal with regular trash, deal with even things like picking up bulky items and stuff like that, are not the same companies that deal with hazardous waste. There's different regulations, there's different EPA implications and things like that. So this is going to be handled separately from looking at how waste is handled in our town. There may be some overlap, but for the most part, this is most likely going to be a separate endeavor from how we deal with all the rest of solid waste.
Thank you, Dr. Ehrlich. Gentleman back here at this microphone, name, street address, and then your remarks, please.
Gary Kessler, 20 Ruggles Street. In the future, should we expect this to be part of the regular...
Can you just speak a little louder, please? Or...
Should we expect this to be part of the regular Board of Health budget as opposed to a separate line item in an article?
Thank you. So the question is, why not just put this in the Board of Health and have it as a separate article? Dr. Ehrlich, would you like to address that?
Well, it may be better coming from one of the other town boards, but this has been how it's been for as long as I've been on the board. I think there is always a notion that this was somewhat optional in the sense that it could be deferred for a year if need be, or things like that. And often it has been deferred only to come to town meeting, and then the town says, no, we want to have it every year. So for that reason, I think it's always been handled separately because it isn't viewed as part of the necessary things on a yearly basis, even if, as Dr. Walsh noted, it's quite desirable.
Thank you, Dr. Ehrlich. Ms. Williams.
So it is part of the regularly recurring article, and we do anticipate doing that in the future. One of the benefits of that is that any money that is left over from a fiscal year can actually be used in the next fiscal year. So we actually plan to treat this article similarly to other articles like tuition reimbursement and healthcare reimbursement account, where we want to fund the article at a certain level so that we're able to move it forward, and then that money stays with the program. So, and so anything that's not expended in fiscal 23 will roll into fiscal 24, and then and so on.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Looks like we're ready for a vote. Our action. Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Savoy. Just come to the microphone, please. Can you come down to this microphone? Just make it faster.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. The question is, are we going to vote singly or total?
I can do it either way.
I would request singly.
You'd like to do them individually? Okay. All right, so I guess we'll do them singly then. I was going to try to get away without doing the A, B, C, and D, but we will. So we'll do individual votes. Let's vote on 8A. This has to do with the reserve funds. 8A, part of the motion. So when the light goes green, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, and I'll record the vote separately. Voting has begun. Can we make the time a little shorter for next time? Okay. Thanks. I think everybody's gotten the hang of it by now. Okay. For Article 8A, we have 208 in favor and 28 opposed. That carries. We'll let them clear their machine, so 208 to 28. Once the machine is cleared, we'll move to item 8B, which is restocking Sandra Pond. Just give them a second to reset. Yep, ready? Okay, we're now voting on 8B, the restocking of Sandra Pond. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion to transfer from free cash. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. Is that the updated vote? Okay. So the vote is 187 in favor. What was the number again? I didn't get the number. What? Okay, 187 in favor to 38. That motion also carries. Now we'll let them clear out their machine, and then we will move to 8C, which is appropriating and transferring from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund. I'll make a note to do this with the questioning A, B, and C for next year so it can go a little faster, in hopes. Okay, they're not used to having to do these fast votes, so they have to go through recycling their machine. Okay, ready? 8C, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion to appropriate and transfer from the Cable TV Enterprise Fund. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. We have a vote of 217 in favor and 22 opposed. That motion also carries because these all require a majority vote. Once they clear the machine, we will move on to 8D, which is a transfer from free cash for the July 4th committee, or the Recreation Department's July 4th celebration. Voting has begun on 8D. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the transfer from free cash. Pressing 2 is opposed. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 214 in favor and 32 opposed. So that motion carries. And now finally, we have the raise and appropriate of $25,000 for the hazardous waste day. So once they've reset the machine and the light goes green, pressing 1 will be a vote in favor of that, and pressing 2 will be a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 212 in favor and 34 opposed. That motion also carries. So parts A, B, C, and D, and E mentioned in the article, all of those have passed by a variety of numbers. So noted in the record kept by the town clerk. We now move to Article 9, related to the Small Business Grant Program by the Economic Development Committee. I guess the motion is made by Mr. Zepp. Name, street address, and then the motion, and then you can make some remarks.
Good afternoon. Mark Zeff, 3 Stonehill Road. I move the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash a sum of $60,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Remarks, Mr. Zepp?
Nope, none.
No? Okay. You just want to see if there's questions?
Fred, do you have anything?
Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Leonardo. Okay.
Fred might.
Thank you.
Fred Leonardo, Community Development Director. The point of this is that back in 2019, we started to appropriate, the town started to appropriate monies for the use of the Economic Development Committee to give out small business grants. It's risen up until it's $60,000. That money actually comes from fees that come from electronic billboards. It's given towards the EDC. I have a presentation, but you'd like to see it, but basically it came to the town's attention that the way we were appropriating the money wasn't done completely correctly, so we have to change that format, and that's what this correction is. It'll be a recurring article in the future.
Thank you very much. So they have a presentation. We'll wait and see if anybody thinks it's necessary. Are there questions about this? Yes, Mr. Walsh is heading to the microphone, I believe that's it. Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. When the Economic Development Committee started, it was kind of sold to the town as something that wasn't going to cost us anything because it was all had its own external funding through the billboard. It now seems like we're changing that around, and now the town actually has to pay for the Economic Development Committee. And so I'm just trying to understand for the taxpayers, this is now going to be a burden on them. And I just want people to be aware that this is not kind of how the Economic Development Committee was sold to the town back when we started.
Well, again, we do take in, the town takes in $60,000 from electronic billboards. That money is still what we're planning on using to fund the grant. There's no change there. It's just the way we actually appropriate the monies.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Williams, explanation. It seems like it's a money flow question.
Sure, I just wanted to add to that. So, so we would receive that money from the electronic billboards. Just to be clear, we do have an economic development position, our economic development coordinator. That is funded through the budget. There are also some small expenses related to economic development in the budget. That's all in the community development department budget. This grant program has always been intended to be funded by the electronic billboards. If the money now comes into the general fund, and so it would close out to free cash. And so we're not asking for more than we get in electronic billboard fees for this program.
Thank you. Gentleman at the back microphone, name and street address and remarks, please.
Hi, Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. I was wondering where we could learn more about the amounts that we are receiving from the electronic billboards. You know, is it available in some manner that we can see over year by year? And how are those rates set? Do they change? Do they increase?
No, the rates don't increase. They've been set at $10,000 per face of billboard. That's in part of an agreement between the town and the billboard company, which is Clear Channel for the most part. As far as what the money's used for, again, I can go through the presentation.
No, that's okay. I was just curious about the revenues that we're getting from the billboards. And is that contract in a certain time period?
Yes, it's paid on specific times during the year.
But the rate that we're charging?
Hang on.
It's in an agreement. I don't have the agreement in front of me, but there is a contractual agreement between the billboard company and the town.
Ms. Williams, you'd like to just clarify the process and how we can learn more?
It is a multi-year agreement. Those agreements are public, so you can certainly come see them. I want to say it's at least 10 years. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of this article. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're set for the vote. Our action comes on Mr. Zeff's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $60,000 for the purpose stated in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting begins. Voting has ended. We have 207 in favor and 34 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. It's 11:34. I will again remind you that the Women's Club and/or the school staff has lunch if and when you get hungry. The school staff lunch part will be available till 1:30, and the Women's Club, I believe, is there all day. We now turn our attention to the Capital Improvement Plan, Article 10. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to approve Article 10, Sections A through N, and that the town vote to transfer and appropriate the following sums. $43,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10A, $91,608 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10B, $97,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10C, $39,500 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10D, $57,500 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10E, $175,000 from free cash for the purposes of Article 10F, $265,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10G, $115,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10H, $20,000 from sewer retained earnings, and $20,000 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 10I, $28,333 from free cash, $28,334 from sewer retained earnings, and $28,333 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 10J. Sorry. $56,667 from free cash, $56,666 from sewer retained earnings, and $56,667 from water retained earnings for the purpose of Article 10K, $265,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10L, $50,000 from country club retained earnings for the purpose of Article 10M, and $132,000 from free cash for the purpose of Article 10N as printed in the warrant. Hopefully I got that right.
Do you want to do read the motion for 10-0, or do you want to handle that?
We're going to handle that separately.
You're going to do those separately?
Yep.
Okay, so let me do these first? Okay. So what about 10P? You want to handle that separately as well?
Which one?
10P?
Yeah, O and P I'll do separately.
Those will be separately. Okay. So we're going to start by doing A through N. The O and P we're going to do later. So we're going to do this a little bit like the budget. So there's separate motions for those because they're a little more complicated, I guess.
And John, can I just make a few comments on this?
Yeah, when do you want me to go? You do the comments, then I'll do the question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Johnson, thank you.
Yep, sorry. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. And again, apologies for the long list here, but basically the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028 capital improvement plan reflects the implementation of the capital planning policy that identifies and includes all capital projects across all departments in town for the 5-year period. The implementation of this policy continues to include significant capital expenditures that were not historically included as part of the town's capital planning process. and fully achieving the goal of developing a comprehensive town and school-wide plan continues to be a multi-year effort. The town continues to fund the capital requests per the comprehensive fiscal management policies, which in summary prescribes funding capital replacement at 1% to 1.5% of the general fund operating budget. The plan as presented here today includes general fund capital costs equaling 1.13% being funded through free cash, so within that policy of 1 to 1.5%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'm assuming that all of you have access to the Finance Committee report and recommendation. I'm going to, just to try to structure this, I'm going to go through parts A through N now and ask if people have questions, then as we did with the budget. Yes, Mr. Leslie. Oh, you want to update things? Thank you, Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. I would like to make a correction to our report and recommendation on Article 10N on page 28. Our recommendation in the booklet should have read report at town meeting, and I'm happy to report now at town meeting our vote was 6-1-1 on March 23rd.
So that was 10N as in Nancy?
10N as in Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I'm going to do now is I'm going to assume you can follow along, or you've maybe been reading ahead, and I will read the letters A through N. If you have a question, want to discuss further, just holler out question, and then we'll vote on all the unquestioned ones, and then we'll deal with the questioned ones, and then we'll circle back and go to 10O and P, since they have separate motions. Yes, what's your point, please? Name and street address, Mr. Savoy? Yeah. Yeah, wait a second, wait, I'll replay the question. We're going to do it like, I'm planning to do this like the budget. Oh, here's the microphone, but I'll answer your question. Mr. Savoy had asked, are we going to vote these individually? I'm going to do this like the budget, where I'll say A, B, C, and if people want to question them, they can question them and we'll vote them separately. But all the ones that are unquestioned, we will vote as a group. Is that okay?
No, I would request that we vote on each one individually. Because of the magnitude of the money here, I think it's an opportunity we should have an opportunity to vote on each.
Well, we would vote on each of them, but so you're saying you would intend to question every item so we could talk about them separately?
Well, I would intend to would request that we vote on each one, because they are very different purposes and significant amount of money.
Okay, so you'd like the record to record the vote for each one
Yes,
independently?
yes.
Okay, all right. I'm assuming that Mr. Savoy is not alone. And I think we've got practice from the voting crew now that we can do these in more rapid fire. So we will entertain discussions and votes. Yeah, yes. Name, street address. Scout, wait for the microphone. Scout over here, please.
Thank you. Brendan Broder, 26 Church Street.
Yeah.
A point of order, can I make a motion to vote as a block on items A through N in the first instance, and if they pass as a block, there's no need to take individual votes on each item?
Okay. Well, it's not actually a motion, it's my decision, so I'm going to gauge the thing. So thank you for, so here's what I'm going to do. I would like the meeting to take Mr. Savoy's comment into consideration, whether you think it's important to have individually recorded votes on each and every line item. The alternative is, if people really want to do that, you can question everything that I do. You can question around, I read A through N, and then we'll see if all of them get questioned, we'll do them as Mr. Savoy wants. And if they don't all get questioned, we'll do it the way this gentleman wants. That way it's fair. There is an opportunity to force a vote independently, but let's just see how it goes, okay? So if you follow along in your Finance Committee booklet, are there questions on 10A, vehicle replacement for community development? Okay, there's a question. This is going to go well. 10B, are there questions on the security system upgrades at the fire department? Question. 10C, diesel exhaust system replacement at the fire department? Question. Mr. Savoy, is it your intent to question all of the items? Okay. We are going to jump ahead and say that all of the items have been questioned, therefore saving us about a minute and a half. And now we'll go and do it that way, because that's what the meeting wants. So let's entertain discussion on Article 10A, the vehicle replacement by community development. Are there specific questions that people would like to ask? If there are, Mr. Scout, could you bring the microphone to Mr. Königsberg, please? Scout, down here? Down here to my right, your left? Who has the microphone? Where's the scout with the microphone? Hang on, okay. Hang on, where is the microphone, Scout, do you know? Ah, he's over there, sorry. I didn't see you. Those Boy Scout uniforms are like camouflage. Mr. Königsberg.
Yes, Andy Königsberg, 3 Smith Street. You're proposing to replace this vehicle to 2012 with a brand new one, whereas the existing vehicle was a hand-me-down police cruiser, but later on you're proposing to replace 4 police cruisers. Why can't another hand-me-down police cruiser be given to the Economic Development Committee? Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Königsberg is asking why a new one, why can't have a hand-me-down. So who would like to address question 10A? Anyone from the Select Board, Community Development, or whatever? We'll see. Mr. Leonardo will answer that.
Yes, Fred Leonardo, Community Development Director. Again, I have a presentation, but I'll defer for the moment on that. The idea was through the capital plans for the last 5 years is to try to replace all our aging vehicles. With the advent of green communities, it's much easier to have hybrid vehicles, and that's what we're proposing for this vehicle, is to have a hybrid for better gas mileage.
Thank you, Mr. Leonardo. Mr. Conklin, you want to address 10A?
Yeah.
Okay, name and street address, please, and then your 3 minutes start.
Lloyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. So I see on 10A, and maybe make it quick so we don't have to do all 3, 10G and 10I, all of them are forcing hybrids on these departments. And the business here is, what was just stated was better vehicle mileage. No, in fact, they don't get better vehicle mileage. The cost of electricity is higher than the cost of gasoline. So the mileage is not better. So I would have them strike the forcing of hybrid vehicles in those 3 articles. 10G, 10A, 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 10G, and 10I.
Okay, hang on. Right now, when I read 10A, and remember, the article information isn't actually what gets voted on. The motion, the article that says, and as the motion that Mr. Johnson read, just is to transfer from free cash for the blah, 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 for the purpose of purchasing and equipping a vehicle. So the mention of hybrids is in the information, is in the article information, and that's not a, there is no directive to do that. There's a giving a certain amount of money. So there is nothing to strike from the motion.
Well, it appears like a directive to me, and it appears that that is what they will actually be doing.
Right, so as I said, there's nothing in the motion that mentions hybrid vehicles. If you would like to, if your concern is that the mention of it in the article is that the cost is more, you can propose an amendment to change the amount allocated, but the motion makes no mention of hybrid vehicles, so there is nothing to strike about that. Wait,
Okay.
just give me, hang on just a second.
Thanks.
Let me see what Chief Lowry, I'll get back to you, Mr. Conklin, okay?
Just real quick, that's false. When he refers to G, for a savings of money on that article, to answer the question now, we're going with 22s instead of 23s, saving $7,000 a vehicle. They're gas vehicles. We do have 7 hybrids and 1 all-electric, and we do embrace purchasing those vehicles when they're available, but we saw a significant cost savings. We're still monitoring and coming to terms with any issues that we have with hybrids, so that is untrue. When you get to our article, we are just replacing cars that are pretty much junk. In fact, 1 car we're replacing is through Homeland Security. That's out of service right now to DPW. That's that K-9 vehicle cruiser. Again, that vehicle purchased by Homeland Security will be a gas vehicle. So I just wanted to be clear on that. We will purchase them whenever it's possible, but right now, $7,000 a vehicle is a significant savings, and that's the route we're going now.
Okay,
I'm all for gas.
Wait. So we're going to address, all these got questions, we're going to address them separately. I understand you mentioned A, G, and another one, but for now, we'll come back to G. Let's now focus on 10A. So you had made a recommendation to strike hybrid from the motion. It isn't in the motion, so what I am suggesting to you is if you think what would achieve your aim is to give less money to get a non-hybrid vehicle, you can propose a new amount, and we'll do it like we did with the school budget, but there is nothing in the motion about hybrids at all, so there's nothing to strike there.
No, I'll just pass.
Okay, just want to make it clear. So again, if you don't, I realize not everybody's into all the inside details. The article information is essentially information written and put in the warrant to try to pre-answer some questions that come to mind, but all that article information is not binding on the motion itself. The wording of the article part binds what the scope of the article is, and the motion is what we vote on. So since there isn't mention of hybrid vehicles in the motion, all 10A and these other ones have to do is to allocate a particular amount of money from a particular source for a particular purpose. Okay? Anything else on 10A? Yes?
Good morning, Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. Just to the question about the hand-me-down vehicles. So the town has historically, or in the past, in many years past, passed down police vehicles to other town departments. I just want to make it clear, although I don't have the details, there is a cost to do that. So those police vehicles are not configured in a way that would allow us to operate them for the functions that, say, Fred is asking about. So we have to send it out to a dealer. They have to find the parts. They have to reconfigure the vehicle on the inside, and then we get it back. So we've looked at that in the past, and the parts availability for the reconfiguration on the inside has been long lead time and all that sort of thing, all the things we've heard about, logistics. So I can't give you a cost, but I can tell you it's not free to pass down a vehicle to another department.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Leonardo.
Fred Leonardo, the other thing that the commitment has been through the department is to go to hybrid. It's gas, not plug-in, strictly gas-powered hybrid. We actually have been waiting a year for the first appropriation, so I continue to do that because we did commit to do a hybrid.
Thank you, Mr. Leonardo. Okay, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion. In summary, it's to replace vehicle and community development department by a transfer from free cash of $43,000. When the light goes green, your action comes. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting begins. Voting is ended. We have 194 in favor and 49 opposed. The motion carries. Questions on 10B, security system upgrades at the fire department. Is there a specific question? There don't have to be. We can just go to the vote so we can. Okay, we will go to a vote on Article 10B once they clear the system. Security system upgrades to the fire department as following the motion from Mr. Johnson. When they're ready and the green light goes on, this is another transfer from free cash for 10B. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 198 in favor and 41 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Moving to 10C, where there's specific questions about the diesel exhaust system replacement for the fire department. If there are none, we will move to a vote once they've cleared the system out. Whenever you're all set. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion on 10C Voting 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 217 in favor and 29 opposed. The motion carries. That as a majority vote. 10D, dealing with IT network upgrade. Are there questions on the IT network upgrade? Seeing none, once they clear the system out, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion to transfer from free cash the amount of money for the purpose of Article 10D. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun, obviously. Voting has ended. We have 219 in favor and 27 opposed. That motion also carries. It is a majority vote. Moving on to 10E, the IT Microsoft 365 migration. Are there specific questions on this line? Seeing none, we will move on to the vote on Article 10E. As made in Mr. Johnson's motion, once the system's cleared out and the green light goes on, voting will begin. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion, and pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. We are voting on Article 10E. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 225 in favor and 24 opposed. That is also a majority vote. The motion carries. We now move to Article 10F, the IT Systems Infrastructure Update. Are there specific questions on 10F? Seeing none, once the system is clear and the green light goes on, our vote will be on Mr. Johnson's motion related to 10F, the IT Systems Infrastructure Upgrade and its transfer from free cash. Whenever they're ready, voting has begun. Again, as always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun on 10F. Voting is ended. We have 219 in favor and 26 opposed. That motion also carries. It is a majority vote. Were there questions on Article 10G, the purchase of 4 police cruisers? Seeing none, once they clear the system out, our next vote will come on 10G, a transfer from free cash in the amount that Mr. Johnson read for the purpose in the article for cruisers. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion on 10G. Voting 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 194 in favor and 51 opposed. That is also a majority vote. The motion carries. Were there specific questions on 10H relating to the Buildings and Grounds Department capital maintenance? Seeing none, once the voting system is cleared out, we will vote on Mr. Johnson's motion for 10H, a transfer from free cash for the Buildings and Grounds capital maintenance. Voting has begun. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is ended. We have 211 in favor and 29 opposed. Also a majority vote. Motion 10H passes. Moving to 10I, replacing 2 admin vehicles related to sewer and water retained earnings. Any specific questions? Seeing none, once the voting system is cleared out, our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion for transfers from the sewer retained earnings and water retained earnings for the replacement of 2 administrative vehicles in the DPW. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has started. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 218 in favor and 3-0 opposed. That motion also carries. We now turn our attention to 10J, the wood chipper replacement from the DPW, with funds coming from free cash, sewer retained earnings, and water retained earnings. Any specific questions or comments on 10J? Seeing none, when the voting system is cleared out, we will move to Mr. Johnson's motion on 10J, dealing with wood chipper replacement. Voting 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 220 in favor and 26 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now move to Article 10K, the bucket truck replacement for the DPW, with an allocation of funds from free cash, sewer retained earnings, and water retained earnings in the amounts read by Mr. Johnson. Are there specific questions on 10K? Seeing none, when the system is cleared out and the light turns green, voting will begin on Mr. Johnson's motion for 10K. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 208 in favor and 35 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Moving to 10L, a 6-wheel dump truck replacement for the DPW with a transfer from free cash as read by Mr. Johnson. Are there specific questions about the dump truck replacement? Again, seeing none, when the green light goes on, they will have cleared out the system, and we will be voting on Article 10L, the 6-wheel dump truck replacement. Transfer from free cash is read by Mr. Johnson. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 213 in favor and 33 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Now 10M, utility tractor replacement for the rec department with a transfer from country club retained earnings of $50,000 as read by Mr. Johnson. Are there any specific questions about 10M? Seeing none, once the green light goes on, voting will begin on 10M. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 210 in favor and 35 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. 10N, the Mill Pond School roof replacement with a transfer motion read by Mr. Johnson from free cash. Are there specific questions about the Mill Pond School roof?
Yes.
Mr. Caprioli, what is your question? Name and street address, and then your time begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Caprioli, 9 Carmage Road. I want to bring to your attention that this request is not to replace the roof. It requests funding for the architectural design and engineering work necessary to develop a scope of work and cost estimate for roof replacement work. Then you'll have to spend the money to replace the school roof. Do you understand the enormity of your spending at this town meeting and the almost unbelievable docileness of your involvement? This is a serious amount of money to just figure out what the roof is going to be It doesn't pay for the roof. Do you see the magnitude of the spending? Do you really understand what you are voting for? And do you really understand, although this is not a representative town meeting, this town meeting should represent the town. I can't believe it does. I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to reflect on all the people I talk to that say that Westborough taxes are too high. What's going on here? Is this the exception to everybody I speak to outside of this forum? Please, think of the people that aren't here. They deserve some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Other comments regarding 10N, the Mill Pond School roof? Okay, yes. Oh, Ms. Bach, sorry. Didn't see.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. I just want to frame a little bit of information regarding the Mill Pond restoration. It's a restoration project. Could you pull up my slides? I'm going to actually do them really quickly. I think it's important you understand, to Dom's important information of the cost of things. I agree, roofs are exceptionally expensive. I'm sorry. And so this is a restoration project which actually serves the purpose of helping us to defer a larger cost over time. I'll do this really quickly for you, just so you know. It's asking for the $132,000, which is 12% of the estimated project cost. It came in as a rough order of magnitude, most likely at about 1.1 million. That would allow us to do a roof restoration project where they basically, in effect, do a seal coating on the current roof. And it has many benefits for us. It allows us to get a second 20-year warranty on that roof and to actually push out much further a more substantial and much more costly roof replacement. It has a couple advantages for us in the sense that right now this roof is in good enough shape to accept a restoration, and we can use this kind of rubber ply application that will allow us to basically get a second kind of life out of this roof. The other piece of that that makes it particularly advantageous is we don't have to take all of the other roof product off, so you're not making as much waste and you're allowing the product that's already on the roof to continue to work for you. A cost of a 1.1 million, while a large number, is substantially less than the numbers you'll see when you look at what now has to be a replacement roof at Hastings, because we're well past the point where we can rescue anything on the top of that roof. So I would seek your support of this article.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Mr. Johnson, and then we'll go over here. And, there's Mr. Johnson first, then back to the standing mic. Sorry.
Yep, thank you. Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way, and the Select Board Representative on the Capital Planning Expenditure Committee. We heard loud and clear from town meeting that coming with the big dollar amounts and estimating rough order of magnitude for projects like this, and then having to come back at subsequent meetings because the number was close or not close enough and we needed more money. So the request through the Capital Planning Expenditure Committee, which the schools accepted, and it was to do exactly what we're doing here. Ask for the money up front for this design, so then we can come back to town meeting with a number that you can feel confident in when you're voting for it, that is basically the cost you're going to pay. So this is a request. It is a multi-step process, but we think it is good fiscal policy to do it in this way versus trying to vote on what's called a rough order of magnitude that has wide variability, especially in times like this where we're dealing with inflation costs, as folks know. So just wanted to highlight that this was a request that came through the Capital Expenditures Planning Committee to do it in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Woman at the standing right from back here. Name, address, and then remarks, please.
Sophia Kogan, 26 Church Street. So Ms. Bach covered a lot of what I was going to say. But in general, planning ahead for massive projects is the fiscally responsible thing to do. And so I'm very much in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Mr. Durrett.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. One of the reasons why I wanted to get up and speak to this, because there's been a couple of things wandering around the town meeting today. And I just want to address, I guess, obliquely, Dominic's concern about all the money you just voted in the past article. You might wonder, how does all that money get into free cash? Well, besides other things that were mentioned earlier, which is leftover dollars in various accounts that weren't all spent, is from the school budget. Based on what you voted this year, will be a return to the town under Chapter 70 money, which in past years has been on the order of $11 million that comes back to the town in the cherry sheet and then goes into the free cash. That's where all that money comes from. It comes from a return on what you voted for the school budget. Specifically to Ian's point, we have in recent years been trying, I guess, to get the town meeting quickly to do these things without a process that will return to you a fixed price for the work you do on these kind of projects. Because now the dollar amount of the repair is over the state's minimum to hire an engineer and to add, in effect, additional cost to the total project, the only way now that we can get a fixed price bid is to have an engineer put together all the documents and then go out to bid, so that when you see us next time on this particular project, or for that matter, when we talk about what's going to happen on a future article today, that we can bring to you a contract cost that we would expect to be a fixed price, and when you voted at town meeting, that's what you will pay. Not what we've been seeing in recent trends for the last year and a half or so, and because in many cases we're talking about 6 months delay, the only way we can get this done to work the way I just suggested is to have a bid come in within 30 days of town meeting, so that we can bring you what will likely be the fixed price cost for that project. And this process that Ian just explained does that. It allows us to hire the engineer to create all the bid documents, create the drawings, and then go out to bid in the timing that will deliver a project fixed price for what would turn out to be this time, this fall town meeting. It's the only way that we can have fiscal control over these projects. And it doesn't matter whether it's for school or whether it's for town projects. I think the suggestion and recommendation of the Capital Expenditures Committee is the only way that we're going to be able to do that going forward. So that's the plan. Now, the other thing, for a certain amount of money, is you will also end up with a owner's project manager, which is what we had on the fail school, which provides oversight, daily oversight of what happens on the job, so that not only do you pay the right price, but you get the quality of the work that we want. And in fact, on fails, finally, we did. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Woman at the microphone back here. Name, street address, and your remarks, please.
Kathy Cavalieri, 16 Samuel Harrington Road. I just wanted to note that Mr. Leslie stated that the Advisory Finance Committee's vote on this was 6-1-1, and I just wanted to ask if anyone on the board there wanted to share any reservations they have about this project.
I will turn to the Finance Committee and see if anyone wants to summarize their vote. Give them a second. Walter, would you like to, Mr. Leslie, or Mr. Beretti?
The member who voted against this article is absent today, home nursing COVID. However, you can access the minutes to see the discussion that was centered around this article, and you can also access the Westborough TV YouTube site to get the full flavor of the discussion. Well, I'm sorry it doesn't, but that's the way it is.
Unfortunately, he's not here to address it. Ms. Less.
Paula Less, Blake Street. I just would like a little clarification. Mr. Durrett couldn't be more right about having to move quickly to get estimates for projects of this magnitude. The longer you wait, the more the product goes up, because there's less availability and there are a lot of projects across the country being done. But there was a little bit of a disconnect from the school superintendent when she said that the $132,000 and put her presentation up was, she said in her presentation, maybe she didn't realize it, but that was going to be the cost of the replacement of the roof. But in fact, it's not. It's only for the design or for the recommendations of what the roof will cost. Now, when they come up with that cost is they're going to be held accountable to keep to that cost? That's my question.
Mr. Durrett, would you like to answer the question?
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. I think you know when you do anything for your house that you get an estimate. And then what happens is it's not what they said, it's what they did. The only way we can force the cost of these projects to be a fixed price is to go out to bid, get the bid, and under state bidding laws, that then we write a contract that says that's what it's going to cost. And the only way you can do that is to do the engineering as has been requested here. And in fact, I think as we all go forward, you'll see not only what we're going to do in the school department, but the town itself will do the same thing. You cannot do this kind of project, this magnitude of work, without a fixed price contract and expect it to come in at that cost. Otherwise, you have the exposure of what you thought it was and then what it really cost. And the only way you can pay for what it really cost is then to have to come back to town meeting. Now, we can't award a contract unless we have enough money for it. And so when you do, let's call it a random order of magnitude, and you vote the money for it, and then the contractor wants more money because you didn't have a fixed price contract, the town's exposed. And so as a result of the Capital Expenditures Committee, if we do it this way going forward, you won't be subject to having to pay for it twice. And this is the only way, in my opinion, that it's going to work. So we hope that you will vote for this so we can execute this particular job on the basis that it is offered. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you
Johnson.
for clarification.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I do believe that Superintendent Bach did mention this number is roughly 12% of the overall cost, and I think she mentioned, correct me, 1.2, 1.1, something like that. Should be the expectation around that number, but we will have a firm number when it comes back, and that's what this is paying for. So this roughly represents about 12% of what you should expect to be the overall cost for this roof renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman standing back here, would you like to speak on this point? Yes, you. Yep. Name, street address, and then begin your remarks, please.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Tom Wolf, 11 Stagecoach Circle, Westborough. I guess I was a little confused when this was being presented. So this whole thing, this part of the, when I read here, I'm reading it's the design cost. So there is no actual work being done. I mean, there's work being done, right? They have to take measurements and things. But I understand, from what I understand is, when I look at the bullet list and the things that are presented there, they're not actually going to be done. This is just to ascertain what the cost would be. Is that correct? Okay, and this is a price of $132,000 to do this. I guess my other question is, and I have to admit I'm naive, this is an existing roof, and we're going to be essentially doing the roof over for whatever it takes, identifying things. Why is it so expensive when we already have an existing roof? You know, I'm an engineer, I'm an electrical engineer, but I'm not a civil engineer. I'm just curious as to why this would be cost so much just for the design. And I'll leave it at that. And I'm sure there's a good reason for it. I just don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to address that question? Mr. Durrett or Ms. Bach? Ms. Bach. Okay. Little of each. Ms. Bach.
I find all the numbers shocking as well. The cost of roofing is astronomical. We used a 12% of what they gave us as the anticipated cost for this seal coating. Again, we're looking at a cost of they gave us $1.1 million to do this seal coat process and basically give us 20 more years on this roof and let us push this cost out, which would be much higher than that big number if we attend to that now. If you look at the number you're going to hear about on the next presentation, looking at replacing, say as an example, the Hastings roof, that number's closer to 5 million. So when you're looking at doing this project now, working with the capital committee, it made sense to them to understand that if we could take a roof that was in relatively good shape, we could push out the long-term expectancy of that roof for another 20 years, and because it's in relatively good shape now, we can do so. I imagine that what we didn't want to do when you come in, you're looking for funding, you don't want to come in for a request here and not have enough money to do the design, and we want to complete it. If there's funding left available from the design, we would of course either return that or you move it forward to help cover the cost of the overall project. So that would be a decision when we return to you with the actual bid in hand.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. I'm going to go to the standing microphone back here. Is that Ms. Anderson?
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I'd like to move the question.
Ms. Anderson has moved the question, the purpose of which is to terminate debate. So it's, I understand that there's still people who want to speak, but this is not debatable. We essentially just go straight to a vote. It takes 2/3 vote. If you think that you want to hear more on this to help you make up your mind, you will vote down. What was that?
Point of order.
What's the point of order, please?
So you've changed the policy where you wanted us to stand at the back and then you were randomly going to call on people. If you have a bias in terms of who you pick, you might choose somebody that is calling the question or moving the question forward, and it would disadvantage other people that might have been up here before that. I just want to make that you've changed it for this town meeting, and now it's actually affecting.
Well, I just want to mention there was no bias. I don't know what people are going to say when they stand up there. I saw 3 of you here, and I saw 1 person here. You stood there at approximately the same time. I took 1 person from here, then was going to go here, then I was going to go back to here. I did not know, and I do not know what Ms. Anderson was going to do. So I will continue to try to be fair, but I saw all 4 of you standing at approximately the same time, and that person hadn't spoken, so I will...
I want to apologize for misclarifying.
That's all right. No,
I do just want to say that there are people willing to speak.
I try to always be fair, and I did not know what Ms. Anderson was going to move the question, because sometimes she asks questions, sometimes she doesn't. So, I don't know. I will do my best, but if you want to keep talking about this, the easiest way to fix my error in judgment, perhaps, is to vote against this, and we'll keep talking. And if you want to stop debate and go to vote, then we will vote yes on the motion. So, Ms. Anderson moved to terminate debate, the purpose of which is to go straight to a vote. So this isn't the vote on the school design. This is a vote of whether we keep hearing discussion of 10N or not. So when the green light goes on, if you would like to terminate debate, you will press 1 to terminate debate. And if you want to keep talking about 10N, you can press no. It takes a 2/3 vote. I will not vote, just so nobody thinks that I care. I'll be here all day if you want. So when the voting's ready, so this is voting on terminating debate. If it passes by 2/3, we will go straight to a vote. If it fails, we will continue discussing. Voting has begun. I'm not touching my voting device. I might grab my sandwich soon, however. Voting is ended. We have 210 in favor and 62 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. We now go to our vote on Article 10N. The motion before us is still Mr. Johnson's motion to transfer from free cash an amount of money he read for the Mill Pond School. When the voting system has been reset and the light goes green, we are now voting on Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 1 will be a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 will be a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. And just because I realize part of Mr. Walsh's motion, I will ask people not to stand at the microphone as if they're there, just as the group over here did, so stand across. I still was planning on calling on this side, but it wasn't because she was standing at the mic, it's because I was jumping from side to side. Voting is ended. I didn't see the vote. Can you please put it back up? I was busy yakking. Okay, wait a second. So we have 222 to 48. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now move to 10O, which requires a new motion. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote the sum of $504,000 is appropriated for the Hastings School new roof design, including all costs incidental or related thereto, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow the sum of $504,000 under General Law, Chapter 44, Section 777, or any other enabling authority, and that the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Bach for discussion on this one.
Mr. Leslie, while Ms. Bach's getting ready, Mr. Leslie would like to report on discrepancy?
Yes, Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I would like to notify people that in your booklet, Article 10.0 on page 29 shows 800, and it should have said report at town meeting. We actually voted these on Thursday night, just a day or so ago, on March 23rd, and the committee voted 710 in recommending the town support this article.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Now, Ms. Bach.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. I am not an engineer. Just a preface. I will walk you through this. We're always looking to collaborate. I just want to give a shout out to the Capital Committee. I think it's really looks to fiscal responsibility and the work they have done to look at these projects and to weigh them out so that we can keep all of our municipal buildings functioning has been really impressive to me. This seeks architectural design and engineering, as you heard in the motion, to do the design for the replacement, the full replacement of the Hastings roof. It is a 12% estimate of the anticipated total cost. It is an 80,000 square foot roof. The warranty on the new roof will be 40 years, life expectancy 50, 10 years more beyond the warranty. The quality of roofing is much better than it used to be, but we have gotten long lives out of the roofs we have had. This roof is well beyond anything we can do to maintain it. It is the same roof that is done, that we had at Armstrong, that had a catastrophic failure, that we had to replace in an emergency method. You see all the things that we're struggling with this roof. It's a PVC, it's large, it's 27 years old. It's given us an incredibly good life. I'm proud of it. Time to retire it. A new roof is probably $4.2 million, which is the number they gave us, and we can all know that it will be higher by the time we go out to bid. You can see here that we're at the place where the roof itself is pulling away from the flashing at the side of the building along the edge. That really isn't repairable. You can put your hand down through between the roof and into the ceiling. We're doing our best to continue to provide care to this roof. We continually assess it, patch it, and take care of it. But what we know is that water damage is serious and costly. It leads to mold. It loses to loss of property. It costs staffing time and management and cleanup and repair. This is the interior of the newly renovated entry of Hastings, which is beautiful and well done as part of another project. And you can see here that it had wall damage and paint damage that had to be repaired. Here you see what we're facing as we begin to look at extensive leaking inside the building. If you look at the center picture, you literally see the water is pouring out of the light. This is a roof that needs to be replaced. It's been studied extensively over multiple years. In our original DRA report, which had just been completed when I actually became superintendent in 2014, it called it out for extensive repair and a plan to begin to think about replacement. 9 years later, it's now a level 1 extensive need. You are going to hear in the next article that will come up that Hastings also, as you know, was seeking funding to repair the ADA compliant needs of the building and the HVAC on the interior. You are going to see that we will pass over that article. We will talk about it next. However, we are bringing this roof forward for design because it is important for us to get the engineering completed so we can move on bidding the replacement of this roof regardless of the interior needs of the ADA project. Doing the roof design now will allow us to go out to bid for a hard number to return to you to either do it as an emergency repair, which would mean we would end up applying to circumvent any of the ADA interior needs and just do the roof, or to work with you if we end up bidding the ADA interior renovation to do the roof as part of the total package of that work. So by doing design now, which will stay as a viable tool for us to use, you don't lose design financially, it will be done. It allows us to then get the other pieces of Hastings in line and to be responsive if the roof fails before we can get the ADA things managed. That's about as succinctly as I can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. I see you want to speak on this article? Yes, name, street address, and then begin your remarks, please.
Yeah, Joe Considine, 10 Smith Street. I'm in favor of this article. Hastings is the oldest of the 3 elementary schools, and as we saw, this is an essential project as the roof is currently leaking. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. A good project requires good design. I think that's been clear. I applaud the town for doing that. I do have a couple of questions, and that is when, in my life, is when I'm in personal business and looking at contracting out versus hiring full-time, it becomes clear that contracting out costs more than doing it inside your own organization. But for short-term projects where you might not need a full-time person, it makes sense to, contract it out. Here, with the number of articles, both the one that we just talked about and this one, it seems like there might be an opportunity. I mean, $500,000 sounds like quite a few full-time employees for the course of the year. And I'm wondering if the town has considered hiring an engineer, and if so, what was involved in that discussion. It seems like we might be able to do this cheaper if we just had our own internal personnel. And then the second question that I had is relating to, as we talk about roofs, and earlier we talked about the cost of electricity, have we considered putting any solar panels on these roofs? I know that that's common in a lot of buildings these days, and so I was just wanted to hear from somebody that might be involved in this. Is that going to be part of this design process as well?
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Anyone like to, Mr. Durrett, would you like to address Mr. Walsh's questions?
Well, the first question is, do we, the town, have engineering staff capable of doing that? And the answer is no. To the extent that what we do is we hire the best engineering company when we have a project like this, and review a few of them to make sure that they have the qualifications. But the most important part of this is the engineering liability associated with a good design or a poor design. If it was an internal staff and we got the, quote, low-price person, what happens if the roof fails? You can't sue your own employee, or at least what happens is we all get fired. But so the process is that we'll hunt for the right engineer to do the work. And we can, and in fact, although it's not a bid process for the engineer itself, it certainly is a competitive process to pick the right person. And that's what we have done in the order of these magnitude projects, and based on the liability, I wouldn't recommend that for a one-time shot, that is maybe a 2-year project, that we bring somebody in-house to pay them. The second part is under the state's bid law, the ultimate program is that we also have to have more than likely an owner's project manager to support this for day-to-day oversight. So all these things complicate the process, and at this point we're caught up in an economy for which, believe it or not, engineers are not readily available, and certainly specialty engineers are even harder to find. And if you do find them, they're very expensive, and you'll hear that story shortly. And so the process here is to be prepared, to get the information necessary to have bid documents so that when those documents are available, we can go out to bid. To the extent that one might talk about an emergency project like we had on the Armstrong, it sort of happened as a result of saying, well, we can squeeze one more year. But I think what we're all seeing is that's not a good policy, and in fact, it's now caught up with us on this roof. So obviously, we would very much like to have you vote for this process and for this dollar amount so that we can begin what is necessary to be able to get a firm price bid in an economy that can support it. So with that, I'll leave it to you. Thanks.
Could you address the question about solar while you're answering? Please.
Yeah, part of the overall project for Hastings is use of the roof for solar. I mean, one of the issues that's embedded in the ADA work as well as the HVAC work is that certain modifications to the roof to support new devices on the roof is necessary. What was done in the day was some pretty radical, inexpensive roof designs that support the, if you will, the membrane that's on top. We ran into that on Armstrong when we did the remodeling. So the bottom line is that we have to structurally modify the roof in certain areas in order to carry additional loads, including snow load, because the state's design requirements for snow changed as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Mr. Bain, would you like to speak on this?
Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. Just have a question, since this is a borrow. What are the terms of the borrow, please? The plan
Details on terms of the borrow? And can you
number of
provide-
years, timing, rate.
Hang on.
Leah Talbot, Finance Director. So a design is, a borrow can only be 5 years, but once it's rolled into construction, it's a 20-year borrow. And right now, we're still using the 4.5% from our financial advisor. We actually just did a borrow a week or so ago, and we received a 3.04, I believe, on the short term and a 3.4 on the long term. So those.
Okay, so this would be actually rolled into the final.
Right, exactly. That's what happens is we roll the design, and as long as you do the project, the design is rolled into the construction.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. This microphone, please. Name, street address, and then your remarks.
Hi, Suzanne Petrie, 18 Wheeler Road. I'll say mostly in favor of this, but I have a question just on the life of Hastings. If you're looking to put a 50-year roof on, does this building have 50 years left of life?
Who would like to address, Ms. Bach, would you like to address that? Ms. Bach.
Who knows? I mean, you know, I don't want to be on record as a definitive, of course, but I do want to recognize that when we looked at originally the selection to rebuild Fales, we looked at Hastings and realized that it had really good bones. It's got a lot of good steel infrastructure. It's been assessed and looked at, and yes, I believe it has good life left in it. But the roof will outlive the undercoating probably, and we'll remember at that time, if we're here. The space is good too. I mean, it's a viable building, and with the updates that we're making, again, all of these updates, while they will continue to be large numbers, are much smaller than 60 million. So advantageous for us to do the repairs to this building and to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. The gentleman behind Mr. Caprioli hasn't spoken at the meeting yet, so I'm going to recognize him. Mr. Caprioli, if you're at the beginning, I said we're not doing the order of people line up at microphones this year. We're spreading out, and I'm choosing someone who hasn't spoken at the meeting yet. So I'm giving the time to the gentleman behind you.
I haven't spoken on this.
I know.
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Could you say it again, please?
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I got in here kind of late today, but so some of the stuff might have been discussed. I'm just interested in
how long of a warranty did we have on that Hastings, on the Hastings School roof? Because I'm sure that's been done over the last 10 years or so. And it just behooves me that these roofs, you're saying that we're going to get 30-year roof. Most of the membrane roofs that I put on in the state buildings, I've had minimum of 20, 25 years before they may need patching on seams and stuff that have let go. It seems like all the roofs in our town on the schools seem to fail, like after 10, 15 years, there's all kinds of water damage and stuff that occurs. Why aren't these leaks taken care of with patching prior to major detriment to the whole roof structure and the interior of the buildings? It's just normal practice. If people living in a house have a leak in their roof, they don't just leave it until it destroys the whole interior of their house. You have to kind of get on things where you must have money to do simple repairs on some of these roofs prior to just letting the water just flow down through the roof and cause all sorts of damage. I'm just curious as to what kind of warranties do we get on these previous roofs that, like the Mill Pond School, has that been open now for 15 years, or I've kind of lost track of how long it's been open, but it would seem like that school shouldn't be needing a full new roof replacement already at its point in time. So I just wonder if you could address that. So
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Speaking about the warranties, Ms. Bach?
The Hastings roof, thank you for your questions. We're done with Mill Pond. I won't go backwards, but we can talk off record. The Hastings roof is 27 years old. It's past warranty. I think it was warranted at 15 to 20 years, so you know we're past that. It's 27 years old. I can't speak to the construction work that was done on those roofs before. The roof that is on there is the one I've got and that we've got and that we all have to deal with, and it's failing. We actively repair these roofs and have taken very good care of them. I can't not comment on the quality of our maintenance staff. I would feel badly if they heard that somehow we just let the buildings, you know, run with water. They are up on those roofs 24/7. We actively patch them. We do what we can on our own, and then we call in a maintenance company. And obviously, even given that high quality of effort to get up there and do that patching, and we have lots of pictures of lots of patches, the roof simply is so porous at this point that we're past the opportunity to do more with it.
do you know whether these roofs actually have tapered insulation so that water doesn't just pond because you've got a flat roof with flat insulation and you get ponding in time?
Yeah.
So that the water doesn't get to drains, roof drains
Certainly.
that
I
can
mean,
get
we
it
have
off the roof?
their design. That's why we, as Steve said, we'll get a good design and engineer person to give us what we need to do this roof repair. It's got good drainage. It's got what it requires. It's got the incline you're talking about so that water runs towards the drains. It's simply that the coating on the top of that roof, the rubberized PVC, is so past its life, it is not repairable.
Do you know what manufacturer it is? Was it a
I don't.
Firestone or a
I don't.
Carlisle roof, or
Well before my time. I just have to cope with what's left.
maybe Steve knows? Maybe Steve could address that?
I don't know that it's relevant to the decision,
Yes,
to
well-
be
Yeah,
kind.
Mr.
I mean,
One at a
vote
time,
no.
please.
I just want to be fair to the fact that the roof that is on there is the one that's leaking. The discussion is, what is it going to cost to repair it? I can't change what roof is on there, and maybe we will definitely have a better warranty and a better product to what we do put on there. But the roof that covers Hastings is what's there.
I think to one of the other speakers that spoke before me had suggested, I think it's maybe time that the school department, out of your $63 million that is spent budget-wise, I think you must have like $150,000 where you could have an engineer or somebody on your staff to take care of these sort of issues on a daily basis so that it's not just looked at after the fact when major problems have occurred. It seems like all these budget items that come up in the school department should have been handled more appropriately sooner. I don't understand why a roof on the other piece of Hastings wasn't done when you did the Hastings addition to the school. Why wasn't the roof corrected at that point in time?
Mr. McCollum, that's not a question for this article,
I
so
will
please
accept,
conclude your remarks.
I happily accept the feedback, is all I can say. I will take it. And we didn't add anything to Hastings. That building did not get an addition. The preschool that was built adjacent to it was a completely freestanding structure, and it is a new structure, but Hastings itself did not get an addition. So the roof we are discussing is the roof that has been on it since it was built. I accept the feedback, and I'm always willing to meet with you individually to review what we're doing. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, just to refresh ourselves on some rules, some old, some new. One person speaks at a time. I decide who that is. No back and forth without us taking a breath to make sure we're following the questions. This isn't a work meeting where we just talk over one another, so let's not do that anymore. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, one of the pieces of feedback I received was to not essentially have the default order of people I call on be the order they line up at the mic. So rather than lining up as if you're in a line up horizontally, I guess, and I will choose. Sort of like the group over here before did. So, and then I will do that. So from now on, I would expect people to line up standing away from the microphone, and I'll choose. But since I've already alienated Mr. Caprioli once, I will now call on him to speak on this. So, Mr. Caprioli, name, street address, and begin your remarks, please.
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I have a penchant for numerical analysis. And if you take the $500,000 figure, and it's 12%, that suggests the roof cost will be $4 million. I believe I've heard that, and the superintendent is nodding her head, so I'll take that as an affirmative. If you take $4 million and you divide it by the roof square footage of 80,000 square feet, you come up with a $50 per square foot expenditure. Now, if you take that $50 per square foot expenditure and you apply it to your residence, which may have a roof that measures 20 feet by 50 feet, which is actually a smaller figure than you actually have because your roof is peaked, it's not flat. But let's say it's 20 feet by 50 feet, and you multiply 20 by 50, you get 1,000. And if you apply the $50 per square foot, you get a $50,000 price on the roof of your house. No one, I've put a roof on my house. I understand the shingle bundles. I understand the whole process. No one spends $50,000 on a roof that's 20 by 50 feet. I mean, you could get architectural shingles beyond your wildest dreams and spend less than that. My point is this, ladies and gentlemen. The town has the ability to spend money, your money, in a way that you cannot and do not spend. You have to think critically or you're going to be wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. The woman at the microphone back here, name, street address, and then make your remarks, please.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street. Request the motion to terminate debate.
Oh. Never met that woman, did not know that's what she was going to say. In fact, it surprised me. So as we've been through this before, those of you who are, we might lose, so you might go back. The motion has been made to terminate debate. We've heard people speaking in favor and against. We've been going at it for almost half an hour. So motion's in order. We will now move not to the motion on the roof itself, but on whether we want to hear more discussion about it. So when the green light goes on, takes a 2/3 vote, we are voting on press 1 if you would like to terminate debate and move straight to the vote. Press 2 if you would like to continue debating. As soon as they're ready, voting is begun. Voting has ended. We have 227 in favor and 39 opposed. That is more than a two-thirds vote. Debate has been terminated. Therefore, our action now goes on the motion made and read by Mr. Johnson for Article 10-0 that had to do with appropriating and borrowing $504,000 with all the various wording about that. When they've cleared out the voting system, now our vote is on the Hastings School new roof design, Article 10-0. This requires a two-thirds vote because it requires because it asked for a borrowing. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 222 in favor and 48 opposed. That is a two-thirds vote. The motion carries. And now we get to 10P, having to do with the Hastings School ADA construction. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move to pass over this article.
Mr. Johnson has moved to pass over the article, the effect of which is to take no action, which means that nothing is done with it, but we've taken it off the warrant and we have dealt with it. Is there any discussion about Mr. Johnson's motion to pass over? Yes, Mr. Leslie. Oh, more corrections. Okay, sorry, I'm not keeping up over here.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I would like to report a typo in the booklet we gave you. Article 10P on page 29 says 800. It should have said report at town meeting. We voted on this on Thursday, and we had a motion to pass over this. We recommend the town pass over this article, and our vote was 700.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Johnson.
Yep. I'd like to have Superintendent Bach just speak to
Yes,
this
okay.
one.
Ms. Bach, while you do that, I've also been asked to say some of the children who are in childcare are interested in lunch, and so if their parents could, I feel guilty about this because I've been nibbling on my sandwich for like the past 20 minutes. So if parents could possibly sneak out between voting and help get their kids fed, that would be really spectacular.
Please feed your children.
So,
And actually, Mr. Moderator, if
Yeah.
I could, sorry, I was reminded that in the booklet, it says that the select board would vote at town meeting, and we did that earlier this morning, and we voted to support the recommendation to pass over 4-0.
I'm just going to briefly preface this. Oh, Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street. I'm almost embarrassed to say it again, and you're sick of seeing me. So I will not be talking again after this article, I promise. I just want to take a moment and indicate that the plan to pass over this article is grounded in a lot of the discussion you've heard around these other articles, which is we will take design and go out to bid and come with a fixed number ready to award, so that we know that when we appropriate those funds, we have the capacity to successfully complete those jobs with the money that you've given us. We went out to bid, and because we were missing several subcontractor bids, we were not able to get a strong bid number, and therefore it really violates the practice that we want to engage in with you and in working with the capital committee to make sure that we're bringing forward a biddable number. So we have pulled the article. We will vote to pass over it, and then we will rebid the project probably August and September with the hope to have a fixed number ready to award and bring you forward a number in October. We believe it could be more advantageous timing-wise, that maybe we can get a better set of contract bids and the timeline could be adjusted successfully. We will come forward. This is work that has to be done, but we want to stay within the design that we've all agreed is the most fiscally prudent. So that is why at this time we are voting to pass over it.
thank you, Ms. Bach. Any discussion on the motion to pass over, which essentially means we take no action? Yes, Mr. Durrett.
I just want to add a few more details. Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. As you've heard before, we talked about having engineering done, bid packages put out in the street, and then out to bid. What we found is we could not get a fixed price because the qualified sub-bidders wouldn't bid because the market is so in flux. What we were told is that the electrical components for this job, they couldn't get for at least 60 weeks. So they couldn't even start the work in the time frame that we're talking about. But the engineering is good. The engineering is valuable, and in fact, we have now the bid package and the bid drawings so that we would not be forced to, in effect, hire somebody with an open-ended price. And so, as Amber said, we will take the information that you've invested in so that we can go out to bid again, and hopefully we'll be successful when our economy straightens itself out a little bit, and obviously get we hope, a firm fixed price bid to bring back to the town in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durrett. Don't see anyone else wishing to speak, so I think we can move to the vote. We have a motion by Mr. Johnson to pass over the article. As I've said a number of times, that means we take no action on it other than to say we dealt with it and we decided to do nothing. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of passing over. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. Oops, I didn't see the number. Can you get back to the vote? Do we need to do it again? Is that it? Or do you need to do it again? Hang on. Do you want me to redo it? Okay, hang on. Okay, the vote is 229 in favor and 9 opposed. The motion carries. 10P is passed over, and we are now done with Article 10. Moving to Article 11, dealing with multi-use trails. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $110,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Remarks by yourself? Or?
No, Mr. Robbins will be giving the presentation.
Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Moderator, Jim Robbins, Town Planner. This article will fund the trail that most of you know as the BWALT, which stands for Boston to Worcester Airline Trail. I'm going to call it the BWALT instead of calling it those 4 long names. As most of you know, this is not a new project. The article itself is going to enable us to apply for a grant which will fund 80% of the 25% design cost. A little background. The 2018 strategic plan identifies acceleration of the development of the trail as a high priority. The 2019 Mass Trails Grant funded a feasibility study for the Boston-Worcester Airline Trail. With input from staff, conservation, and the Active Transportation Safety Committee, the feasibility study was completed. In October 2021, the selectmen voted to accept the final draft of the feasibility study and asked the town manager to create an implementation plan. The 2021 master plan identifies the continued development of the BWALT as a major goal. So here you see the sections of the trail. Section 1, all the way to the left, which is Otis Street, is being paid for right now by state funding. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a further slide. We're looking at funding now, number 2, phase 2 in green. The feasibility study estimates the total cost of the trail to be approximately $24 million. That's the entire trail, all 6 sections. Based on proposed construction and design, funding for this trail is proposed to come largely through alternative funding sources, such as grants, through the Mass Department of Transportation, and through capital expenditure planning, A 5-year capital request was submitted this year to the Capital Expenditures Planning Committee, understanding that the preferred funding sources will be grants. So we've sought many grants, particularly in this case, the Mass Trail Grant. We also have a section of the trail that has been funded privately, and I'll show you that now. So if you look at this section here, which goes down to section 5, we know that is West Park Drive. A private development firm, which is doing the construction of the roadway to go to Flanders Road, a private road, is also building the B-Walt, and we received a Massachusetts MassWorks grant as matching fund to do that trail. So no taxpayer money was involved to build that trail. Section 1, which I told you about Otis Street, most of Section 1 of the proposed trail will be completed as part of the Otis Street Corridor project. Funding for this portion of the trail includes a $2 million MassWorks grant, a $2 million DOT grant, a Complete Streets grant at $500,000, and the American Rescue Plan funds at $250,000. Per the capital plan, the town is pursuing the grant for Section 2 of the trail. The town has applied for a Mass Trails grant, and if awarded, it requires a 20% match. That's the reason we're here today, is to get the 20% match. The Mass Trails grant will pay $440,000. We're asking the town to raise and appropriate $110,000. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you just said raise and appropriate. This is actually transfer and appropriate from free cash. So if you said raise and appropriate.
Thank you, you're correct.
Yeah, so this is a transfer from free cash. Walter's not there. Any correct discussion? Ms. Anderson.
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I just want to urge everyone to vote for this. If you've ever been in the center of Lexington or any of the towns on the Cape or any other towns that have trails through them, you know how much these towns add to a community. People out biking, walking, running, pushing strollers. Our own residents will get more healthy exercise, more social opportunities, meeting people on the trail, and these kinds of trails also tend to attract people from other towns to come in and spend their money at our restaurants and buying ice cream and that kind of thing. They're a very positive addition to a community, and it's something that's relatively inexpensive for us, and I would urge everyone to vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other discussion? The gentleman at the microphone back here. Name, street address, and then remarks, please.
Bob Fidelli, 12 Butterfield Drive. I'm opposed to this on 2 grounds. First, this will require eminent domain, which I think is unfair. And number 2, the grants are not free money. The grants come out of our state taxes or federal taxes. So although the grants don't require Westborough taxes, the grants come from taxes of other sorts which we all pay.
Thank you very much. Person at the mic, Ms. Google?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, there's what you want, somebody want to respond to that? Sorry, I'll get to you next, Ms. Google. Mr. Edinburgh.
To respond to 2 points. This section of the trail, there's no eminent domain involved or necessary. In past town meetings, there were discussions about potentially using eminent domain as a tool for corporate properties to donate as a mechanism, as opposed to doing easements. And there was some discussion of eminent domain of some private conservation land in a couple areas of town, but that's another section of the trail that has not been designed yet. It's unclear if that would ever be necessary. And even if it was deemed to be appropriate, it would have to come back for town meeting for discussion at that point in time. The second thing, as far as mass trails, that is correct. It's coming from state funds. All of our taxes statewide go into it. Those funds are available to us to use. If we turn down the grant, that money will simply be sent. It won't be given back to the taxpayers. It'll be simply sent to other communities who will benefit from those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Ms. Google.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ellen Google, 84 Fisher Street. I chair the Active Transportation and Safety Committee, which is where this emerged from. Our committee saw through the feasibility study. Now it's a project of the Select Board and the Town Manager. What I wanted to say is, and the other thing is that I was actually the one who coordinated, researched, and led and developed the Mass Trails grant, because that's my professional background. I've been a grant writer for 20 years, so it was a great way to plug in. And in doing that, I have some additional information that I hope you'll take into account. This section that we're going to build is going to connect West Meadow Plaza. It's going to connect the MBTA commuter rail station, which the state loves multimodal. So the fact that it's going to the train station is working in our favor. And it's going to connect all of the Amazon robotics employees, at least 300 from new employees over there. So it's really going to serve a lot of people. But beyond that, I also wrote about all of the apartment complexes over there that it's going to serve. This collectively, between Arrive, the residents at Westborough Station, Park Westborough Apartments, Carlton Gardens, the villages at Walker Meadow, and Westborough Village, the transit-oriented, is going to collectively reach and serve about 1,300 households. I don't necessarily think that those people are always the ones who come to town meetings, so I live over on that side of town, and I want to speak that this is really going to benefit a lot more people in the immediate area than we might have thought on the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Google. Mr. Königsberg, did I see you waiting there before and just leaning against the wall? If so, you may speak.
Yeah, Andrew Königsberg, 3 Smith Street. I'm not speaking for or against this, but I want to let the town know. I've lived here over 20 years. I live off the east side of town, off of Route 30. When I walk down Route 30, there's no sidewalks. I very often have to walk in the side lane where it can be about a foot of paved area wide. Cars going by 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. When I ride my bike through town, I have to swerve out of the breakdown lane in order to avoid potholes or catch basin grates or whatever. I wish this town would pay as much attention to the life-threatening bicycle and pedestrian safety issues all over this town as they are to B-Walt, and spent the kind of money that has been spent on B-Walt to improve or to ameliorate the life-threatening bicycle and pedestrian safety issues that exist all over this town. So I'm not speaking for or against. I'm asking the town to commit that kind of money as we're committing to B-Walt to the rest of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Königsberg. Gonna look around. You don't see anyone else who wanted to speak. In that case, our action comes. Sorry, did I miss somebody? Okay. Our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $110,000 for the purpose stated as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting begins. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 219 in favor and 33 opposed. That is way more than a majority vote. The motion carries. We turn our attention now to Article 12, dealing with library building improvements and design, put forward by the Library Building Committee. Will they come forward? Can I just ask, are you you're planning on doing a full presentation, right? In that case, it's a good time for me to go to the bathroom. Not that I don't want to hear a presentation. So Ms. Blazejewski, could you come take over? I just don't want to put Ms. Blazejewski in the predicament of having to figure out how to do votes and all that. So I'll get it started, and then I'll turn over, and now I've aired way too much private information. So. And again, it's after 1 o'clock. I think the school-provided lunch will be closing down in about 20, 25 minutes. Not that I don't want you to listen to this, but if you can send somebody out if you haven't had lunch yet. I'll get things started. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Petroselli, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Bob Petroselli, 6 Francis Drive here in Westborough, and I move that the town vote that the sum of $360,459 is appropriated to fund the building study and design costs for repairs to the Westborough Public Library, including all costs incidental and related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow the sum of $360,459 under General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, Subsection 7, or any other enabling authority, and that the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project.
Mr. Petroselli, you may begin your presentation. This is a 10-minute presentation time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Petroselli, 6 Francis Drive, and Vice Chair of the Library Building Committee. We are here before you today seeking funds for the repair project of the Westborough Public Library. As you may recall from the special town meeting this past fall, there are a number of issues that still need attention, and we are seeking funds for the design work to begin to address these issues. Make no mistake, we heard the clear message that the proposed new addition was too big and too expensive, and that voters only wanted us to repair and reuse what we currently have. This article is the first step in this new process. The expertise that's gone into this project is deep. The Library Building Committee is made up of 10 Westborough taxpayers who bring decades of construction, fiscal management, and municipal experience to this project. In addition, Lamro Pagano Architects has been in business for 54 years and has been involved with the library since 2015. Vertex, the owner's project manager, has been in business for 28 years, and they joined the team in early 2022. The two firms together have a long track record of public construction experience, and both were selected through highly competitive processes required under state law, and the Library Building Committee believe they're the best team for the project. Now, this is a repair project only, and will take place in 3 phases. It will involve doing all the necessary repairs as one project over a shorter period of time, rather than coming back again and again, several times, for piecemeal repairs over many years. In order to bring you the most cost-effective project, we are seeking funds now only for the first phase, which is a study, schematic design, and preliminary cost estimate. This work will take about 7 to 10 months. Once the schematic design is complete, and we have the opportunity to share and get public feedback, we will next bring a second request for funding for a detailed design and bid documents and a solid cost. This second phase, or design development phase, will take about a year. So we would then plan to come back a third and final time in October 2024 or March of 2025 to seek funds to do the actual work. It's important to note that this project is only going to make repairs to the existing building, and we will not be increasing the square footage or expanding the footprint. So what we are asking for today in this first phase is a total of $360,459 for the architect's schematic design and engineering studies. That will include structural, electrical, and fire protection, and others. This first phase also requires funding, or includes funding, for an owner's project manager, which is required under state law. Now, several folks have asked us, well, why do we need an owner's project manager? Well, in 2004, upon the recommendations of a special commission on public construction reform, the legislature enacted sweeping changes to the way all public construction projects were procured. One new provision was created, Section 44A.5, which requires all public awarding authorities, including municipalities, to engage the services of an OPM on all public building projects estimated to cost $1.5 million or more. And as such, we are bound by all state laws related to public construction procurement, building codes, prevailing wages, and others. In short, the OPM represents the interests of the municipality and is our agent for the project. Their duties include, but is not limited to, the services and the scope of work you see on this slide. And Westborough has had OPMs on all of their public building projects since 2005, including Vertex, which was the OPM on the Bale School project. Okay, so why are we doing, or why do we need a repair project? The original library was built in 1908, and the addition was added in 1980. There are a number of issues, including systems that are past the end of their expected life and no longer meet building or safety codes. Quite a few repair projects were deferred in anticipation of a construction grant from our state library agency. When town meeting rejected the new building addition in October and December, the $9.4 million grant was lost, but the need to repair our building still remains. So, repairs. The current library has some major infrastructure issues. Two critical ones are the electrical system and the roof, but there are many more. The electrical infrastructure is inadequate for a modern library. In staff and public areas, an electrician was brought in to safely link power strips together in order for staff and patrons to be able to do their work. And there's no place to easily plug in a cell phone or charge a laptop. You'll see from this slide that this is just one of several antiquated light switches in the old building connected to old knob and tube wiring. The slate roof on the original building is now 115 years old. Roofs of this type usually last between 100 and 120 years. A full assessment is needed to determine the extent of the repairs. Many of the tiles are cracked or broken, and the pins holding them to the roof are deteriorating. You can see here where non-matching materials had been used to replace missing tiles on part of the 1980 addition. The result? Warped tiles, and we need to determine if water is seeping into the attic space. The windows in the old building are still original single-pane ones installed in 1908. They're rotting and need replacement, and the exterior woodwork is held together in places with putty and paint. 2 weeks after our December town meeting, there was a small fire in one of the ceiling-mounted fan units on the main floor. A patron saw the smoke and alerted staff. The staff pulled the fire alarm and evacuated the building. That unit is offline right now, and while we assess whether to repair it for $8,000 or totally replace it for $25,000. The fan units throughout the 1980 edition are past end of life, and parts are very difficult to come by. So to wrap up, this first phase schematic design will help us determine the complete picture of the work that needs to be done. This slide shows some of the known essential deferred maintenance items and triggered updates. The design team will review past studies and will take a look at things like the walls, the roof, and windows, and will perform fire protection, plumbing, HVAC, and civil and landscape engineering studies. All of that data will be reported back to the Library Building Committee and shared with the public. This study will give us a comprehensive, planned approach to fixing the building rather than having, again, to come back time and time again. It's expected that this repair will also trigger full ADA compliance along with other codes that you see listed on that slide. So in conclusion, the current library building cannot continue to operate in its current condition, and funding for this phase 1 design work is the first step toward achieving the necessary repairs. We heard the message from last fall town's meetings that you want us to keep the building as it currently exists and fix the repairs. Voting yes on this article will allow us to begin this critical and time-sensitive work. And again, I want to thank the Select Board and the Advisory Finance Committee for both unanimously supporting this, our request for this funding. Thank you, and we're ready for questions.
I'll turn my microphone back on. Thank you, Mr. Petroselli. Can I just ask for a show of hands, just how many people want to speak on this so I can just start allocating what's going on? Okay, so we have speakers here. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Conklin.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. So once again, we could spend $800,000 over a 3-year period and not trigger the ADA requirements. And then also looking at these estimates here, replace existing gas-fired boiler plant with electrified HVAC system utilizing the high efficiency heat pumps to comply with the town's climate action plan and reduce fossil fuel emissions. So this is not a repair work, this is replacing the existing gas-fired systems with electric systems. So I think this is a bait and switch. And actually, I think that this plan, this $360,000 for the architectural and engineering business on the front end is going to be, when we see this in 8 months, is going to be another $20 million price tag plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin. I'm going to recognize the woman in the back here in the white shirt. Yes. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Durfee, 29 Wayside Road. I loved libraries as a child. I still remember eagerly going to the library on lazy summer days and filling my bag with new books in the hopes of getting prizes in the summer reading program. Fast forward 20 years, and that little girl has grown up to be a woman with a master's degree in English from Harvard. As a mother to 3 preschoolers, I would love for my children to have similar wonderful experiences in their library. All that to say, I want to be in a position to support the library's funding request, but I can't right now because there's an issue of much higher priority. You may have seen me at a table this morning in the lobby, and you'll have seen this book.
Hang on, wait a second. Hang on just a second. What was the point?
Yes, I'm explaining why I can't be.
Well, hang on. Wait a second. So your remarks are about being in favor or against fixing the library?
Yes, I'm about explaining why I'm against fixing the library.
All right, continue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You may have seen me at a table in the lobby before you walked in. If so, you'll have seen this illustrated book. And as you can tell from the title, it's a book with explicit sexual content. And 3 weeks ago, it was being prominently displayed.
Excuse me. All right.
I am explaining why I can't be in support of it.
Hang on. Let me talk to both of you.
Thank you.
I understand it's frustrating for some people. If a person wants to make a point that the reason they don't want to support renovating the library is because of some of what the library does, then that's one way that they can say why they do or don't support. It's up to us to hear all the arguments and decide. We're not here for like hours to talk about what's going on. We're here to hear reasons why people are either for or against. And I think we can sit and listen for 2.5 or 3 minutes of why anybody is either for or against. There's a time limit, and if that's their reason, and I don't think I can judge that that's not a valid reason to support it. So now, with that said, please continue your remarks.
Thank you. 3 weeks ago, it was being prominently displayed to all of the kids ages newborn to 12 who use the children's room. My toddler grabbed this book from the display beside the movies while my 3-year-old picked out a DVD, clearly displaying and keeping the book in arm's reach of little kids creates the opportunity for a child of any age, 0 to 12, to be exposed to this illustrated explicit book. Now, what do I mean by explicit sexual content? Here are a few brief examples. Page 11, a close-up illustrated female crotch with pubic hairs. Page 14, a variety of female crotches with a variety of pubic hair. Page 18, a penis inside a vagina. Page 56, an illustration of someone masturbating. I've shared my concern about exposing preschoolers and early elementary age kids to explicit sexual content with our library director. She's reviewed the book, and as I understand it, she does not share my concern about exposing small children to explicit sexual content. My understanding is that our library will continue to circulate this book without any safeguard or compromises. The agenda for the next library trustees meeting shows that the board will be addressing my concern, and the impression I got from speaking to our library director was that this Wednesday at the board meeting, my concern will be discussed, but that nothing will change. So many compromises could be reached, 2 examples being that it could be moved to the teen room, shelved with parenting books, or simply just put on a higher shelf so that small children won't pull it off. With that being said, at a minimum, let's move explicit sexual content away from the displays in the children's room. Then we can talk about removing the old carpet and windows. Thank you, Town Moderator.
Thank you. All right. No applause? No? All right. So the woman at the standing microphone back here. Name, street address, and your remarks, please.
Linda Birch, 1 Essex Way. My question is, what is the library going to do about parking? Through the town, we have learned that the Congregational Church parking lot will not be available for library patrons. We have another issue.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Does someone like to address that? Okay.
Sure. Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road, Chair of the Library Board of Trustees. Our response is going to be, according to the town parking study, there is not a parking problem in town. The library does not have its own parking lot. It's never had its own parking lot. We rely upon the spaces downtown, which were counted and we were told are not a parking issue. There's nothing we can do about it. We don't have a parking lot. The town expressed their desire to keep the library downtown back in 2016 when we went through the whole process of trying to determine what the best method for repairing the library was. Do we build brand new? Do we repair? Do we keep it downtown? The town voted then to keep it downtown. In our repeat surveys in 21 and 22, the town expressed their interest overwhelmingly again for keeping the library downtown. The town has been very, very well aware of the parking situation of the library, but they've continued to express their interest in keeping the library downtown. The library did decide that if the town wanted to end their agreement with the church to not use their parking lot, that was fine with us. As we explored that topic after our discussions from town meeting, that many of our patrons didn't know that was an option, and if we can lessen the burden on the church parking lot by not parking there, that we would do that to try to be a respectful neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman with yes, you on the left there, please. Yes. Name, street address, and then up to 3 minutes of remarks, please.
Thank you. Josh Kashansky, 2 Irving Street. This very focused, limited proposal of phase 1 of 3 of library repair proposal, I'm speaking in favor of it, and I'm speaking in favor of it because I was at the October and December town meetings where this got discussed. At that time, there was a lot of discussion that not doing so would still require a future renovation or repair that would trigger ADA compliance. And I think that the fact that we're coming back and we're talking and we're hearing that that is true and consistent, I think that that only showcases that we are here. And this was foreseeable, and now that it is foreseeable and is very likely, we should agree to fund it. Because this is phase 1 of 3, it's going to take an extended period of time, and so I think we should really start to get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to the gentleman at the microphone over here, remembering to not have anybody pre-stand at the microphones, but do what these other people are doing, but I'll recognize you now.
Thank you. I'm Joshua Gordon, 33 West Street, and I would like to say that I wholeheartedly support the library's proposed funding. I think that every town needs a library as a resource for those citizens who are not fortunate, as some of us who are able to afford things like internet access or a large book collection of our own. And that includes the book in question. I have my family's personal copy here. We are lucky that we can afford to have it, and that it has been a valuable resource for all of us. Well, we have a teenage daughter, but I want to think about the teenage daughter whose family may not be lucky enough to know how to educate their daughter on these topics. I'm sorry for the person who spoke if she was upset or somehow traumatized by this topic. Plenty of other people are not traumatized by this topic. And I think we need to respect the majority of people in town. And as far as a book like this being exposed to someone who's too young for it, that's a conversation we can have. I'm sure our director will have some thoughts about how we can make this be in a section of the library that's age appropriate without removing it and without defunding it. I'm hearing too many news stories in this country about people wanting to defund libraries because of their objections to content. That's not what this country is about. We do not censor in the United States of America. We're not Afghanistan. We are not Sudan. We are not Saudi Arabia. We are the United States of America, and we do not censor. Even if it makes some of us uncomfortable, there's always something to be learned, and I think the library is a great resource, and we should continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we're focusing on reasons for supporting or not supporting the library design. I understand there's many, many different layers and nuances to it, but let's try to keep most of our focus on why we support or do not support the motion under this article, which is to fund a library building improvement and design. With that, I'll bounce back over to this side to Ms. Less. You were waiting?
Paula Less, Blake Street in Westborough. This article, or this topic, has really divided this town in a way that I've been living in town for 42 years, and I have never seen the kind of disgusting display of people in this town on opposite sides, where people are verbally on social media attacking those that agree, don't agree, whatever we want to do. I'm talking about the library, and I remember that a number of years ago, the library came to the town and asked for the very same thing, for a study to be done on what needed to be repaired on the building. It was granted, the study was done, the town funded the repairs in the millions of dollars. I asked the treasurer on Wednesday to please give me the dates and exact numbers. She never got back to me. So I don't have the exact number. But the people at the library know very well what I'm talking about. The library, after that point, then turned the money back to the town of Westborough and never made any of the repairs to the windows, the roof, the HVAC, the carpeting. They painted walls and they made it look pretty, but they didn't do any of the repairs that they had asked the town for and the town had granted at that time. And I don't understand where the social responsibility is from the people who are running the library, the trustees, the librarian, and everybody else who is involved in all of this. Why did you turn it back? Because you wanted a new library? Well, the people of the town spoke and said, we do not want a new library. I happen to live in the historic area of downtown, and one of the things that we bought that house for is we were able to walk to the library, walk to the police station, walk to town hall, walk to the middle of the center of the town. And the charm and beauty that it added to the center of town is immeasurable. And I want to see the library repaired, but I want people to be responsible. You were given the money once before and took it and then gave it back to the town. And my question is, why? And excuse me, Mr. Moderator, could I not have people heckling?
Yes, but just wrap up your remarks. You got 30 seconds left.
And that's my comment. I mean, we cannot be pitting each other against each other over this topic. So I just want you to think long and hard. Is this going to be the only time you're going to come, or is it going to be granted, and then you're going to turn the money back again?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I'll remind people, I regulate the presiding, so I'm watching the light, don't worry. Red doesn't mean they have to stop, it means they have to start wrapping up. So please don't interrupt the speakers. Thank you, Ms. Les, for tolerating it.
Sure. Mary.
I was talking to the person who interrupted you. Yeah, don't worry. I'd say gentleman with sunglasses on the hat, but there's two of you. I'll pick the one in the middle.
Can I respond? Can I respond to that, moderator?
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. Thank you for your comments. I can appreciate where the confusion comes from, and it's a great clarification. I think some of that confusion comes from how long this process has been going on. It is a matter of timing of why the library didn't proceed with those repairs when asked. At the time in which those monies were asked for and those articles, the town approved it, and then shortly after that is when the state Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners made aware that they were presenting construction grants. And so the library trustees decided, excuse me, to put those repairs on hold and voted to explore grants to see if we can help offset those costs. We were accepted into that program. The town voted that they wanted to go through with that grant process, which kept those repairs on hold because we weren't going to repair something that then would be torn or damaged during a construction project, expecting that we would have been awarded in a much shorter time period. It's unfortunate that due to circumstances of the wait list of how the process happened, that we were on the wait list longer than anticipated. COVID then increased the cost for those repairs and delayed the process even further, which is why those repairs didn't happen in that time span. It wasn't fiscally responsible to use money to repair something that would have been removed during a full construction project. Then after COVID impacted the town asked all boards that were holding on to monies from articles to assess whether or not you still needed to hold it or return it to the town because the town needed it. And it was more responsible for us, since we were still on the waiting list, anticipating to get that grant to offset those costs, to return it to the town so the town could use it now. So that's why we held on to it, and then we returned it when the town needed it. Those needs are still very much needed at the library. That's how we ended up here. I want to thank you for your comment about members in town not turning on each other. It is sad to me that the library has caused a division in town. The library is one of my favorite places, which is why I volunteered my time to be a trustee. Not only have we turned on each other, but I would like to make the point that many of us have turned on the employees within our library too, voicing their frustrations about the project to our public-facing employees. They're there to serve us. Many of them are not taxpayers, they don't live here in town, but they come to work for us every single day. And regardless of how this vote goes and how this project goes, I ask that we still be respectful to those that come and serve us every day. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for reminding, no. We don't applaud. Thank you, and thank you for letting me know that you wanted to respond. I totally forgot about that. So now I'm going to go to this gentleman.
David Venzel, 8 Moore Street. I am in support of this, completely in support of this. I was really disappointed when I came to the other town meetings and the new library was voted against. I feel the least we can do is have...
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Certainly,
Thank
sorry.
You. Yeah, I know it's low.
I was disappointed when I came to the former town meetings and the new library was voted down. I think that the least we could do is have a renovated library that's accessible to everybody, safe, nice for the people working there, with good content that can be discussed with families when kids pick up books or things like that. I think that that's a really important thing about the library. My daughters both love to go there and my family loves to go there. I've only been in Westborough for 7 years or so, but I've noticed the towns around us all have beautiful libraries, and the least we can do is renovate the one that we have to maintain the quality that's there with both the people working there and with the books inside. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Ms. Amiot, yes.
May I make a comment?
Yes, you may. Ms. Amiot, thank you.
Maureen Amiot, 6 Arch Street, Library Director. I also just wanted to clarify one other comment from earlier about the study that was done in 2016. All of the funds that were used to do previous studies were for the previous project. Our architect and our OPM will be using pieces of those to inform the study that they'll be doing if this article is funded. However, they didn't do any in-depth study of the 1980 addition because it was expected that that would be torn down. So there's work that needs to be done on that part of the building to assess conditions and find out what's behind walls, et cetera. The studies that were done at that phase of the project were paid for entirely by library trust funds. It was not taxpayer money that was spent. At the time the trustees voted to use their trust funds in order not to put the tax burden for the project on the taxpayers. So I just wanted to clarify that it was not taxpayer funded, it was gift funded at the earlier phase.
Thank you. The woman, I think on my right, the left in the black, yes, you. Yes. Name, street address, and then please make your remarks.
Hi, I'm Tesney Milani, 1 Thistle Hill Lane, Westborough. I've lived here 5 years. It's a wonderful town. I came from Seattle. I could go to every library. I had a 5-year-old.
A little louder, please, or close to the microphone.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I had a 5-year-old. I could go to every library. I could take her after school. I now have a 16-year-old who basically studies in the hall when the library of Westborough High closes, and I have to pick her up as I come from UMass. She doesn't have a library to go to. Our library should be a place where our teens go to. Our library should be a place like every library, like Shrewsbury, like Hopkinton, where our teens go to work together after school. A place where people can congregate, our seniors, who can come to the library, who can come visit the library that's ADA approved. A place where people can go and take citizenship classes, a place we can congregate other than Westborough High. You know what? We should have book clubs. We should have places that people can congregate. We have nothing. The project that failed in October or November, it was devastating for the people of Westborough because there is no place to congregate. We have to repair this library. This is imperative. This is a place for us. We put taxes to this town. This is for us, all of us, so we can congregate, so we can meet, so we can be a better pluralistic society, because it's about tolerance, it's about each other. I'm a person of color. Nobody knows who I am, but I don't see you. You don't see me. This is a place we see each other. Thank you.
Thank you. The woman in the yellow shirt, are you waiting to speak? Yeah, over on this side. Oh, okay. The woman in the bluish teal color? No, we're not doing it by order. It's okay. I'm just trying to let some new voices be heard. So name, address, and then your remarks, please.
Sophia Kogan, 26 Church Street. So I'm in favor of this motion, and I think it is embarrassing, frankly, that we have a library that is not accessible to all the residents of this town in 2023. And I think it is unethical to, kind of discuss how we can shrink the project to avoid our responsibility to make this building accessible to everyone who lives in town. And the last thing I want to say is that there's nothing inherently pornographic about the bodies of little girls.
Thank you. Over here, gentleman in the we wait to express our opinions and we vote. Gentleman in the flannel shirt, yes, right there. Name, street, address, and remarks, please.
Tom Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I'm in favor of this article. Just a couple of quick comments, just to kind of echo what a lot of other people have said before me. One, the idea of books should be banned as a reason that you don't want to vote for this is just a non sequitur. We have a municipal building that needs to be repaired, and we need to repair it. And to look at potentially piecemealing this, we've seen, and not to denigrate what's been done at Hastings, but we've seen if you start piecemealing, it doesn't really work that well. To not want to bring the building up to electrical codes is like, really, we don't want one of our municipal buildings to be up to electrical codes and safe. And to say you don't want to trigger ADA compliance is just mean-spirited. It's just mean-spirited. And it should be available to everybody, and those with limited mobility should have the opportunity to use it. I think those who are against it, I hope someday you don't have to use that, but if you will get to a point where you have limited mobility, you're going to be thankful that it's there. So that's just all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Conklin? No, you can stand up there and call you there. It was not a question to you, so. Okay. Now the woman in the yellow. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for being polite. Now, name and street address, and then remarks.
Felicia Vatesman, 27 West Street. Request the motion to terminate discussion.
Okay. So we've, thank you. Motion to terminate debate. Okay. So anyway, we have been at this for about 45 minutes. We've heard pros and cons on both sides. We now have before us a motion to terminate debate. So as it went before, right now we are not voting on the motion Mr. Petroselli made. We're voting on whether we want to continue discussing or not. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of terminating debate. Pressing 2 is to continue debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Whenever you're ready. We're getting set up. Okay, voting has begun. Remember, this is a motion to terminate debate, not on the library project itself. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 230 in favor of terminating debate and 30 opposed. Debate is now terminated. That means we now let them clear the voting system, and now we turn our attention to the vote on Mr. Petroselli's motion. I will note that this motion includes a borrowing, so it requires a 2/3 vote. So Mr. Petroselli's motion was to essentially appropriate $360,459 and then provide authorization for it to be borrowed, et cetera, et cetera. So whenever the green light is ready, we are now voting on Mr. Petroselli's motion. A vote in favor is a vote in favor of Mr. Petroselli's motion. A vote opposed is pressing 2 on your device. And this, as I said, because it's a borrow, this requires a 2/3 vote. Voting has begun. All set? Okay. Light off. Everybody all set? Okay. Voting is ended. We have 239 in favor and 46 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Thank you. So we now turn our attention to Article 13, and while we're getting ready for that, I did mention the fact that a Westborough High graduate won multiple Academy Awards, but I also want you to know that we're part of a premiere too. I did not realize that this annual town meeting is Westborough TV's premiere showing on their new HD channel. And so I hope there aren't any close-ups, and I hope people aren't too aggravated by my dapper choice of clothing. But congratulations to Westborough TV for having an HD channel. We now turn our attention to Article 13 related to security cameras, and Mr. Johnson. Hang on, if you need to leave, please do so quietly, though I will ask you stay, or if you need to leave, please come back for the rest of the meeting. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Now that I know that, I'm going to say a few jokes if they were okay with that so I can get on TV. I move the town vote to pass over this article. And I'd like to turn it to the police department police chief for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Chief Lowry.
Jeff Lowry, currently serve as your police chief. This is definitely needed equipment, and it's always a pleasure to stand before you and say, we're giving your tax dollars back to you. But I have to acknowledge the Westborough Police Foundation for their tireless work in advocating for the Westborough Police Department. They're doing an outstanding job. These cameras are needed due to accreditation, to make sure our evidence is secure, the best practices that we're working on here at Westborough. So again, I want to thank them for their overwhelming support and their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lowry. Again, let's just try to keep things moving. So Mr. Johnson made a motion to pass over the article, the point of which is to take no action. Chief Laurie seemed to indicate funding for this was coming from non-tax dollars. Any discussion on Mr. Johnson's motion? Seeing none, our vote comes on Mr. Johnson's motion to pass over. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Wait till the green light goes on. You're just about ready. Voting has begun. Again, motion to pass over. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has started. You can leave it at 15 seconds if you want. Let people get the name. Voting has ended. We have 178 in favor and 4 opposed. The motion is passed over. We now turn our attention to Article 14, dealing with Haskell Street tennis and basketball court lights. Do I have a motion by Ms. Welch? Is she here? Here she comes. Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Hello.
Ms. Welch is going to give the motion from the back microphone. Ms. Welch.
Katie Welch, 50 O'Neill Drive, Westborough. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $10,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. You're going to make remarks, or Ms. Kirkland? Ms. Kirkland it is.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Kirkland, and I serve the town as the Recreation Director. I have one slide. Thank you. Thanks. I'm here today to request the town meeting to approve $10,000 to replace 2 of the lights at the Haskell tennis courts. The lights that we have out there now are over 30 years old. While we only need 2 replaced right now, the rest are on borrowed time, so it makes the most sense to replace all of them while we do these 2 that are out. We'll be replacing them with LED energy efficient lights. Solar panels were considered for this project, but after talking with our rep, solar panels for sports facilities are not typically recommended. The lights are manufactured by LSI, a US-based company. The lights are under warranty for 5 years. And they're pretty much, the light output is guaranteed for about 12. And after that, the lights will still work fine, but you might notice some dimming. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Questions, comments, deliberation on Article 14? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Welch's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $10,000 whenever the voting people are ready. When the light goes green, you know the drill. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 169 in favor and 17 opposed. The motion carries. That is clearly a majority vote. We now turn to Article 15, dealing with the Department of Revenue's certification reevaluation. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. Before I make this motion, I just wanted to recognize that while it's not an Academy Award, a state championship for girls hockey is almost as rare for this town. So
thank you.
And
thank you. Another congratulatory remark. Thank you, Mr. Silverberg.
So I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $30,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Any remarks, or turn it over to Mr. Steinberg?
I can have John come and do a presentation if you need, but if there's any questions, we can just field those.
Maybe just a few brief remarks about what it is and why it's important,
John,
but don't have to do a full presentation unless there are questions.
John Steinberg, Chief Assessor. Every 5 years, the state law requires a total recertification of the town. We do that with the help of consultants, where we break down our tables and do a full recertification versus the interim years that I manage. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Any questions, comments, advocacy? I see none. We therefore turn our attention to a vote on Mr. Silverberg's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $30,000 for these purposes. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion. Voting 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. And if the people want to get ready to talk about Article 16 after I announce the vote, you can get yourselves ready. Okay. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 152 in favor and 16 opposed. The motion carries. Again, that is clearly a majority. We now go to Article 16, dealing with the Hockomock Pond property access. A motion from Mr. Koenigsberg.
Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $30,820 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Koenigsberg, some remarks?
Not the movie clip. That's later.
Yeah, while you're waiting, Mr. Leslie, do you have a report, a correction?
Yes, entertainment while we're waiting for the video. Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I want to point to a correction in our printed booklet. Booklet says for Article 16, we voted in favor 8-0-0. The actual vote was 7-0-1. That's one person abstaining.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. And now are you ready, Mr. Koenigsberg? Yeah, sorry, Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I additionally would like to just update the vote for the select board that we made earlier this morning in support of this article, 4-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welch. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Now are we ready to go?
Anybody else? Okay. I'm here on behalf of the Hockomock Pond Access Plan Implementation Committee. Okay, the purpose of this article is to fund an initial due diligence as part of planning required prior to opening the site to the public. The committee is requesting an amount not to exceed $30,820 for this purpose. Photograph is courtesy Gary Kessler. Thank you. So to give you an idea of what we're looking at, for those of you who are not familiar with the Hockomock Pond site, do I have, oh, you're going to do that. So Hockomock Pond is located at the intersection of Otis Street and Smith Valley Parkway. You can see below it the train station, and to the north of it, the Amazon Robotics property. So, and also there's a building on the property that had been used for housing remediation equipment. That building is now empty. Next slide, please. Okay, the site history. The Hockomock Pond parcel was the location of a former creosote wood treatment facility. It was designated an EPA Superfund site in 1983 due to soil, pond, and groundwater contamination. The cleanup continued until 2019. Soil and pond sediment were put under 2 caps called Area B. Creosote was pumped from the underground and removed from the property. In 2017, the Westborough signed a notice of activity use limitation with the Environmental Protection Agency in Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. It said that Area B, which is the capped areas, must remain secure. In Area A, specific uses are not allowed, like housing, school, agriculture, water wells, I think for obvious reasons. Other uses are allowed, but soil disturbances require regulatory oversight and approval. Next, please. So here is a picture of the site. You can see the 2 grassy areas are the 2 capped landfills. To the right, you see Hockomock Pond. At the top of the picture, you see the train station. Next, please. So the committee has been working on this for over a year. Our recommendation was to create public access for passive use limited to walking trails, which will have the least impact on the property. The plan is to link trails through the property to an existing Westborough Community Land Trust Charm Bracelet Trail. The future goal will be creating a loop trail around the pond in cooperation with Amazon. Limited site access we are going to limit site access at specific locations to prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering the site and disturbing the soils, which means the exterior fence around the property is going to remain in place. This proposed use aligns with the 2017 Activity and Use Limitation Agreement with the EPA. Next, please. This slide shows on the lower, left-hand side, in green is the existing land trust trail. The blue shows the trails that are, or old dirt roads that are still there on the property. And the bright green are the new trails that we think we are going to, or that we plan to put in place. You also see in red, Area B, those are the landfills around which a new fence needs to be put in order to secure that portion of the site from public access. Next, please. So here's a nice visual of the pond from looking at Smith Valve Parkway, and then to the left there is the road to the freshwater treatment plant, and to the north is the Amazon Robotics facility. Next, please. So again, courtesy Gary Kessler, some pictures of the wildlife that are there. And if Mark, you can see if you can back off, and we want to go look at the drone footage, if at all possible. I'm going to show you some drone footage of the site taken by Westborough TV. So we're flying down Smith Valve Parkway. You can see the old remediation building, which has been gutted now. All the equipment has been taken away. The landfills, you can see some of the existing unpaved roads that go around the site, go around the landfills, and we're proceeding to the west, about where the train station is where the existing WCLT trail ends. It actually has, where the crosswalk is, there's actually, the trail terminates there currently. It goes all the way to the corner where the road to the treatment plant is present. So the idea will be to link up a trail that actually exists on the Amazon property. Okay, and last. So in summary, the requested funds will be used to hire an engineering firm with experience working on brownfield sites to provide a work plan, a health and safety plan, and additional documentation as necessary to meet the regulatory requirements that were in the activity and use limitation agreement. In addition, the committee is in the process of pursuing additional sources of funding and technical assistance through the University of Connecticut Technical Assistance Brownfields TAB program and the Massachusetts Community One Stop for Growth program. Voting to fund this initial request will allow the committee to continue its work required to open the site to the public, which has long been a goal for the town. And with that, I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koenigsberg. We've heard the reports from the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Are there questions, comments, deliberations? Yes, Mr. Baldwin.
At Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. My understanding is there's a dispatch center also going onto the site. Can you tell us about that?
Okay, I'm not an expert on the dispatch center, but what's going to happen is we're going to, please, take over from me.
Pass the expertise. Chief Purcell?
I almost made it through the day without speaking. Oh, that's okay. I think it's a great question. So for the last couple of years, the town of Westborough has been engaged with several other communities studying regionalization of the Public Safety Communications Center, also known as the 911 Center. There are a lot of state initiatives that encourage that activity, and they have a large void in the Metro West area. Most recently, we have engaged in a intermunicipal agreement with the towns of Grafton and Southborough. We have applied for state funding in the tune of about $13 million to rehabilitate the building that has been vacated on that site and merge dispatch centers from Westborough, Southborough, and Grafton into one unified control point. We hope to relieve some significant tax dollars and future capital projects off of the taxpayers in the community. There is an assessment that would annually be given to each town that's involved, which is significantly less than we raise and appropriate annually here. And also they would contribute a lot of money towards some things that you've seen come before me before: portable radios, mobile radios, tower work, etc. So the plan right now is to build a center here in the, can you point to that? That structure right there, and put up a tower next to it, a microwave tower that would facilitate emergency communication, radio traffic between those three communities on that site. We would not be expanding beyond the footprint of that existing building. The only thing outside of that you would see is a tower, which there is a concrete pad right above it. That pad would come out. We can't reuse a pad for that. The pad would come out and a tower would go there, and in a parking area. We hope to have some redundancy in the project that contributes also to the property for the open space and the trail use, perhaps with shared parking, bathrooms. I don't know. We still have to investigate that when we enlist the services of an architect. But right now, this is all on the table, 100% grant funded, not coming out of your pocket.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. Other questions, comments?
I want to be really clear also one thing. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just the access point for that is on Otis Street, just north of Smithville Parkway. And you can see that right there. Today, that's our anticipated means of access to that site.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. I saw no other comments or questions. So yeah, where? Oh, okay, yes. Ms. Kung, do you want a microphone brought to you if there's a scout here, or can you get to a mic? Scout, down here to Ms. Kung. My left, your right. Microphone's on its way, Ms. Kung.
Hello, Anna Kung, 14 Cortlandt Drive. Perhaps this question is out of order, but I do have concerns about a hazardous waste site. Will this, the safety of the building, which someone said was in rough shape, be at all a problem to the potential, to the workers who will be working there, since it's in a hazardous area, or will this be coming up before future?
I can speak to the passive
Can you
use.
just recap the question, because it was difficult to hear, Mr. Kennisburg?
Will the building in a previous hazardous waste area be safe for workers after its rehab? Thank you.
Okay, I cannot speak to that. Chief Purcell will speak to that, but I can't speak to the rest of the property if there's a question about that.
Chief Purcell.
I think that's a great question, and I appreciate it. The majority of the contamination was in Hockomocker itself, in the water, creosote at the bottom, which is what was filtered over a significant amount of time. The equipment to facilitate the cleaning up of the property was inside of that building. The EPA did an evaluation of it before they left the site, and they continue to do those. I believe they have one scheduled now to be done within a year. And as far as they are reporting to us, there is no contamination in the building or in the earth below the building at all.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. Now I think we're ready to vote. So we have before us Mr. Koenigsberg's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash at the sum that he read for these purposes. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. As has been our custom, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 157 in favor, 29 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. On to Article 17, dealing with flashing crosswalk signage. Do I have a motion, Mr. Welch?
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $14,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Any remarks?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A resident made a request of the Select Board to install flashing crosswalk signs at the West Main Street following an incident where an individual was hit by a car while crossing the street. Approval of this article would fund the purchase of the flashing signs and limits the installation area to the West Main Street between the Rotary and the Forbes Municipal Building. The specific location will be determined by the Director of the Department of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Is Ms. Schiffman here? Would you like to address the article? Ms. Schiffman, name, address, and then your remarks, please.
My name is Lauren Schiffman. I'm at 22 Old Colony Drive. According to the Rotary Safety Audit, the most commonly reported driver contributing factors in the 69 reported crashes between 2012 and 2014 were either failure to yield the right-of-way or inattention. As far as I know, there aren't more recent numbers to share, but my son recently became another one of those statistics. On the afternoon of January 5th, my phone rang. "Mom, I got hit by a car," he said. What? He got hit by a car? But he was calling me? I was so confused, but I practically flew down to where the EMTs were examining him just in front of the police station. They said he was okay. Thank goodness it was my son who called and not someone who had to call me on his behalf. And thank goodness he sustained only a few scratches. He was shaken up for sure, we all were, but it could have been much, much worse. I'm here today to ask you to please come together as a community to make our Rotary a little safer, at least when it comes to our kids crossing the street and the confusion that is navigating the Rotary as a driver. I'm so grateful that the Finance Committee is in support of this article, as is the Active Transportation Safety Committee. I'm incredibly appreciative that our Select Board chose to sponsor this article after I proposed crosswalk flashers at or near the West Main Street crossing at one of their recent meetings. Please join us and show your support by voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schiffman. Comments, questions? Hearing none, our action comes on Mr. Welch's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $14,000 for the purposes discussed. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 177 in favor, 16 opposed. The motion carries. We move on to Article 18, and I'd like to thank you, Ms. Schiffman, for your diligence in learning how the town meeting process works to get you to this point. So thank you for working with us on that. Article 18, Town Website Upgrade. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $48,650 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Edinburgh.
I believe Mr. Stockman, our IT director, will be making the presentation.
Oh no, he's got to he's got to get the presentation up and then give it. That's a first. You've got no one to blame but yourself now, Mr. Stockman.
Yeah, and now
Mr.
I'm
Stockman,
also on
your remarks,
high-def
please.
TV too. All right, Mark Stockman, IT Director. Town website currently is our primary communications tool. Over 300,000 visits per year. During the pandemic was almost 400,000. It's available 24/7 with a 99.9% uptime. The last time we updated was 6 years ago out of a necessity. We've been with Civic Plus now for about 20 years. It's a national website provider, and they have a lot of customers, 7,500. It also has a significant market share in Massachusetts, including 11 of our 14 dashboard communities. Approximately 90% of all the Civic Plus customers across the U.S. are on the central platform, which is the level above what we have now. And approximately 30% of the customers in Mass, including 5 of 14 of our dashboard communities, are also on the central platform. And you can see some of our neighbors. We've got Grafton and Shrewsbury, and then of course a lot of other towns nearby and throughout the Commonwealth. Reasons to upgrade the town website. It supports the communications plan, which is a recommendation from the strategic plan. We have had a lot of complaints from residents. It's outdated, search and navigation issues, and out-of-date content. Complaints from staff. It's difficult to use and limited customization. So lacking features expected on a municipal website for a better experience. So this is what we can expect for residents. A new modern look with updated features and better navigation. Residents would be able to sign up for an account, standard or social sign-on for a customized experience. We'd have an alert center, similar to what we have now, but we'd be able to do SMS text also. Splash screen for display of critical local news, improved document management, and the website will meet all accessibility standards. For staff, the experience will also be much improved. You'd have a live edit, which is what you see is what you get editor, and a drag and drop tool, so it'd make it much easier. Increased customization. We'd have an HTML widget, and we'd have all these integrations that would make it a lot easier for us, or certainly for the IT department, for a lot of the customizations that we now have to go out to support to get help with. Accessibility checker to make sure there are no issues before things are published. Improved document management, and then of course staff dashboard, workflow approvals, and other admin features, and then also an intranet. These are the costs. It's the same annual cost as what we pay now. We would just be paying for the upgrade. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Stockman. Questions, comments from Mr. Stockman? Seeing none, our action will, oh, sorry, where is it? Oh, yes, please come to the microphone. Seems like I'm always looking where the people aren't. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
Michael Karp, 11 Peters Farm Way. I'd just like to suggest that when you review the work that they give you, please have somebody on the review committee have a background in human factors so that we can expect significant improvements in the user experience. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's just the suggestion
Okay.
to have the review include user experience, human factors. Okay. Thank you. Now I don't see any. Oh, are you? No, okay. Our action will come on Mr. Edinburgh's motion. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. The voting has begun. This is a motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum read by Mr. Edinburgh for the purposes in this article. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 159 in favor and 16 opposed. The motion carries. That is clearly a majority vote. Next on the warrant, Article 19, dealing with a transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive, Chair of the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from the Stabilization/Mitigation Fund the sum of $602,013.58 to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank
That number's a little different from what was in your book because we had originally 600,000, but we've earned some interest.
So can I just make sure, can you just put the motion back up, please, Mark? I want to make sure I've got the right amount there. Was it 602,013.58? Is that still the number?
Yeah, 600.
602,013.58? Okay, I just want to make sure I had it in the record. Okay, so it's remarks, Mr. Bain.
Okay, thank you. Slide. You did a good job at the last one.
Monitor switching isn't as fast as it.
Okay, next slide. Okay, slide. Okay. As you can see, Pulte Homes of New England was granted a special permit in 2018 for the Del Webb Chauncey Lake development on September 14, 2018 by the Planning Board. And that special permit included required mitigation of either, number one, build 25 units of affordable housing within 3 years, or pay the town a total of $1.4 million to be used solely for the construction of affordable housing. Slide. All right, the mitigation payment schedule was to be $400,000 on a 3-year deadline, and then followed by $200,000 annually for 5 years. That would equal that $1.4 million. If construction was ahead of schedule, any balance is due before the town will issue the building permits, i.e. the COs, for the final building. Okay, per the special permit, this quote unquote, this money will be designated for the construction of affordable housing and must be deposited in a separate town account established for this purpose. Next. Pulte chose to pay the mitigation money. The town has received $600,000 to date, plus that interest that we earned that I mentioned earlier. Funds are currently in what we call a stabilization account. In other words, it has to go into a special holding fund, if you will, first. We are now looking to transfer the funds to the trust, the Affordable Housing Trust, to meet the town's obligation per the special permit, and then the trust will hold these funds for creating affordable housing. Okay, the Planning Board supported this 4-0, as well as the Advisory Finance Committee 8-0. So we ask for your support on this. It's basically a housekeeping transfer of funds.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Because this is a transfer out of a stabilization fund, the vote requires a 2/3 vote. So as Mr. Bain mentioned, this is essentially getting the money out of the stabilization fund that Pulte paid into the trust where the Affordable Housing Trust can use it for its purpose. Mr. Conklin.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. I understand by reading the local articles in the paper that this gives the Affordable Housing Trust the ability to build units, have them built, give the go-ahead without any town approval process, only if they can get the select board's buy-in. So I would say vote no on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. Another gentleman back here who's approaching the microphone. Yes, you, sir. Name, street address, and remarks, please.
Brendan Broder, 26 Church Street. I just had a question. Is the vote really an accounting matter, moving the money from one account to another, or are we voting to approve an affordable housing project in a particular location?
No, it's purely a transfer, which is required by law in order to put the funds in the trust, as the town has voted. Town approved this trust 2 years ago. So the money comes into a holding account, if you will, a mitigation account, and then in order for it to be accessible, it needs to be moved into the trust itself.
Thank you for explaining. I support the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Caprioli?
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. It's unfortunate we have no choice but to move this money from the stabilization fund to Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I would caution against spending this money, and I'll tell you why. First of all, does everybody in this hall know the dynamics of affordable housing? Let me explain it. If you have a market rate house for $500,000 sitting next door to an identical, totally identical affordable housing unit being sold for half the price, not only does that resident get the affordable housing for half the price, they pay half the taxes. They get the same service as the market rate unit, paying half the taxes in perpetuity. That is a burden carried by the market rate population housing. Secondly, you don't really have to build affordable housing at this time because Westborough is slightly above, recent information, Westborough is slightly above the 10% suggested affordable housing threshold by the state of Massachusetts. We've done our share, we've done our burden, we've carried our burden as affordable housing year after year after year. We are not in any deficit relative to the state's suggestion of 10%. Lastly, I want you to really pay attention to what's going on. There's a building in the north part of Westborough called the Sharp Building. The state of Massachusetts, at their own expense, is going to build affordable housing for the town of Westborough. No, they're not, excuse me. They're going to renovate that building and place at least 20 families to begin with. Do I have that right? Is that a positive shake on that? Thank you.
They're developing, well, I don't have the specifics on that, but my understanding is, and town manager, I think, can speak to it, it's for homeless people that need immediate housing.
And I hope
That's
that...
a conversion of that unit. Is
Yes.
that generally correct?
And I hope that's considered affordable for them.
Mr. Caprielli, just finish your remarks and then I'll have the
Okay,
question.
you're going to have plenty of affordable housing at the state's expense to accommodate people that don't have a place to live. You don't need to go whole hog and build it yourself. Believe me, you're going to have more than 20 units when the state is done. Thank you.
Mr. Edinburgh, would you like to respond?
Yes, a few points. The emergency shelter that the state is currently outfitting on Lyman Street is not considered affordable housing. It's part of social services that the state provides. It doesn't count towards our subsidized housing inventory. Mr. Caprioli is correct that currently our inventory of subsidized housing is above the 10% threshold. That's not a recommended threshold, that's a legal threshold. If subsidized housing inventory drops below 10%, then developers willing to build residential units or residential development can bypass all of our local zoning laws, provided that 25% of those units are affordable. In fact, a major developer just proposed what's known as a 40B, that's the chapter of law that sets this up, development in Shrewsbury, where they're building, I believe, between 500 and 600 apartments. 25% will meet the affordable standards because Shrewsbury is currently below the 10%. The 2010 census, Westborough was at 13.6% of affordable housing. Our current estimate right now, given the nature of development that's happened and knowing that the 2020 housing census numbers haven't been released, is that we're currently at 11.2, and depending on the rate at which the Pulte project, Del Webb Chancery Lake is built and some other developments are built, we could find ourselves below the 10% threshold based on the 2020 census. And so, while there isn't an immediate need, there is a need for the town to continue its commitment to maintain a subsidized housing inventory, affordable housing, and these projects take time. The transfer of this funds is in effect meeting the town's legal obligation under the special permits to hold that money in a fund for the construction of affordable housing. The money won't be spent until there is a viable project on which those funds could be used. And at this point, the trust has one project in process right now, which, if you recall from prior town meetings, the town transferred a single-family home that had been taken after being on the books for 6 years without property tax payments on it. And that home actually needs to be demolished and rebuilt. It can't be saved. And so the trust is undertaking that.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Ms. Emery, did you want to make a remark, or Mr. Bain, and then?
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, and Ms. Emery, did you want to make remarks? You can go back to the microphone. I'll call on you after Mr. Bain is done. Thank you.
The fact is there is a need for affordable housing in this town. Go around and look at the price of houses, look at the price of apartments in Metro West and specifically in Westborough. There is a need, and as Alan just mentioned, as Pulte builds out their 700 units, none of which are going to be affordable. That's part of this mitigation. We're going to drive our percentage down, and we may then be subject to 40B, and because Westborough is a desirable town, developers will come in and chew up any land they can find and build housing without regard to some of the zoning laws that we have in effect, because those go out the window once you go below a 40B. All right? There's a lot of people in this town and in the neighboring towns that are sorely hurting, not only because of the rise in taxes, that we all feel, but just because of the limited opportunities to find affordable units for rental or for purchase. We don't have starter homes anymore in this town, so we desperately need affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Ms. Emery.
Thank you, Lee Emery, 5 Emery Road. I was on the board of the Finance Committee for 10 years and the Board of Selectmen for 17, so I've been following this for a long time. The Planning Board, I think, always wanted to keep us at least around 13% because, as the two prior speakers said, the ratio of affordable to non-affordable changes all the time. And if we go below that number, even for a short time, that's when a developer can jump in and take advantage of that. Even if the shortage below 10% was only for a couple months, they can come in and make their application and it stands. And then to the comment that once a person gets an affordable housing, they get to pay affordable taxes as a bad thing. I mean, the reason you're doing affordable housing is so people can afford to live here. If they buy a house at affordable housing and then had to pay what it would have been at a market price, obviously they can't afford it anymore. So it's just like a very odd argument to make that, oh, gee whiz, they're going to get to be affordable for good. Thank you very much. I think we need to be kinder. Mr. Beretti, at the beginning of his announcement to the town about our finances, reiterated a couple times that it isn't just the people who are here voting, most of whom are fairly affluent. We have a lot of people in Westborough who aren't, and we have to watch out for them too, to be a kind, equitable town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. We'll hop over here to Mr. McCullough.
Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I just want to agree with Mr. Baines and former selectwoman that there's a huge need in this town for subsidized or assisted housing. Most people don't realize, but you go in shopping at any of the stores, Stop and Shop, Roach Brothers, a lot of these younger people that you see working there, whether they have disabilities or what have you, they need a place to live. They're providing services for us people in town, and they tell me, some of the people I talk to, they tell me they've been waiting on a list for over 10 years. So for somebody to say that there's plenty of affordable housing for these people in Westborough, somehow they've kind of lost sight of what's really going on. And what I would suggest is taking the $1.4 million that you've gotten from Pulte Brothers and basically finding a location where you've got existing senior housing and put some affordable housing in some of these locations. We have the land, we have the space. The longer you wait to build out and spend that money's gonna become like worthless. The way prices on houses went up in the last 3 or 4 years, they've almost doubled, or at least gone up 50%. So that's my suggestion here, and I would hope that they would put put some plans together from the selectmen's end to try to get some affordable housing. I noticed some, other than the senior housing and stuff, like on Beach Street in town, but there's a much greater need for that to be developed, whether we got some sort of contractor or real estate investor interested in developing that, that'd be wonderful, because there's a huge over need for that. And unless we want people living on the streets and the police department getting calls, hey, there's somebody camped out in an empty lot next to us or something. You know, that's what's going to happen if we don't kind of start working on patching that up.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. I saw Mr. Durrett, then we'll go down here. Mr. Durrett, then we'll go to the select board.
Yeah, this is a parallel question to the selectmen. We hear about the MBTA housing requirements for other towns who have denied wanting to participate in that, and I'm wondering, since we are an MBTA town, how does that apply to us?
Mr. Edinburgh, would you like to make, Mr. Silverberg, who's somebody going to answer that? Mr.
If I can answer the previous comment, Mr. Silverberg can answer this specific comment.
Okay, Mr. Edinburgh, then Mr. Silverberg.
So
okay?
the question was about why aren't we looking at other properties? The Westborough Affordable Housing Trust has a sub-site on the town's website. All of our agendas and minutes and supporting documents for those minutes are posted. We are actively looking at other opportunities where existing buildings could be converted into affordable housing. We've had communications with property owners about that. And there is an effort in the early stages looking at property currently owned by the Westborough Housing Authority to construct 62 plus senior affordable housing that would be additional rental units. And so those efforts are in the early conceptual stages. Obviously it's complex with zoning and property feasibility and engineering in the early phases, as well as issues about wastewater and, will we be able to connect to town sewer? Will we need a septic system for these types of projects? We're working through all of those issues now, and you'll hear more about that in the next months as we continue those efforts. But we are working aggressively. And I want to thank the members of the trust. When they signed up, they were expecting to meet quarterly. We've actually been averaging more than one meeting a month to move forward as quickly as possible to identify opportunities and start the process, knowing that construction, financing can take a fair amount of time.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Mr. Silverberg, question about the MPTA communities?
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street, Chair of the Planning Board. Can I make a comment after the answer? Okay. So the Housing Choice Act has really no affordable housing requirement in it. In fact, they have made it clear that we can't put a requirement in the zoning of like 50% affordable housing just to avoid any development. So we have to prove that any affordable requirement in that new zoning would be achievable by a developer. We're currently studying that. We have a subcommittee that's working on a plan on how the town, on how we'll recommend the planning board and the town approach the housing choice requirements. We'll be back to town meeting possibly in the fall with a zoning change that will hopefully bring the town into compliance with that, given pending town meeting approval. So I don't know if that answers the question.
So did you answer the question about whether we're considered an MBTA community or not? I wasn't.
Okay, and then my comment is, I was on the planning board when the Pulte decision and then State Hospital was made, and we specifically instructed this mitigation money to be spent on affordable housing. At the time, there was no affordable housing trust. I can assure you that had there been an affordable housing trust, I personally would have directed that money to go directly into it. To me, the debate on whether affordable housing is good or not is really moot. This is an accounting, moving it from the fund where it is now to the fund where it should be based upon the special permit decision.
Thank you. Mr. Lenine, you had your hand up before. Do you want to speak on this, or, okay, I wasn't sure as I... All right, it looks like we're ready to vote. So we have before us Mr. Bain's motion to transfer and appropriate from the Stabilization Mitigation Fund the sum that he read to the Affordable Housing Trust. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 on your voting device is a vote in favor of Mr. Bain's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. This requires a 2/3 vote because it has to deal with moving money out of a stabilization fund. So voting has begun. And I know many of you think that town meeting is somehow my show, but I'm going to be sharing the co-star role with Mr. Payant for like the next 8 or 9 articles. So be prepared. Voting is ended. We have 169 in favor and 10 opposed. The motion carries. That is well more than a 2/3 vote. Article 20, rescinding a borrowing authorization. We have a motion, Mr. Payant.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Remarks, Mr. Payant?
This is funding that was appropriate or authorized several years ago to support the renovation of a water treatment plant. We didn't require all the funding that was appropriate or authorized, so we're closing out this borrow. This is really a administrative action. We didn't ever borrow this money, and we're basically taking it off the books.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Some of you may recall there was a change of behavior a few years ago where the town meeting is now being asked to rescind borrowing so it doesn't stay on the books, and so this is a continuation of that. Any discussion? Seeing none, as soon as the voting is cleared out, we will have a vote on Mr. Payant's motion to move the article as printed in the warrant, which is to rescind the borrowing authorization. It requires a majority vote. Whenever you're ready. Pressing 1 will be a vote in favor. Voting has begun. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 160 in favor and 4 opposed. The motion carries. Turning to Article 21 for stormwater system improvements. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $1,085,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Remarks, Mr. Payant?
So Mark's pulling this up. As the moderator said, I have several articles to talk about. We're going to talk about stormwater, and we're going to talk about water, and then we're going to talk about sewer. And for each one, I'll try to give some context up front, and then we'll talk specifically about the articles themselves.
Mr. Leslie, while you're waiting, do you have more reports?
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. You want to report that two typos in the booklet. On both page 17 and 33 on this article, it was shown we voted in favor 800. The correct number is 700.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Back to you, Mr. Payant, if the presentation's ready.
Okay, so we're going to first talk about stormwater. When we talk about stormwater management, most of us just think about keeping water off the road, but really there's basically 2 parts to it. It's managing the water, so getting it to go where you want it to go, and then also treating that water, which means we need to do certain things to it to before it's allowed to enter resource areas, waterways, whatever have you. So this picture is just intended to give you a snapshot of a small section of town. It's a cul-de-sac. There's about 12 houses shown there. These yellow lines represent infrastructure that exists in this area of the town. So you can see these boxes here, these rectangles or squares, they represent drains that you see in the street. These circles are manholes that you'd see in the street. These are yellow lines or pipes. So the water is being funneled to these drains, and then it's funneled to the pipes and heads its way to areas off of the road, right? So we can manage. And this is just we're not talking about this section of town. We're just giving a representation of infrastructure that exists out there, and there's a whole lot of it. So this is just a picture of, so right here, is a detention basin, so all of this water eventually makes its way here. It's a basin, serves two purposes. So one, it controls the volume of water, so all that water just doesn't rush to a certain area. It goes to that basin, it can pool. Over time, it's released from the basin to wherever it needs to go in a gradual manner. But also, while it's sitting in that pool, sediment is basically dropping to the ground level, and it stays there instead of moving with the water into other resource areas. So I'm juggling all these things here. All right, so this is just a picture of that basin. So you can see it's a big area. It's got some structures in it. This is a representation of a catch basin. So you see these in front of your houses on the streets. So the water goes down this grate, which you all look at, but then it falls here, and there's often a sump down here, which is where all the sediment falls to. It stays there, and then we come around on some routine basis and clean all of that sediment out. So at the last town meeting, you funded a catch basin cleaner, and this is a catch basin, and that's what we're cleaning out of this basin. That's an obligation we have. It's a mandate that we're expected to do per state requirements, and which I'll talk about a little bit later. Okay, so what we're about to talk about now is the actual article at hand. There's two pieces to the article. There's funding for a culvert replacement, and then funding for some analysis associated with a separate series of culverts. So to orient you, this is the Standard Pond Reservoir. This is Upton Road. The downtown of Westborough is this way. This water is flowing downhill this way towards this intersection here. So these are three areas of town. It's a network along Jack Straw Brook of culverts. So I think it was about 2015 or so, we replaced a culvert here on Warren Street. And today we're talking about Bowman and this series of culverts at Upton Morse. So this is the Bowman Lane culvert. This is a 36-inch corrugated metal pipe. It's deteriorated, it's falling apart, it's rusted, it needs to be replaced. And this is a plastic 24-inch pipe that's deformed and in deteriorated shape, so it needs to be replaced. So as part of that network along Jack Straw Brook, we've been looking at this culvert and the ones at Upton Morse for actually several years. You've funded so we started the process with a preliminary. This is very similar to all the discussion we've had before about looking at the problem, then identifying the design, then coming back for construction. So we did that. We looked at the problem through a study. That study was funded by a grant through the state. Then we came back to you and asked for design funding, which you supported. So the project is being designed right now, almost complete, and we're asking for money so we can then move right into replacement of this culvert. So this culvert is this is a representation, this picture. That's probably not even Westborough. That's just what it might look like. It's a configuration like that. So it's not gonna look like this. It's gonna look like this, generally. This culvert is on Bowman Lane. There's 3 water pipes, a sewer pipe, and a storm drain pipe that all cross or interfere with this road right here. So the surface, the road is right here. So when you look at this cost, it's the article is $1,085,000. About $950,000 of that is paying to replace this culvert, and it's it seems like you're just cutting a road and putting in a pipe or putting in this structure, but it's not quite so simple when you have water pipes and sewer pipes that you all need to keep running throughout the process of construction. So all of that work is what that $950,000 will pay for, and at the end of the day, we'll have a functional and long-lasting culvert. So downstream from that location there on Jack Straw Brook, you get to this intersection at Upton Road and Morse Street. There's a series of 5 culverts here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These culverts are, again, in rough shape and need to be addressed, but most importantly, we have a well right here. This is our Morse well, one of our workhorse wells for the town, and we've experienced in the past, and I say past meaning several years, not last year, but over many years, it's been identified that as the water flows down Jack Straw, it comes this way and crosses this way. There have been times in the past where the water is so high that it gets here and then it overtops this road, and it's a threat to this well. That's not a good thing, because then we potentially have to shut down our well, and then we don't have water. So we wanted to address that. So we're taking a very deliberate approach to how we want to address this problem, and this next step is to further analyze all of these culverts and figure out how we can best maybe reconfigure or at minimum replace these culverts to address this potential flooding problem. There's been a study that's a preliminary study that got us to the point where we are right now that was funded by the state. Originally it was for $50,000. Their interest in this project, because it's Jack Straw Brook and it's a cold water fishery for the state, it's an important asset ecologically to the state. They came back and doubled that grant and gave us $100,000 essentially. So that process happened. The next step involves more detailed analysis. So there's some survey, there's some soil borings, there's a bunch of things to collect data to give us information that will help us decide what the next step would be for addressing this intersection. So the remaining balance of that article that you're looking at, so $950 for Bowman Lane, and then $135 is to fund the work associated with the analysis that has to happen at this intersection. So I'm trying to talk fast because I know everybody's like interested in moving on, but I want to give you the full picture here. So that's the two things we're looking at in this article.
Thank you. Discussion. All right, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum that he had read for the purposes stated in the article. When the light turns green, voting will begin. As usual, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. We also got our stormwater primer, so we can know more about it in future articles coming up real soon now. So. Voting is ended. We have 156 in favor, 156, 13, 13 opposed. The motion carries. Article 22, dealing with town water distribution system improvements. Again, Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from water retained earnings the sum of $50,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Some remarks about this one?
So we're talking about water now. We'll talk about it in kind of 3 buckets. Treatment. Oh, okay. That wasn't intentional.
Can't wait till we get to the sewer part.
We'll talk about supply, treatment, and distribution. So the first one, this actually, let me back up. This is our network for our water system. So this, these shaded areas represent our supply. Those are Wells and Sandra Pond. These buildings represent our treatment system, and then all these lines represent the network of pipes that exist throughout the town to provide that water. And these just kind of highlight 3-legged stool. We can't just focus on one, we have to focus on all 3, otherwise it's not going to work as a system. So this article is about the distribution system. Again, this is just a reflection of our asset management system. Again, something you funded several years ago. This is that same kind of neighborhood that we just looked at for stormwater. These blue dots, last time it was yellow, that was stormwater, now it's blue dots representing water. So these are examples of valves, that red dot's a fire hydrant in an intersection at a street, right? And those valves, when you turn them, they turn the water off to the pipe. So if there's a leak, if you have to do some sort of maintenance, you need to stop the flow of water for some reason, those valves are what you turn to stop the water, then you can fix the pipe or do whatever you need to do. So the funding from this article, the $50,000, gives us money to go to these specific valves. So when you're driving down the street, this is what you see. You see that little, it's about 6 inches or so. You see a little cap in the street that says water on it. That's that access to a valve. You take that cap off and you can stick a wrench down there and turn it, and that's how you turn your valve. This is your valve. The wrench goes on top here and turns the valve, opens and closes it. So this money is to pay for the replacement of valves around the town that are dysfunctional or in need of repair. This is not to replace every valve in town. This is a effort that's going to be ongoing for a long time. There's over 1,500 valves across the town. They're not all broken, but there are some that need to be addressed. And we want to do that in a deliberate, affordable, logical manner. So this $50,000 is the first step to do that over the summer and start getting some of these valves replaced. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any discussion about this article? Request for transferring from water retained earnings. Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Payne's motion to transfer and appropriate from water retained earnings. When the light turns green, voting will begin. As usual, voting, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 164 in favor, 8 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Turning our attention to Article 23, more on town water treatment system improvements. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote that the sum of $6,400,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing the cost of design, extension, repair, replacement, and construction of water infrastructure and associated work consisting of the project management and construction for the addition of a PFAS treatment system at the Oak Street Water Plant, including without limitation all costs thereof as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 29C of the general laws, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow the sum of $6,400,000 and issue bonds or notes therefore, under Section 8 of Chapter 44 of the general laws and or Chapter 29C of the general laws, or any other enabling authority, that the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust established pursuant to Chapter 29C, and in connection therewith to enter into a loan agreement and or security agreement with the trust, and otherwise to contract with the trust and the Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan and for any federal or state aid available for the project or for the financing thereof, and that the select board or other appropriate local body or official is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the project and to take any other action necessary to carry out the project.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Remarks on this one?
Yes. I'd like to ask the question, why is there PFAS content?
Wait, hang on just a second.
Oh,
Do you want to make a presentation, Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
there is a
Yeah,
presentation?
that's okay. I'll call you as soon as he's done, okay? Thanks. Mr. Payne?
Okay, this is another project that we've been to you before, or been in front of you before with. We asked you for funding to allow us to design the project. So this project is related to treatment that's required to take care of PFAS, which is a contaminant that's in our water system at a particular portion of our water system. So this funding allows the construction of a treatment system at our Oak Street Water Treatment Plant to remove this PFAS from the water. So we have a well that was tested when the state adopted its PFAS standard back in 2020. That well exceeded the state's allowance for PFAS, so the well was shut down. We haven't used it since. We went through a process. The process is outlined on the left side of that slide, so we've been pretty active in pursuing the mitigation of this issue, and we've arrived at this point, which is where we need to fund the construction of the treatment system that's required. So on the right of the screen is just a representation of what that system would look like. This is our Oak Street treatment plant. So this building exists already. This is a representation of that portion of the building. And then this is a representation of the treatment system that will be added, and it will basically go right here on the end of this building. Those vessels that were shown on the previous slide, they're too tall for the existing building we have, and so we have to build an addition to install those vessels that would provide the filtering for the PFAS. So that was a long motion read. Part of that reason is because I had to have specific language that the state requires. We're pursuing a loan through the state, the Clean Water Trust, and so the state has funding allocated specifically for PFAS mitigation, and this loan will be 0% interest. Potentially there will be some principal forgiveness, although that's not, any number is not known yet, but we expect that number would be known towards the end of the year. So assuming this is approved today, we would apply for that loan. That loan application's due in October. By February, we would get a notice from the state that says we can proceed. We would then bid the project with the expectation that next summer, so a year from now, we would start construction, and we anticipate that construction to last about 2 years. A large part of that length of construction is the ordering of these vessels and the logistics associated with the backlogs and things like that, you know, in terms of availability of the material we need. So we would really see the benefit of this in 2026. So I guess open to questions now.
Mr. Jaworski, do you have a question?
Yes, hi, Ted Jaworski, 3 Deerslayer Lane. I know this has been around, we've been working on it for a while, but I didn't hear the answer to this question. Where did the PFAS come from in the area of a major well, and why shouldn't we be worried that it could happen at others?
We don't know the source of the PFAS. That's always a question I think that everybody's asking wherever we are, but I don't have an answer because I don't know where it came from. We test our other sources of water, and this is the only source of water that's exceeded the limit that requires us to do this process.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yes. Just give him a second to get to the microphone. Name, street address, and remarks, please.
Gary Kessler, 20 Ruckle Street. I thank you for keeping our water safe. Sort of a two-part question. The first part is we've been doing without this well for some amount of time. What percentage of town water normally would be coming from this well? Why can't we continue to just do without it? The second part of the question would be, what would the cost be if we were to create a new well to replace the old well and simply take that well offline?
So, great questions. To the first question, so this is tied to 2 wells. So one well was exceeded the limit. 2 wells feed to this treatment plant. We shut both wells down. Those 2 wells together have the potential to provide about 30% of the town's water use. So we use about 2 million gallons every day. And these 2 wells could potentially provide 30% of that 2 million gallons. The second question.
Cost of a new well versus rehabbing
That's
this
right.
one, I think?
So we'll be talking about a new well in just a minute. The town has been very proactive over many decades, back to the 1950s, in searching for water. Almost every decade, actually every decade since 1950, we've added a well to our water system. It takes a long time to add a well to the system. First, you got to find the water, which means you have to do a bunch of exploratory work. And we have hundreds of test wells all over this town where that work has been done in the past. I think we've pretty much exhausted all of our opportunities for new wells. There are a couple of opportunities, but they're in locations like Cedar Swamp where we're probably not going to be able to build a well. So it's a great question, but we don't have many other opportunities, other than the one I'll talk about in just a few minutes, for getting more sources of supply.
Thank you, Mr. Pan. Mr. Koenigsberg.
Yeah, Andy Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street. Just want to comment about trying to deal with where PFAS comes from. The concentrations of this stuff is measured in parts per trillion. So you could spend a heck of a lot of money trying to track this stuff down, or you can just treat the water, which is probably, in my estimation, a lot cheaper. I just wanted to bring up that point, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I was just wondering, you did mention this was basically at Chauncey Well Point that was shut down?
Yes.
And so, from my recollection, there's been an awful lot of, prior to even where the DPW building is, that used to be all state Lyman School property, and then on the other side, the state hospital, which kind of, they never seemed to be too careful on what they kind of disposed of, and I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff that ends up gotten into Lake Chauncey there. So I'm wondering whether we have any recourse or push with the state to say, hey, basically, we have PFAS here and we haven't had it anywhere else. Is it like something we can kind of pin the blame a little bit on the state so that maybe you get like a decent chunk of funding from them to kind of clean it up so that we're able to use that water source?
I don't know about the state specifically, but we are, can I address that? Yeah, we are part of litigation that is looking at some of that, and so there's the potential, probably long after I'm gone, but we could see some funding that would help offset some of our own costs.
Thank you, Mr. Pan.
You want to add anything there?
Looks like we're ready for the vote. When the light goes on, we'll be voting on Mr. Pant's motion, which was lengthy, and it requires borrowing, so it will require a 2/3 vote. So we will be voting on Mr. Pant's motion to essentially appropriate and authorize borrowing of $6,400,000 for the purposes we've discussed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 165, 165 in favor, 17 opposed. The motion carries. That is definitely more than a 2/3 vote. Now going to Article 24, Town Water Supply Infrastructure Improvements again, Mr. Pant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from water retained earnings the sum of $597,500 and transfer and appropriate from sewer retained earnings a sum of $37,500 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Pant, any remarks?
Yes. So Mark's bringing it up, but this article covers 3 different projects. A well project, $265,000, a spillway project, $295,000, and then a grant match, $75,000. So these are the 3 different projects, and I'll talk about each one. So this is one of our well sites, sort of visible, but the town so as I mentioned earlier, over many, many years, the town's been investigating opportunities for additional wells. So early last year, you can't hardly see it very well, but this is it. There is a pipe here. That's a well that was dug by the town. It's completed. It needs to be connected to our water system, and then we can actually access that water. So the well was dug. Now we need to connect it to our system, and that's what this article, part of this article is paying for. We have an existing well. So all of our wells, all of our water sources, everything we pull out of the ground, it's not for free. Like, we can't just take whatever we want. We have to get a permit to do that. And the state caps us on how much we can take out of wells based on aquifer recharge and all kinds of stuff. So this particular well that exists right now has a certain limit that it's allowed to take out of the ground. We can't reach that limit with this well. The well just doesn't produce the way we want it to. And a lot of that is not anything we can fix. It's like hydrology of the ground and all that kind of stuff. So we put this new well in, and all the testing that we did prior to installing it indicates that we could achieve the maximum withdrawal of the water that we were permitted to draw from that particular location. So I'm going to talk about in a few minutes water supply and you know, the importance of it, but it's in the town's best interest long-term to make sure every water source that we have, every source of supply, so the Chauncey wells, this well, are all available, because at any time, any of those wells, for whatever reason, it could be a contaminant, it could be some other mechanical function that goes wrong that stops a well from working, and we need to have alternates. Otherwise, we don't have water. So it's super important. That's why the town has been so aggressive over the last several decades at looking for water and bringing those water sources online, and so we have flexibility and redundancy across the system. This is Sandra Pond. Many of you have probably been up to this area before. This is the upper spillway. So when this picture was taken when the Sandra Pond was really low, but the water is typically here. This is the spillway, so when it reaches the top of this board, it spills over and goes down that culvert there. So this article is to repair all of this concrete here. You can see that there's big chunks missing. It's a little difficult in this picture, but there's a big chunk taken out of the wall here. So we'll bring a contractor in and basically fix this spillway. So besides being a smart thing to do, every 5 years we're inspected by the Office of Dam Safety. This was part of their last inspection several years ago. It was identified as deficiency, and we need to correct it. So that's the second piece of this article. Third piece, so I mentioned our water network. So every day we pull out about 2 million gallons of water, comes out of the ground, goes to your house, goes down the shower, goes down the washing machine, dishwasher, however you use it, and eventually it gets into our sewer system and makes its way to our treatment plant, and it's then cleaned at the treatment plant, and then this is the exit at the treatment plant. So these two big pipes, all of this water here is water that's coming out of the treatment plant. And it's going right into the Assabet River, because we're the headwaters of the Assabet River, and then it's going down to some other town, right? So that 2 million gallons of water per se is coming out. I realize all 2 million isn't going down the sewer. Some of it's watering your grass and everything else, but the point is a large portion of it's going to the sewer plant. It's getting treated, and then it's getting shipped out of town. And so I don't know where this will end up, but I think it's a smart thing for the town to look at ways to figure out how can we take some of that water and bring it back into our town. And so we're applying for a grant that's going to look at our system, our supply, look across the town and look for opportunities where we can keep water in the town, whether through stormwater or treated water, to then infiltrate to our aquifers. That is a very long-term project. We're talking decades probably. It will cost money. Our first step is to see what's even possible. Is it feasible? Does it make sense? So we're applying for a grant that's going to help us start looking at that problem. And we have to provide a match for that grant. The match is $75,000 for about a $300,000 to $350,000 project. It's listed in the article a portion of money, $37,000, to come out of sewer. So we're taking money from the water enterprise fund, and we're taking money from the sewer enterprise fund. Those two numbers together make the $75,000. That $75,000 would be our match. If we don't get the grant, then we don't spend the money, but we want to have the ability to say yes to the grant if we get it. And that's what this last part is about. So open any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any questions on Article 24, Mr. Payne's presentation? We're learning a lot about the water and sewer and infrastructure today. Seeing none, when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payne's motion, and pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 164 in favor, 13 opposed. The motion carries. That is more than a majority vote. We now go to Article 25, dealing with town sewer system improvements. Again, Mr. Payne.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from sewer retained earnings a sum of $200,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Before your presentation, does the Finance Committee have a report to make on this one? I have a note that it was going to be voted at town meeting. Mr. Leslie.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. On March 20th, the AFC voted recommendation for the town to support this Article 800.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Now, Mr. Payne, any remarks on Article 25?
So big picture wise, I don't have a picture to show you, but
insert your own joke here.
Yeah, I know. So first, when we talk sewer, you treat it and you collect it. The only part we do is collect. We have a regional treatment plant, as you're probably all aware, that Hopkinton, Westborough, and Shrewsbury all send their wastewater to. So we don't we being the DPW don't oversee that. So we only talk about all the pipes that get everything to the treatment plant. So this article is about our comprehensive wastewater management plan. We've discussed it before in front of you a year or two ago. Just like sewer, we have to have approvals from the state to do certain things related to wastewater, and we have a plan that was approved by the Department of Environmental Protection. It was initiated 20 years ago. It's now it's near the end of its basically life cycle, and we need to refresh that plan. That plan looks at all the needs across the town, then it offers recommendations on how to address those needs for wastewater. And so the 4 bullets at the bottom talk about needs analysis, alternatives, and then feasibility recommendations. So the needs analysis portion was already funded, and that's ongoing. That's looking at what are our needs and what are our needs now and potentially in the future. The next step, once we get that answer, is to dive into the details in terms of how we would respond to those needs. So this money that you're being asked to support today is to pay for the second bullet there, develop alternatives. So take the next step once we get that answer on what our needs are. And potentially we would come back to you in the future to look at the 3rd and 4th bullets, but really we need these first answers, and then we can make decisions on where to go from there. So we know we need to go to the alternative step, and that's what that $200,000 will get us to.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Questions, comments? Anything related to Article 25 and the motion Mr. Payne made? Seeing none, when the light goes on, our action comes on Mr. Payne's motion to transfer and appropriate from sewer retained earnings the sum of $200,000 for the purposes. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the motion, and pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 152 in favor, 13 opposed. The motion carries, clearly a majority vote. Now, Article 26, Town Sewer Collection System Improvements. Again, Mr. Pant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from sewer retained earnings the sum of $150,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Pant.
This is very similar to the article we talked about a few minutes ago related to water valves. Show you a few pictures here. So this is just a representation of the many, about 2.5 dozen pump stations around the town. So the way a sewer system works is by gravity. So you have pipes and the water flows down the pipe and ideally by gravity to where it's treated. But we all know that it's not all downhill to get to the wastewater treatment plants. You need pumps at certain places to lift that water up to somewhere higher, and then it goes down the pipe again. So we have a number of these stations all around the town. These are just a few of them. This is what the inside of these stations look like. There's a bunch of pumps and controls and all kinds of mechanical things. These are, so we maintain, through our operating budget, we maintain these stations, but these big pumps, they cost, tens of thousands of dollars, and we can't just maintain that out of our operating budget. These are capital expenses. You put a pump in, it's going to last you 25 years. So this money is to go to some of these stations, and what we call them are basically mini rehabs. So we could come to you for one of these stations and say we need to replace, just totally rehab this station. It's going to cost us, $1.5 million or whatever the case may be. And we do have stations that are in that situation, and we're evaluating those, and at some point in the future we'll be bringing forward requests to address those. But in the meantime, there's other stations where it doesn't need the $1.5 million renovation. We just need to do some extensive, tens of thousands of dollar renovation that we can do ourselves with hire a contractor, knock it out and be done. So this funding allows us to do that at stations around the town. So we'll go into these stations and replace pumps and other controls and basically set these stations up so they can last another 20, 30 years. That's what this money is asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Pant. Discussion, comments on Article 26? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Pant's motion to vote and transfer and appropriate from sewer retained earnings $150,000 for the purposes. When the green light goes on, voting is begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Pant's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting is ended. We have 163 in favor, and 11 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now go to Article 27. Now, I will note that Article 27 is very lengthy. If you don't have a copy of the Finance Committee booklet, I think there's still some left at the table at the back. Article 27 has to do with establishing a stormwater management program in the Westborough General Bylaws, and it starts on page 35 and goes until goes until the top of page 42. So it's quite lengthy. I know there have been public hearings and public information sessions about these, so I'm going to ask Mr. Pant to introduce the motion and then give a 10-minute presentation, which obviously won't get into all the details, but what I will do is say if there's details that people have questions about in the discussion, we can always give time back to Mr. Pant to delve into those details, and that way I think we'll try to balance off how much time we take up front versus what we really need to know in order for you, the voters, to make your decisions. So with that said, Mr. Pant, would you like to make a motion?
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
That sounds so simple. Thank you, Mr. Pant.
It could be that simple.
That's right. Mr. Pant, I assume you have a presentation for this. So again, let's try to keep the initial part to 10 minutes, and I'll give you more time if there's themes that arrive for questions.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to cover. I'm give a little bit of background and how we got here. I'll talk about our assets we have right now. I'll talk about the study that we did to get to this point and give you some of the feedback from that study, and then ultimately our recommendation. And I think it's important to remember this is a recommendation. Like, we're going to talk about requirements here for the town, and we were asked to look at how we would address this, and so this is what we're coming back with. It's a recommendation. Showed this sort of earlier, more detailed previously, but this is kind of a more macro picture, and it's not the whole town, it's only a portion, but all these yellow dots are stormwater infrastructure all over the town. This is the downtown area. We're here at the high school. Does not represent the entire town, but gives you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of volume of structures. This picture is, I think, appropriate because I think everybody's aware that, Westborough is built on and next to a swamp, and we have to manage our water, meaning we're not just our supply for drinking, but also where it is on the ground, so we can get around town and access whatever we need to access if we want to get there by roads or sidewalks or what have you. That the water that comes out of the sky needs to be controlled. So water flows through pipes, and it's conveyed to various areas, and this is an example of that. We've talked about these before, but we've got over 4,500 of these storm drains, which lead to catch basins. These are outfalls, so you have a catch basin, water collects there, it's got to go somewhere, so it comes out some pipe somewhere, and then the water heads off wherever it heads to. 450 of those, actually more. These are culverts. We have about 200 of them. They were recently assessed. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. This is a detention basin I referenced earlier. Again, this is important not just for the management of flow, but also the treatment of water. So this here is a basin. This is before it was mowed. We mowed them once a year. That's part of our costs for maintaining these structures, so mowing that detention basin. So this is before it's been mowed. So kind of what led us to here, so 2018, we received our permit from the state. It's called the MS4 permit. MS4 stands for, it's at the bottom here, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. But I'll just use MS4 the whole time, just so I'm not tripping over myself. 2018, we got this permit. It has a lot of mandates in it to do a lot of things, and we've been doing those things over the last several years. In 2020, the town looked at this, looked at stormwater and said, how do we want to handle these mandates, and how do we want to fund things over time? In 2020, it was identified as a town manager goal to look at the feasibility of a utility, just like what we're talking about today. In 2021, we applied for a grant and received a grant to fund a consultant to investigate opportunities and feasibility of a stormwater utility. And the consultant, as the moderator mentioned earlier, is Rich Niles. He's here to answer questions as needed later. And then in December, beginning in December, and through really today, we've been providing information in various forums, so Select Board, Finance Committee. We did a public information session. We've blasted some things out, at least attempted to via social media and others, to educate and inform on where we are. So we did this evaluation of our stormwater assets and our system, and the big requirement we have here is related to capital. It's related to capital costs and the expense associated with repairing and replacing all those yellow dots that I showed you earlier. So just as an example, shows here documented capital costs. So they're more than that. The costs are higher, but these are documented costs. So we did a study this past summer of all of our culverts across the town. As I mentioned, 200 of them. Some of them could not be assessed because they were submerged, which is not a good thing, but the point is we looked at as many as we could, so 155. and prioritize those 155. Not every one of them has to be replaced, but a good majority of them need to have work done now or in the near future, right? When I say near future, I'm talking probably 10 years, 10, 15 years. So just to do the top 20 of those culverts is almost $3.5 million. We had a study done several years ago looking at drain pipe. So they assessed with cameras 25,000 feet of pipe, and then they said 65 or 6,600 feet of that needs to be replaced or repaired. And that cost was almost $3 million. That was in 2015. And that 25,000 feet of pipe, we have 300,000 feet of pipe in the town. So we're just talking a fraction of the requirement out here. So with that, we say, okay, well, what's the cost and what do we need to do? So based on the analysis done, this number of 1.5 million is what would be needed, we think, on an annual basis to fund operations and maintenance, our MS4 permit requirements, and then the capital costs associated with replacing these structures. So operations and maintenance, that is the daily work. It's going out to clean a catch basin, so you need a truck. You got to maintain that truck. You clean the stuff out of the catch basin, you got to haul that somewhere. Then you potentially have to dispose of that. Those are all costs associated with operations and maintenance. To drive that truck, you need fuel, so we pay for that out of this. The MS4 permit compliance, so that permit that I mentioned has a whole list of things that we have to do as a town. And some of those things include investigation of catchments. So water ultimately ends up at a drain, but it's coming from some other location. It's coming from multiple other locations. So we have to look at that entire funnel and look at all those different locations and make sure that there aren't contaminants entering the water system, the stormwater system, and actually ultimately making it into our water resource areas. So we now have requirements to sample and investigate those sites. We have requirements to look at our impervious area, so what areas of the town that water doesn't enter, so like roads. We have requirements to look at those areas and find ways to potentially remove some of that impervious area. These are all requirements as part of this permit. And then I mentioned our capital improvement requirements. So that totals up to $1.5 million. So the question then for the town is, how do we want to, if we recognize that as a cost and we believe that to be the requirement, then how do we fund that? And so we're proposing as a funding option, stormwater utility. So when water comes into your house, it's metered, so it's measured, and then you pay your bill based off of that measurement. When electricity comes in your house, it's metered, you pay your bill based off of that measurement. For stormwater, there's over 1,500 stormwater utilities across the country, and many in Massachusetts. The basis for measuring is impervious area. So this picture is on the town website. So this is the town website. You can go to the site and click on a button here. It'll show you this map. And you can use a tool to measure the impervious area on your property. I'm going to keep going because I know I'm going to run out of time. So the impervious area is a measurement, and we use your property's impervious area to measure how much impervious area you have, and that then translates into a fee. So this is a snapshot of what the fees would potentially look like. So for a house, single-family home, these are all single-family homes of different sizes. The ranges are listed here. These would be your costs. So for the town, 80% of all homeowners fall into one of these two categories. 45% are here, 35% are here, the remainder are here. We're talking single-family homes. And then for commercial properties, these are numbers, examples for commercial properties. The point to be made here is that 75% of the revenue generated to create that 1.5 million is paid for through these commercial properties because they have the bigger allocation of impervious area. You drive to a restaurant or a grocery store, whatever, they have a big parking lot that generates a lot of impervious area. So most of the generation of revenue is coming from these properties. This is how it compares to taxes. If we use a fee, as I already highlighted these, if we generate that $1.5 million through taxes, the average for a single-family home would be about $198. And this yellow line, this red line here, $11, that's where we're funding right now. Last thing I'll touch on is credits. So a credit is, as it says on the slide, a reduction based on some circumstance that proves these bullets here that say, you're doing something on the property that allows you to, that you're lowering the burden on the town, so we give you a credit. So here's my last slide and a quick example. So this is a community in the town outlined here. It's private, so everything inside that community is taken care of by that community, roads and pipes and everything else. And this yellow outlines all of the impervious area in that property. So that's 600,000 square feet of impervious area. If you use the model that I just described to you, it cost each resident in that community $182 according to this fee. So if you apply a credit of 25%, which is, we're not saying that's the credit right now, but that's normal for this type of fee or this type of utility, that cost would come from 182 to 137, and this is what it would cost in taxes for that same resident if you generated that 1.5 through taxes for these residents. So my point is that we can cover this later, but there's other examples around the state that use stormwater, but I'll finish up. So the point is that we have a bill. We think it's about $1.5 million. We're recommending this as an option for funding it. We think it's the most equitable way, although anybody in here could probably find some reason why it's not, but in total, we think it's the most appropriate way to apply a fee to generate the funding required to address this issue. The last thing I'll say is that this 1.5 is to maintain, repair, replace infrastructure across the town. So if you look out your front door and you don't see any structure on your street, that doesn't mean you shouldn't pay. You still use the town roads, you still drive over culverts, you still use all the same structures. It's no different than if I live right next to the water plant and the pipe you run from the plant to my house is this long, and I live on the other side of town and the pipe is this long, you still pay the same rate for your water fee. And that's no different here. Everybody's paying their share. The share is measured by your impervious area. And I know I'm over, so
Yeah,
I
so
will
quickly,
end there.
please. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pan. Again, I let him go a little over because it's a long, complicated bylaw. So now we'll start comments. So Mr. Walsh, I'll start with you since you're standing back there patiently.
Thank you. Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I'm not against managing stormwater, but I am against these specific bylaws. Bylaws are written so that while town meeting is not in session, the town has rules, procedures, and expectations detailed so we have proper functioning. Bylaws are meant to be long-lasting. They're not in place for just the currently elected people serving the town, but apply for every set of people elected after them as well. And I expect at town meeting to be able to hear how much money is wanted, what my money will be spent on, and then have a vote on whether to approve it. These bylaws are the opposite of this, as there are not enough checks and balances. The select board decides how much money is levied, with no say of town meeting. The select board decides what the money is spent on. There's no transparency required where the board tells the town meeting what it actually spent the money on. The select board gets to write the manual on exemptions that could cover themselves, their family, or anyone they want. The board can deny those exemptions just as easily. Imagine these bylaws with a different select board, one where they all wanted a boat to observe stormwater runoff at Lake Chauncey and have multi-million-dollar debts on FanDuel and DraftKings. They could use this bylaw to tax the people of Westborough to pay for those things. According to Section 5, subsection A, the initial rates and any later modifications shall be set by the adoption of a stormwater fee schedule by vote of the Select Board. In Section 4, subsection D, they detail how they can spend the money. Expenditure of funds may consider both stormwater quality and quantity management needs and can be used as described in Section 7. Section 7 lists some items but says that expenditures are not limited to those items. However, one of those items is subsection C, payment on principal and interest of debt obligations. So yes, it seems that they could arbitrarily raise our taxes to pay for things that the town taxpayers would rather not pay for. In Section 9, subsection A, they talk about exemptions. Grant credits to property owners to be applied against the stormwater utility fee based on the technical and procedural criteria set forth in the Stormwater Utility Credit Manual to be developed, maintained, and from time to time amended by the board. And in subsection C, the board is given revocation power. The board or director may require submittal of an annual compliance report and may revoke a credit at any time. We might no longer need to have town meeting to decide on items like tractors, wood chippers, police cars, all of which could meet the definition of being used for stormwater management or enforcement. The select board could just set a new rate and pay for all of those items. The 1.5 million suggested, or I think it was $138 per resident, those numbers are not in the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Payne.
So, number of things there. So the bylaw that you're voting on today authorizes the town to establish a stormwater utility fund. That's it. That's what it authorizes. It does not set the rates. It doesn't define the credits or the exemptions, other than I think there's 3 listed. It's to authorize the town to establish a bylaw, or establish the stormwater utility. The implementation phase, which is an article we'll talk subsequently if it comes, depending on the outcome of the vote, is where the rates are set, the credit manual's written out. It was our thought process that why spend money on figuring all of that out, get to the end, and the town says no. We just, in my opinion, spent a whole lot of money for no purpose. So let's see if we want to commit to something and then take the steps appropriate to fine tune it. The rates we showed here are pretty accurate. They might go up $1 or down $1 based on some details that still need to be figured out, but that's it. That's what we're showing. The piece about who approves the spending, it's just like the water and sewer. I just briefed all the water and sewer articles, and you approved our budgets for water and sewer earlier this morning. It would be the same process. So if we wanted to replace a culvert, pay for it out of the stormwater utility fund, we'd have to come to you, say, and go through the process of you voting to appropriate that money to pay for that culvert and take that funding out of that enterprise fund. Setting the rates, the town meeting doesn't set the rates for water or sewer either. And actually the town charter says the director of public works sets the rates for the town. So this directs or authorizes the select board to set those rates, which I think, at least in my experience, we've seen that the select board allows opportunities for people to voice their concerns and raise their issues, and then they, deliberate that and make decisions. But I don't know of any rates that at least the DPW oversees that are set by town meeting. So this isn't any different than what exists now. And in fact, it's a little more constraining from one perspective because the select board does it instead of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'll let you respond more if there's more questions, but that's it. Good for now. Thank you. I'll recognize you, Mr. Conklin, but in the future, try to do what this side's doing, which is to line up on the wall, and I'll call people, but I saw you there first, so I'll recognize you now, but in the future, please don't stand near the microphone until you're called. Thank you.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. Isn't equity how everything is sold these days now, including stormwater? So when I went to the information session into Forbes Municipal Building, it seemed like you wanted the fund so that you could get grant funding, and you had to have a fund that had money in it to get that grant funding. I didn't hear any of that today. But anyways, I think you should go to the town to get the money. If you want to get $2 million per year and you want to get, say, I need $10 million for the next 5 years or something, that's what you should do. I am certainly against this because I think we need to keep everything underneath our income, our property taxes, and just splitting off willy-nilly, more bills in the mail, but this is supposed to come from the property taxes, and so it should remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
Can I
I'll
respond?
Yes, Mr. Payne.
To the grant piece, we did talk about leveraging this fund for grants. I just talked about a few minutes ago about a matching fund for a grant related to water and sewer. Having this fund gives us credibility with people that provide grants because we have funds dedicated to that purpose. So I wouldn't ever say that's the reason to establish this fund, but that's certainly a benefit of it because we've committed to and demonstrated that commitment to people that provide that grant funding to say that we want to take care of our infrastructure. And we can tap into that resource and leverage those funds against grants as matching funds if necessary.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Tajan back there? I'll switch over to... Here, go ahead, Mr. Tajan. I'm letting some new people speak. I want to hear some new voices. I'm cycling through it in a random way, so.
Okay. Jim Tajan, 225 West Main Street. And I have concerns as well with the provisions of the bylaw, at least how I've read them. I see it primarily as a method to convert what's now a town-wide tax to a system of assessment that will impact some but not all of the property owners in town. To the extent that it affects some rather than all, ultimately it's going to increase the cost to this reduced number of property owners that would be paying for the services. You indicated that the initial assessment is based upon impervious areas and that there would be credits in a system that's going to be developed. It says within the first 2 years of the development of the plan. So it's very unclear how that credit system will work, although there are some hints to it. One of the comments made was that business and industrial have a great amount of impervious areas on their property compared to a lot of residentials. However, I believe the town has probably done a pretty good job insisting that commercial and business areas retain their water within their property boundary and not allow it to get into the town roads and town drainage systems. So I'm not sure how that will all work. I'm also concerned that in effect, a stormwater system in our town helps everybody in town. It makes the roads safer. It helps those properties that are lower than street level because it reduces the amount of water flowing onto their property. So I'm just not clear as to the need for this development. I'm not objecting at all to the initial part of your presentation that dealt with the need to upgrade the system. I think I'm concerned with, and the bylaw is addressing primarily the implementation of the costs. So I see I have a red light. So I really am not in favor of this as it's presented. Perhaps some work on it might accomplish something. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tajan.
Can I respond?
Yes, Mr. Payne.
I just want to be clear about the who this applies to, it applies to every property in town. So if you have impervious area on your property, you're part of this fee. If it's, we figure out the credits, and if, you know, there's some exemption for some reason, that could be determined, but everybody pays. And you pay based on the amount of impervious area on your property. The comment about commercial properties keeping their water on site, there certainly are some that do that, but that's not the majority. Most of the water is going into the Sudbury River ultimately, or the Assabet River ultimately. I mean, that's where it's going. And it's getting to those locations through the town's pipes. And so we have to pay for that, and I just want to be clear that everybody contributes to this system, commercial or residential, and everybody would pay to some degree.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'll go to the gentleman over here who hasn't spoken yet. Yes, name, street address, and remarks, please.
Yes, Wayne Webster, 3 Essex Way. First, I want to say thank you to Ms. Payan for your guidance in this area. I've lived in communities where infrastructure wasn't accommodated. We walk on it, we use it, and you don't see it, so we didn't pay for it, and eventually the bill comes through. And appreciate your planning and your attention to maintenance and upgrade of the systems, and especially the stormwater system. Having said that, this is, you know, there's always the yin and the yang. Having said that, I'm not able to vote positively for this or the next article to establish the enterprise, mostly because of the establishment of an enterprise to fund it. My experience, having spent a good part of my life in the greater Boston area where you enterprised a lot of different things in infrastructure because of MWRA, those costs went over to the enterprise. We paid a separate bill, but there was never a commensurate reduction in the tax levy. The tax levy stayed the same, even though the costs for the system went over into the enterprise. Initially, and I, as a business person, I can tell you enterprise systems make a lot of sense to me. They make a lot of sense. You put the costs where they belong, you put them within the department that they belong, and you pay for what you use, and it just makes sense. Unfortunately, on the tax levy side, no one ever says, well, okay, I mean, just in the past few minutes, you've gone through about $8 million in funding that we all said yes, yes, yes to. So that goes into the enterprise, and the beauty of an enterprise system is you can go out to lending authorities, you can go out and bond, and you have a ready access of payers who can be told to pay the bill. And you're going to send us a bill, and we're going to have to pay it, because that's the way it goes. But the town, and where I've lived before, never lowers the tax levy to recognize that. They leave that tax levy just as high. It continues to go up within the restrictions of Prop 2.5, and the enterprise continues to fund everything that it needs to fund, and it's an important thing to do. If the town is willing to step up and work with you on a multi-year plan, and that multi-year plan says we're going to need $6 million, $8 million, $20 million a year, we can put it in the enterprise, but the town has to recognize that it's no longer here in the tax levy, it's over here. So something has to give. You just can't keep doing this, and the town can't use the enterprise as a way to get around Proposition 2.5. So for today, I can't vote for it, but I do support the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back, hop over. Yeah, Mr. Payne, quick response, and then I'll go to the gentleman in the red shirt back here if you want to get ready.
Just to talk to the point about seeing a reduction in the town budget if you're going to raise money in another, essentially, budget. So most of what we're addressing here is a gap in funding. So you're not going to see a huge reduction in the budget, at least from the DPW, because it's not funded now. And that's what we're saying the problem is. And this is a long-term problem, and this is a potentially strategic answer, because we're talking about not a culvert just next year. We're talking about 200 culverts over 200 years. If you replace one culvert every year, and we have 200 of them, it takes 200 years. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff out there that has to be paid for. And we need to have a system that deliberately and consistently pays for it.
And if it's taxes, ultimately, you know, we spend the money, like the DPW, and it really doesn't matter what bucket it comes from. I'm just recommending that this is a way to do it that we think it's modeled in other towns across the state and across the country, and it's proven to work. It's an EPA recommendation. Like, there's all kinds of things that endorse this, and so we just think it's a model that works. I recognize there's still some questions out there regarding implementation, but that's what the implementation process is for. And if the town decided, you know what, we authorize this, but we're not going to start it next year, because it's supposed to start, it's based on starting next July, so a year from this July, so 2024, July 1st. But if we said, you know, we don't start till December or 2026, that can all be figured out. You're not committing to anything other than authorizing the town to establish this thing and then going through the hard work to figure out how much you're going to pay, when you're going to pay it, over time.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. I'll recognize the gentleman in the red shirt at the microphone. Name, street address, and your remarks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street. So when I first heard about a stormwater utility, I was originally in favor of it, and I still am. I want to encourage a yes vote on this and the next article. Similar to water and sewer, I consider stormwater a critical utility. It's a need to have, not a nice to have. The stormwater has to be handled properly, otherwise it can have a negative impact on, you know, our town infrastructure. Then I saw the letter in the Advocate yesterday pointing out that this essentially creates it with the enterprise fund as essentially almost a tax that's outside the Prop 2.5 regulations and everything. And that did cause me to take a step back for a minute, because I submitted my Social Security application this month and realized now I'm on a fixed budget. But even as I rethought this, I'm still in favor of this, and here's why. Consider, industrial users are the ones who really put the biggest demands on these critical utilities. They use the water to make their products, they use it to clean the equipment and everything, they generate wastewater that goes into our sewer system and everything, and look at the size of the parking lots along Route 9 for all those car dealerships with the impervious area. Think about the size of the roofs on the warehouses that are being built here. My roof collection goes into the gutter and runs down the drain pipe and goes into the dirt on the side of the house. So, you know, I think the demands are definitely more on the industrial side. That said, in my 25 years here in town, our leaders have been steadfast in maintaining a single tax rate in town here. And they claim it's for the benefit of the town. Personally, I'd prefer a split tax rate, but again, you know, I'm not making the rules here and I don't have the decision on that. That said, again, I think doing it this way with the utility fund and the enterprise rate is a better way to do it. And the reason I feel that way is because I think if we approve this, it provides the mechanism for us to place the financial burden for these critical utilities based on usage through separate residential and industrial fee schedules. So, I mean, yes, I concur. I doubt the tax rate's going to go down, but the tax rates are used to handle a lot of these nice-to-haves and everything, and that's something we debate here at town meeting. So again, I'd like to urge you all to vote in favor of this article and the following article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kotowski.
Can I just add one quick one there?
Yes, Mr. Payant.
So just to the point about the commercial properties paying, and I mentioned 75% is coming from the large properties, which are predominantly commercial properties. We did try to communicate this information to the commercial side of the town. We did present it to the Economic Development Committee, and the Economic Development Committee did vote in support of this this utility fund. And I know that committee doesn't represent every business in this town, but the general feedback was that they recognize from a business perspective the importance of managing the stormwater, and they also recognize that they contribute in some cases a substantial amount of it. So I think it's important for that context.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Hensley.
Thank you, Jody Hensley, 39 Arch Street, and I am inclined to support this article as written as well, mostly because I have great respect for your work, Mr. Payant, and for the Selectmen's work reviewing what you're recommending, and that it's in the best interest of the town. But a lot has been brought to the floor, And I'm sitting here thinking, how can you encapsulate the problem that you're presented with? And so therefore, the problem that our community is facing with this as the best solution. And Mr. Kotowski illustrated that quite a lot. But just I wanted to give you a chance to say, what is the biggest problem we're facing with stormwater runoff? Why are these impervious surfaces really the cause of the problem? And why did you bring to us this bylaw as the best solution?
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. Mr. Payant, any remarks?
So the built environment creates circumstances that when rain falls, which is stormwater, it has no place to go. So it hits the road, it hits the roof of your house, it doesn't have anywhere to go other than off of that surface, or it stays there, right? So if it stays on the road, you're not driving your car down the road. So we create these systems, these stormwater systems, to capture all of that water and move it someplace where it's gonna do what it needs to do, but not affect our ability to operate. There's a whole lot of this infrastructure out there. We have the same approach as we do. This is basically taking the same approach we have for water and sewer. It's a utility, and we're managing it that way. At least we're proposing to manage it that way. So we have an enterprise fund for water, we have an enterprise fund for sewer, and we're proposing this as a solution for generating the revenue to maintain this infrastructure for years into the future. Again, we're not talking about today and just solving a single problem like a culvert. We're talking about a network over a very long period of time that has to be maintained. And I appreciate that, we could come here, and we would certainly do it, come here every town meeting and put a bill on the table that would be paid for out of the general fund, the tax fund. But the reason you hear in the news about the primary reason you hear about in the news, when you hear the grades of our infrastructure across the country, we got a D or a C or something like that, which has been in the news in recent years, it's because the primary reason for that is chronic underfunding, because we all agree that it's a problem, but then when it comes to the table, we end up voting for this other thing that seems more important. And I tend to think that you got to have water, you got to have a way to get rid of that water through your sewer, and you got to manage your stormwater, otherwise you're not going to do all those other things. And so we have to figure out as a town how we want to pay for this stormwater infrastructure. And I don't know where Jody went, but that's my answer is we have a bill on the table. It's a bill that's not going away, and it's only growing over time as we don't address issues. So we're offering this as a way to address that bill.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. I'm now going to recognize Mr. Durrett, also been waiting.
Steve Durrett, 23 Mill Road. Thanks, John. I'd like to offer an amendment to this article. Under Section 4, the Stormwater Utility Fee, page 37 in the AFC warrant, after Section B, which reads, storm utility fee is assessed to each
Can you hang on? I'm just trying to figure out can you say where you were again?
It's page 37 of the AFC.
Page 37?
Yeah, near the bottom of the page.
Okay.
Section 4.
Section 4, yeah, and which lettered thing?
Subsection B.
Yeah.
Which reads now, storm utility fee is assessed to each developed parcel, whether occupied or not, and that the fee shall be calculated on an annual basis and billed to the record title owner of the property. My amendment would be this. However, the property owners of single-family residences shall be exempt from such fees and shall not pay such fees for any impermeable services on such property, including runoff from roofs, driveways, or other appurtenances which may be deemed to be impervious. And if I can't speak to it at this point, I'll speak to it when I can be called.
Yeah, when you're done speaking to it, I didn't get a chance to write that down. If you have it written down, if you could bring it up when you're done, but you can address your amendment and why you're proposing it.
Okay. There is a big difference between whether we pay for services in the town on taxes as a single property resident or whether we're a commercial property. As a single resident, I'm allowed to deduct my real estate taxes from my federal taxes. As a fee structure, I am not. And therefore, for a single-family resident, not commercial, because commercials can deduct their expenses as an expense to the project, and therefore they do get the tax deduction. And so, at this point, I would like to see this pay fee structure changed in such a way that I can still deduct this service to the town. And the way I can do it is if it remains as part of my tax bill. If it goes into the utility fund and becomes a service, that's a service I receive and the IRS won't let me deduct it. And so I think this is a critical determination as to whether or not you have a utility fee or whether you don't for a person whose only ability is to reduce their taxes by virtue of a deduction. And I can speak to reasons behind it beyond that.
Okay,
Can I ask a?
Yeah.
I just want some clarification.
Okay, sure.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying basically that remove the fee for all residential properties? Is that
Yes, and
correct?
that the town should figure out a way for me to pay it otherwise, which is in my real estate taxes, which I paid for everything since I've lived here for 50 years. I would submit that 50% of the infrastructure that's in this ground, I paid my fair share for. And I don't see why it wouldn't continue. I'm not against paying for fixes that are needed. I'm against not having the benefit of having the ability to deduct it from my taxes.
Okay, Mr. Durrett, if you could bring me the amendment down. And while he's bringing it down, I'll recognize the gentleman who's been waiting over here. Name, street address, and your remarks, please. Yeah.
Tom Persia.
Oh, wait, can you hang on just a second? Town council wanted to weigh in on something, yes.
Okay.
Somebody was there a question? Hang on, I'll get to you in a second.
Hi, this is Sharon Everett from KP Law Town Council. I would like to address the proposed amendment. In my opinion, that amendment is out of order because...
Yeah.
Sorry, could you hear me now? Okay, thanks. I wanted to speak to the proposed amendment to the bylaw and to render my opinion that, in my opinion, it's out of legal order because what we're assessing here is a fee that's charged to each user, and that has to be proportionate based on the use. So just as businesses have impervious surfaces, so do residential properties, and it would be improper and out of order to exempt residential properties from this fee, because that's how fees are assessed, based on usage, and it has to be proportionate. So I just wanted to address that question, that amendment.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I'm going to have a brief conversation here and open with town council, then I'll get back to you, Mr. Red. So you're saying that a fee-based structure is based on usage, and you think it would be inappropriate or out of order for an amendment to take a whole class of people and exempt them from that fee? And that's your legal opinion? Okay. Mr. Durrett? Yeah, okay. Mr. Durrett, I'm just deciding about the applicability of your amendment, so if you want to make a few remarks on it, thank you.
God has never charged me a fee for the rain that falls on my land, and that's what this is.
Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. If town council thinks that us taking up this amendment would essentially threaten whether this whole thing is worthwhile or not, I'm going to say that the amendment is disallowed based on town council's opinion, and what I would encourage anyone who's in support of an amendment like this would just be to vote the bylaw down and have people study it and come back with another one. That would seem to be the appropriate solution. So that's what I'm going to do. My apologies, Mr. Durrett, but it seems that rather than risk having an amendment and going through discussion only to have it tossed out and be back at ground zero, we might as well just let people vote on whether they think it's good or bad with or without the amendment. So thank you. All right. So thank you. Now I had recognized the gentleman in the back. Name and street address, and now your remarks, please.
Tom Persia, 1 Shaker Way. Generally, I like the idea, and I recognize that we're probably not spending enough money to control stormwater. What I don't like is the lack of controls. we basically, in this language, gentleman earlier, I thought, did a pretty good job of explaining, we're basically ceding control of all the pricing and the raising of fees to the select board. And you've now evaded the town meeting at all. I think you had indicated, sir, that at some point it sounded like you said, well, that wouldn't happen because we would still have to approve the money. But that's not what I read. What I read is the select board can establish rates, can establish a budget, can decide how much they're going to spend, and the town meeting has no impact on that. Am I wrong?
It's two different things. So setting the rates per the bylaw would be the select board. So how much you pay, those fees that we showed on the slide. Then let's say we do that and we generate this $1.5 million. It's sitting in the bank, right? We want to spend it. To pull any of that money out, we have to come to you to ask you to spend it. So it's two different things. We can set rates through the select board, generate that money, but to spend it, we have to ask you to actually use it, draw it out of the bank.
Okay, I think the previous gentleman who spent more time on this than I have would disagree with you. That language seems to say you don't need to come back to the town meeting. You made a point earlier that the water bill doesn't come back here for review.
Well, so
and that's an enterprise zone.
Yeah.
Why is this any different?
The water rates don't come to you.
Correct.
But to spend the money that those water rates generate, we have to come to you. So all of those articles that were just presented, all that money was generated by you paying bills. It's sitting in a retained earnings account, and we're drawing down from it to do the work that we described. And we have to ask your permission to reach into that bank and pull that money out.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
And I think, I don't know if anybody wants to add, but that's standard for any dollars we spend, regardless of where they come from, require an appropriation from town meeting to spend them.
Okay, I'll switch over to Mr. Baldwin. Did you have remarks?
Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street. I've actually two mostly informational questions. One is background. There's a lot of impervious material on public property, which I believe is not subject to this fee, as I read the article. Is that correct? And what percentage of our impervious land is on public property?
So to the first question, the town would pay for, so that picture that I showed, actually I'll go back to it. So this is the thing outlined in red, that's the town hall. And the town would pay for that impervious area. So the town would pay a bill. The town pays water bills, the town pays sewer bills. So all the water that this building right now is using, it's going through a meter, it's getting charged to the town. The town takes money out of the general fund and pays that into the water fund. And it would be the same for this as well.
Is that true for roads also?
No, roads are not accounted for.
Okay, if I can modify my question then to what percentage of our impervious area is roads?
Hi, my name is Rich Niles. Excuse me. Thanks for allowing me to speak this afternoon and participate. So
just move up, aim the mic more towards you, please.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Just to help answer this, because I'm the guy that does the numbers that helps Chris. So roads are about a third in the community, and this program is intended to pay for largely the stormwater system associated with the roads. So we don't charge for ourselves for roads because it's kind of a zero-sum game that have to come out of taxes, and it's a significant portion of that. So we're paying for the public system. Municipal properties is a small percentage. I'd say it's probably maybe 5% of the total impervious area, community-wide. And that we do, in some of the prior presentations, have information on the percentages, a breakdown of, tax exempt versus commercial, industrial, residential, et cetera. So there's more information that's readily available.
Thank you. A second question, and this may be more for the town government, for Chris. If we were to take the $1.5 million or so a year out of taxes, what would that do to our Proposition 2.5 limit?
I'm going to look to them to answer that.
Yeah, just a second, we're getting an answer.
So to reduce the budget by 1.5 million? Oh, to increase it. So it's $198. I think Chris had that on his slide.
That would be the cost per homeowner? How much, what would it do to our excess levy?
I think the question is,
It would
would
reduce
make
our
us-
excess levy capacity, but we are not close to Prop 2.5.
All right. I'm going to hop over to this side to Mr. Konigsberg, sorry, Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. So I'm in favor of this, and the reason, I haven't really heard anybody object to the need to maintain these systems, and I actually applaud the town and DPW for coming up with a creative mechanism that has a proportional burden rather than just proposing a tax increase. I also applaud them for coming up with a measured, systematic approach to this rather than just waiting until it becomes a real problem and then borrowing $20 million to fix it. We're tackling this, on a yearly basis and recognizing that, it's a worthwhile project to do every year. And rather than having a recurring tax article for 1.5 million or whatever it may be, I think this creative approach will spread the burden to, I think it was 75% would go to commercial properties. And we could probably encourage the select board to give all the single-family homeowners a really big credit. So I would suggest if you pass this, then let's go to the select board and ask them to do that, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. I'll now go to the gentleman over here with the hat and the sunglasses who was waiting. Go, get in some new voices, Mr.
Jacob Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. I'd like to move for question, please.
Okay, Mr. Clapp has moved the question. Hang on, just got to write things down. The purpose of which is to terminate debate. We have been at this for about 50 minutes. We've heard some in favor, some opposed. Just to remind you, given I'm going to the guidance of town council, if you would have been in favor of the amendment and otherwise can't find Mr. Durrett's amendment and can't find yourself to vote in favor, I'd say to vote against. That's probably the best way to accommodate the fact that you might have been in favor of that amendment. Since this is a motion to amend the general bylaws, it takes a simple majority vote. We're voting on terminating debate. My apologies. Jeffy, have I said? Right now, we're acting on terminating debate. So when the green light goes on, pressing 1 means you want to stop debate. Pressing 2 means you want to continue talking about it. Voting begins. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 158 in favor, 28 noes. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. Now we go to the main motion. So now I'll quickly repeat. If you would have been in favor of Mr. Durrett's motion and otherwise disagree, I will just encourage you to vote no. The only motion before us right now is Mr. Payet's main motion, which was to approve the bylaw as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payet's motion to adopt this bylaw. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. And again, it requires a majority vote. Voting is ended. We have 102 in favor and 81 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now go to Article 28, dealing with Stormwater Enterprise Fund implementation. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town accept the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53F12 of the Massachusetts General Laws establishing the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund effective as of July 1st, 2023, and transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $150,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payne.
So what this $150,000 does is pays for services that will allow us to implement this enterprise fund. These services include updating the impervious area database, financial analysis to set the final rate, establish the appropriate regulations and policies, develop the billing master account file and integrate the billing process, and then when we execute, provide billing and customer support for execution.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to act on Mr. Payant's motion that the town accepts the provisions of the law that he mentioned and establish the fund with a transfer from free cash in the amount that he mentioned. When the green light goes on, voting will commence, and a vote of 1 will be a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion, and a pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is begun. Again, this requires a majority vote. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 120 in favor, 120, and 48 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now move to Article 29, essentially amending the general bylaws regarding water use restriction. Again, although not as lengthy as the article before, this starts in the Advisory Finance Committee report at the bottom of page 42 and then continues to the midpoint of page 45. So again, we'll let Mr. Payant make a presentation, and then we will take discussion and questions about the specifics. So Mr. Payant.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Presentation, Mr. Payant.
I have comments, not a presentation. So essentially what this is, we have an existing bylaw. We have a Water Management Act permit that's been issued to the town, which I mentioned earlier, that allows us to pull water out of the ground. And we also have a select board policy from 2002 that talks about water conservation. And those 3 documents are not consistent in their language. This is cleaning up that language to make the bylaw reflect what we actually do. It does not, other than one exception, which I'll talk about, this doesn't change anything as for those of you who've been here a long time and you've always had water restrictions and every summer or whatever, that doesn't change. And those restrictions don't change. This just makes our bylaw reflect the language it should, so it's consistent with our Water Management Act permit and the state guidance on drought management. The one exception that's been added, the one thing that's been added to this bylaw that is different is that this bylaw would apply to all water users across the town. Currently, the bylaw, currently our restrictions apply to those that are using water from the town's water system. And this new bylaw adds and private well users so that everybody who's all drawing from the same water sources is following the same restrictions. So that's the basically the only change to the to what already exists for our water conservation requirements.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Payant. So as you'll see in the wording of the article, you're not seeing a change bar version because this is deleting what's there and replacing it in accordance with what Mr. Payne just said. Is there discussion on Article 29? Mrs. Leslie, are you coming down to talk about Article 29?
Hello? Leslie, 207 West Main Street. I'd like a clarification of the definitions. I'm a 25 member of the Garden Club, and we plant in about 15 sites in town, some on school property, some on public property. When we put in new plant material, we like to water it. So under the definition for the irrigation of public parks, would that include also the public planting sites? And for example, I'll cite the fountain across from Town Hall, right by Memorial Cemetery, or some of the triangles in town. Would those be considered public parks? And would we be allowed to water before 9 and after 5?
Yes.
So we have
Yes.
an exemption. Yay, thank you.
And just to add a little bit more to that, if you read the bylaw and you see it refers to non-essential, there's some language in there that is not necessarily easy to understand. That language is consistent with what's in our permit, what is consistent with the state's guidance on how they impose restrictions or give guidance on restrictions. Everybody in here could stand up and ask a question about what if this, what if this, what if this, and I totally recognize that and appreciate that, and I wish we could answer every single one of those questions here. The real focus behind these water restrictions is on irrigation. So we use water outside for all kinds of different things, but when we're talking water conservation in general, the major use of water, outside water, is for irrigation, and that is really the focus. So I don't see anybody standing at the mic, and that's good, but if we could talk about all kinds of, get into the nitnoid details of, does this apply, does this apply? The language is what it is. We have to interpret it. If you have a question, you can certainly always call us. I know people try to do the right thing, and they do call us, and we discuss it with them, and we answer their question. But I'm not going to speak to anything more specifically than what's listed in the bylaw, because the bylaw is what guides us.
Thank you. I'll go to this person over here at this microphone. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
Lorena Altamirano, 57 Adams Street. Under the definitions of the old bylaws and new bylaws, also mentions the production of food, including vegetable gardens. Will these apply also to non-commercial vegetable gardens, like a residential vegetable garden?
Yes. So you can water your vegetables, which is outlined here in the bylaw.
Person back here, please.
Lynn Van Doren, 6 Maple Circle. Just a comment about making it more obvious when water restrictions are in place as opposed to just a sign at the Rotary. Because if you don't go through the Rotary, this year I happened to go through when the water restrictions were put in place, but there were a lot of people who didn't know there was a water restriction in place.
Yep, understood, and I'm not going to go through this chart, but it's a representation of what we're going to use to communicate. This is updated from anything you've seen in the past. The intent is, depending on how this goes today, because it would have to be changed if it doesn't pass, but we will be mailing this out and then finding other ways to better communicate the restrictions and when they're in place and all that sort of thing. But it's a good point.
Thank you. Gentleman at the microphone back here.
Hi, Brian Weiner, 12 Woodcrest Road. Does this fix the loophole? Last year I had a neighbor who, they hired a company to come over their house to wash their car during the water ban. But because it was like an LLC, they were able to plug into the private person's water supply and wash their car, and I couldn't do it myself because I'm not a company. Does this close that loophole between like a commercial person coming to my house and using the water or not?
I'll tell you what the intent is. It's that you're not washing your car at your house and you're going to a car wash, and you go to a car wash because generally many car wash sites recycle their water, which is why we encourage people to use those techniques as opposed to washing it in your driveway. So, I mean,
No, I'm talking about a situation where there's a company, a mobile car wash service. They came to someone's house and they were allowed, I called the town, I talked to the DPW about this, and they were allowed to wash the car and pay the service because they weren't washing the car themselves. There was a business that came over to the person's house, plugged into the water supply and be able to wash their car. But I'm not sure if this would cover this, but maybe it's something the town should consider, closing that loophole.
yeah, I think in that situation, we would have a conversation and just make sure people are aware of the requirements and inform them of the restrictions that are in place.
Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. In the section 6 on penalties, you talk about first violation, second violation, third violation. It seems like we are missing a time frame. Is this one violation in a 12-month period? Is this a one violation in the lifetime of the home or the length of time that a person has owned the home? And so we might need an amendment in here somewhere that says something along the lines of if this is in a 12-month period or some other type of time period.
If you want to propose that, I suppose that could be the case, but we interpret it as every day. So if you water today and water tomorrow and water the next day and you've already been warned, then you're going to be paying $150 and then $300 and $300 until you
So if in
stop doing
20 years from now, after somebody else has used the first three the first three things, and now a new owner of that home has a situation where they come across this, how long do you look back in history to figure out whether it was the first violation versus the third violation? That's what I think is not addressed by this and just would need to be amended. If the time frame is to be thinking about it in terms of the lifetime of the house, that's one thing. If it's in terms of like every year that it resets, just we need to know what we're voting on.
Yeah. I know it doesn't say. I can tell you what we do, which is it's seasonal. So kind of reset every summer, but I know it obviously doesn't say that. So I guess we want to add that.
Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I don't believe we've heard from anyone who has a well or has dug a well on their property, and I don't have a well, but I would think that they'd be pretty upset about this proposal simply because they've spent hundreds or thousands of dollars in order to have water. Now, has there been a study done that would indicate whether wells would reduce the water level, the water table of the whole town?
Nothing that would be specific to a very small population of the town that has private wells. We have over 5,000 people connected to the water system, including commercial wells. We have about 600-ish. And no, so I couldn't give you an answer as to what the drawdown would be because we don't know how often they use them and there's all kinds of things there. But so the answer is no.
So why are we restricting, if I may, Mr. Moderator, why are we restricting the use of private wells if we don't know the impact of that on the water system?
I can't tell you the specific number, like a gallon impact, but I can tell you it's impacting, and the majority of the town is restricted, and that, I guess it's more about principle. It's we are saying we have a requirement to conserve water for based on some condition, and so we're saying conserve water, but we're leaving the pipe still running water somewhere else because you're not that segment is not restricted. And so you've kind of you're still draining water even though you're trying to conserve. It just seems contradictory to me.
It just seems to me that it's really an overreach here on the restrictions. Thank you.
All right, I'll recognize Mr. Beretti.
Michael Beretti, 54 Adams Street. So as part of the AFC's consideration of this article, I did some research. I, full disclosure, am a private well owner. And I was under the impression I was drawing from my own aquifer based on information I had previously understood. In fact, what I have found through discussions with people from the EPA and the Department of Environmental Protection is that all our aquifers are interconnected under Westborough. And my process as a private well owner, it's not an irrigation well, it's for human consumption, as they say. My process has been when the town's water supply is stressed, I'm assuming my own water supply is stressed, and I act accordingly. And I know I speak for a couple of other members on the committee who feel the same way. So I and the other members did not feel that this was an inordinate request or restriction. In fact, we all live in Westborough. We all draw ultimately from the same sources. Let's act as a community. You know, there are 5 levels of water restriction, and the ultimate one is water emergency, and that means nothing happens except for cooking and consumption. So, to answer you, Fred, as a private well owner, I don't have a problem with it. Do I get upset when I drive by facilities that have irrigation and it's pouring rain and those sprinklers are going? Yeah, I kind of look at it and say, hey, this is a management issue, guys. You need to adjust your schedules, your automatic schedulers on those things. But other than that, as a private owner, I don't have an objection to this.
Thank you, Mr. Beretti. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. Also have a private well. Well, I guess the real estate agents now say they call it private water. That sounds better. Our well is connected both for household use and irrigation. Certainly don't have an understanding that all of the aquifers are really one aquifer. They're all connected. Have no trouble saying we're not using to water our lawn when the town's water supply is under those restrictions. It's a reasonable accommodation for the community and the greater good. And well, certainly our water, when we start hitting drought conditions and our water supply is at risk, it's not as severe as in other parts of the country, but you can check the national news. There are areas of Arizona now where private well use is so great as water, even when water restrictions go in, that municipal wells have run dry. And there are entire communities in Arizona right now without public water because private use of irrigation is draining the aquifer faster than it's refreshing. And we're not at that point yet now, but anything we do as a community to protect and preserve the water supply that we all share seems a reasonable request.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. We're ready for the question? Or do you people want to speak, or are you ready for the question? Ms. Kung, would you like to speak? Yes. Okay, Ms. Kung. Somebody wants to hold the microphone for her so she doesn't have to move. That could be helpful.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Ms. Kung.
Anna Kung, 14 Cortlandt Drive. I have no particular suggestion, but I think we should be very considerate of the needs of our farmers in town. They use their water very responsibly, and I don't know how many use town water versus private wells, but I think we should be very cognizant of the wonderful resource that we have farmers as well as Amazon in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kung. Does anyone want to have anything? I don't know much about farming in town. Anyone want to respond to that? Okay. You can just say that, Ian, can you use the microphone, just so other people hear?
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way, and Chris, you can confirm this, but as I look under the definitions, production of food, including vegetable gardens and fiber, maintenance of livestock, so in essence, farming is allowed for under the bylaw.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We ready for the question? All right, seeing no further discussion, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion, which was to approve the article as printed in the warrant. You've seen the article we've discussed. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 140 in favor, 26 opposed. The motion carries. Article 30, dealing with the acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 110A. We have a motion from Ms. Meltzer.
Judith Meltzer, 15 Baldwin Court. I move to see that the town will vote to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 110A, to authorize the town clerk's office to remain closed on all Saturdays and to treat Saturdays as a legal holiday for purposes of calculating the time frame for filing matters in that office, or to take any other action relative thereto.
Okay, actually, for the motion, you don't need to say the or take any other action, because you're suggesting that specific action. So we'll strike that from the motion. So Ms. Meltzer has approved to move the article as printed in the warrant. Remarks, Ms. Meltzer?
From what I understand, we have now so many different ways for people to register to vote. They can vote online, they can register vote through the Registry of Motor Vehicles, that it is really no longer necessary to have an extra Saturday to register.
Thank you, Ms. Meltzer. Any comments, questions, follow-ups? Do you have a question? Okay, can you just head to the microphone quickly? I'll try to get it answered.
Robert Gilmore, 35 Water Street. Yes, I understand the thing about voter registration. I get that. Does that also mean no early voting on Saturdays?
Early voting is, I'm going to refer to Debbie Ledoux, the town clerk, to answer that question.
Yeah, since we don't have a microphone up here, we'll defer that to the town clerk, so answer that. So just give her a moment to get there. Wouldn't look right for her to be talking into my microphone. My wife's sitting back there.
Hi, Debbie Ledoux, 22 O'Neill Drive. Basically, this came about because the voter registration deadline used to be 20 days prior to election. They reduced that to 10 days, which will now always fall on a Saturday. This does not affect early voting hours. Those are mandated by the state. This pretty much affects your fall town meeting or a town meeting. For example, March 4th, we opened town hall. I was there by myself, 8 hours, nobody came in. It only affects that situation. It does not affect early voting hours. We will be open on those weekends.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux. Other questions, comments? Seeing none, our action comes on Ms. Meltzer's motion, which was essentially to move the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Meltzer's. Motion pressing 2 is a vote against. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 143 in favor, 143, and we have 18 opposed. The motion carries. Moving to Article 31, establishing a Community Preservation Committee in the Westborough General Bylaws. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Ms. Marshall.
Yes. Westborough voters adopted the Community Preservation Act, or CPA, in November 2022. The CPA establishes a local dedicated fund for the purpose of undertaking open space, historic preservation, community or affordable housing, and outdoor recreation projects. The fund is financed by a property tax surcharge along with annual disbursements from a statewide CPA trust fund. Communities that adopt the CPA are required to establish the Community Preservation Committee to administer the program. This bylaw before you establishes the CPC, or the Community Preservation Committee, and identifies its compositions and duties. The proposed bylaw establishes a 9-member committee composed of the following: 1 member each from the following: the Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Planning Board, Recreation Commission, Open Space Preservation Committee, Westborough Housing Authority, and the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. 2 at-large, and then there will be 2 at-large members appointed by the Select Board who must be residents. This 9-member committee will be responsible for implementing the Community Preservation Act in Westborough, including accepting and reviewing funding applications and making recommendations to town meeting. Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Marshall. Questions? Ms. Allen, are you waiting to speak? Ms. Allen.
Who put the mic so high?
It's been changing throughout the day as people come and grow in height.
I'm Chris Allen, 145, and 8 Edward Dunn Way, actually. I think it's incredibly important that this committee be established. In fact, last year, the town already indicated it was very much for the Community Preservation Act. And I was on the committee with Shelby about the importance of the CPA. Surrounding towns have had the CPA, some since 2000, and they have generated a lot of money, and many, many projects are funded by the Community Preservation Act in towns around us. So you've already voted for this, the simple thing now is make it happen, and that's by establishing this committee. Again, nothing gets done without our vote. So things that the committee recommends that the CPA funds will fund have to come here. And as always, we vote one way or another. So I will urge you to vote yes, just to follow up and complete what we did last year.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Caprioli, I assume you want to speak on this?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Caprioli.
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. For the purposes of this article, could you please explain or define community housing? Ms. Marshall?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get my book. So community housing is defined by the community preservation legislation, and it's affordable housing. It is affordable housing.
Thank you. Yes, toward the back. Name, street address, please.
Hi, Donna Bickle, 4 Gilmore Farm Road. Could you explain the correlation between the Westborough Land Trust and this committee?
So the Westborough Land Trust is, I'm not a member, but so if there's someone here that wants to speak for the Land Trust, Mr. Kessler can, but it is a private organization, and I don't know, Mr. Moderator, can Mr. Kessler speak to the
Yes,
Land
Mr.
Trust?
Kessler would like to help you answer the
Thank
question.
you.
That would be fine. Mr. Kessler.
Yes, Gary Kessler, 20 Ruggles Street.
So very simply,
Can you pick up, if just take the microphone out of the thing and just try to hold it right up in front of your mouth. Thank you.
does this work a little better?
Yes.
Yeah, now I can hear me. So very simply, the Community Land Trust is an independent nonprofit, and there is no relationship between the Community Preservation Act and the Land Trust. The Community Preservation Act is meant to disperse funds basically on municipal projects. The Land Trust isn't part of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Kessler. Ms. Marshall, more
Yeah.
remarks?
I was just going to say that the Land Trust could receive funds on projects they identify as part of the Community Preservation Committee's process that would be defined. And so it could receive those CPC or CPA funds from the CPC. And that is a report that has to, a whole process again, to Ms. Allen's point, that has to come through town meeting for approval of any expenditure of Community Preservation Act funds.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Seeing no other comments, our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion to move the article as printed in the warrant, which would establish the bylaw as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Marshall's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Whenever you're ready, voting has begun. Voting is ended. Whoops, I didn't get the numbers. Can you put it back up, please? Or can you tell me what the numbers were if I can come over here and see? Is that it? Can you show it again? Just try to leave it up a little longer if you can. It was 137 in favor, and 14 opposed. The motion carries. On to Article 32, dealing with replacing the zoning bylaws. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg, remarks.
The planning board held a public hearing on Article 32 on February 15th, 2023, and voted unanimously to support the article as written in the warrant. The hearing was properly noticed in the Worcester Telegram and Gazette on January 31st, 2023, and February 7th, 2023. Town planner is willing to make a presentation on this, but in short, this is basically taking all our bylaws currently, reorganizing them, renumbering them, no substantive changes under this article. Those are all undertaken in the next article. This is purely to make the bylaws easier to read. Are there any questions?
Any comments on Article 32? Yes, Mr. Leslie.
On March 20th, the AFC voted to recommend that town meeting votes in favor of this article 800.
800. Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Seeing no discussion, our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion because it's a change in zoning bylaws. It requires a 2/3 vote. So when the light goes green, voting will begin. Ready? Anytime. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 145 in favor, and 4 opposed. That is more than a 2/3 vote. We are now at a juncture where I'd like to just confer with the select board for a while. We had discussed talking about a dinner break. This next article has up to 75 changes. So the question is, do we want to start and just assume we won't get through it, or do we think that we should take the dinner break early, or do we just want to see how we go? Yes. I'm going to ask them what it is, but usually they make the motion and then we decide. because I confer with them on what they want to do. Don't worry, you'll get to vote. I just want to know it. They have more eyes and ears and people complaining than I do, I think, sometimes. So what do we want to do? You want to keep going?
Motion?
Okay, I'll make them. Okay. Make the motion then. Let's go.
I move to take Article 39 out of order.
Okay, wait a second. I didn't see. Oh, Article 39.
Oh, sorry, Brendan
Oh, I didn't
Broder.
see you. Sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, so
Brendan Broder, 26 Church Street. I move to take Article 39 next,
you would like to take it now?
right now.
Right now. Okay, I want to point out to people, I know I made a big deal about this in December. We have a very strict reconsideration rule, but that has to do with reconsideration of action on articles. I checked, and we don't have any restriction on somebody making the motion to take an article out of order another time. So for those of you who are wondering, can we act on this because we'd already voted it down, then we can act on it, because that's not what our reconsideration is all about. So therefore, we have a motion to essentially move Article 39 to right here, right now. And sorry, can you just go back to the microphone? Part of our bylaw says you should not only make what you'd like to do, but give your reasons. So if you could just give a quick summary of your reasons for doing it now, that would be nice.
Article 39 is an important issue for the town meeting to consider. And because there is a long article now and a contemplated dinner break, a substantial portion of the voting population of the town would be unable to vote on Article 39 if it were taken at the end.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now have a proposal before us, a motion to take up Article 39 now. And so it can be debated. And so if anyone would like to speak in favor or against, they can. And then we'll have debate, so it's not just Mr. Edinburgh. And then once debate on that is ended, we'll vote. It takes a 2/3 vote, and if it passes, we'll take up Article 39. Mr. Edinburgh.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I'm against this motion. Part of the function of the warrant is to warn people when articles will be before them, so people can decide if and when they want to be present to exercise their vote. By reordering the warrant and reordering articles on town floor, you're making it, you're actually likely excluding people who might have decided that they would come back after the dinner break to participate in discussions of articles that they felt later in the warrant were important to them.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Any other discussion about the motion to move the article? Ms. Hensley.
Jody Hensley, 39 Arch Street. I'm going to recommend that we do vote in the affirmative on this motion. This is an article that has a lot of special interest. I don't think that's necessarily a downside for reordering it. We have had experience in the past that articles that are controversial, that are left till the end of the warrant, that are voted on late at night, exclude people who care about the article. That's been voted, or that's been asked for twice in this meeting. So I think there is a pulse in the community that wants to consider this measure earlier rather than later on the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. Other discussion on this? Are you approaching the microphone? Yes. Name, street address, and your remarks, please.
Joshua Gordon, 33 West Street. I agree with the gentleman who said that this isn't fair to the people who are counting on the current placement of this article, and we're going to time their return to the vote accordingly. If I were to suggest a compromise, it would be to have the dinner break first.
Can you just restate your, I didn't catch the first part of your remarks.
I said that I agree with the gentleman who feels that to reorder the article now would be unfair to the people who are counting on the current placement in the order, coming back here in time to vote for that. And the only other solution I can imagine would be to have the dinner break first, and that would give those of us who have family members time to call them and tell them to get back over here.
Okay, thank you. Just as a procedural note, I will note that it's entirely possible to move the article, and then before we actually get there, somebody could make a motion to essentially recess for dinner. So that is possible, so I just want to let you know they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can decide to vote to do it next, and then we can decide when next is. So with that said, yes, go ahead.
Is it possible under the rules to modify the motion to contemplate a dinner break right before Article 39?
I think the thing to do would be, if that's what you want to do, we vote on your motion, and then before I call someone to make a motion on Article 39, someone raises a point of order and then makes a motion to recess for the dinner break. So doing it as two separate things.
The problem, Mr. Moderator, is that the people voting on my motion would not know whether or not there would be an opportunity for the dinner break to call people back in.
Okay.
Could we, can we make it part of one motion, or can we have a motion for the dinner break?
Let me hear. Here's a question. Mr. Welch, I think, wants to talk about that. So let me hear what Mr. Welch has to say.
It is the intention of the Select Board to make a motion to go to dinner break if this motion gets approved, to move the article.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It is the expectation of the Select Board to make a motion to go to dinner if this Article 39 is moved to now.
So before it's taken up, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. That does not, no, so the question is, that does not guarantee when it is, so yes. So procedurally, we could vote down the motion to do it now, and then somebody could make a motion to do it after the dinner break, and then we could have this discussion again. I'll tell you what, the person who made the motion, would you like to make an amendment to your motion to say we change the order to next in the warrant, and that be after a dinner break?
Mr. Moderator, I have a great idea.
Yeah.
I would like to amend my motion to say that I would like to move the order of Article 39 to immediately after the dinner break, and that the dinner break should be taken as immediately following the vote on this motion.
All right. All right. So we now have so now let's talk about the amendment. So again, unfortunately, we don't do friendly amendments, so although it's his motion. So we now have a possible amendment to essentially move Article 39 to just after the dinner break, and then we're going to go under the operating assumption that the dinner break is going to happen like now, because it is getting up on 5 o'clock. So more discussion on that. Let's say, yeah, sure, yep. What? We will vote on the amendment first. Yep, that's fine. Yep, okay. So the question was, would we vote on the amendment before we vote on the main motion? Yes, that's the way it would work. So is that Mr. Hyde? Mr. Hyde?
Yes, Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. Does voting on the amendment stop the discussion?
No, it's not the same thing as terminating debate. We don't necessarily have to go from voting on the amendment directly to the main motion. There can be.
Discussion on the motion
doesn't have to be,
would
but
still
there can
continue.
be more discussion afterwards.
Discussion on the motion?
Yes, on the motion, whether it's amended or not. Making an amendment does not mean debate is terminated. Those are two separate things. Okay, I know we're all loving the civics lesson right here. Anyone else? Ms. Lemery.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lee Emery, 5 Emery Road. I'm wondering, lots of times we say skip supper because we're so close to the end. Is it possible to make a motion to skip supper entirely?
Well, I will tell you what's there is no need for a motion to skip a dinner break. We just don't accept the motion to adjourn for dinner. But I will tell you, I'm not the only one who got lots and lots of feedback last year that we even contemplated not having a dinner break, because many of us have been here since 9 o'clock this morning and just ducked out to the bathroom or had a quick snack. So it's certainly possible that the meeting here would essentially say, let's work through dinner. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But it's possible.
Then I will make a motion so that the town floor can decide to work through dinner.
Okay. All right. That exchange isn't a motion. That's really a suggestion. So Ms. Emery is suggesting that we abandon the idea of the dinner break and we just keep going, in which case we would go back to the gentleman's original amendment to essentially just move it right here, right now, or his original motion. Do we want to just vote on this, or do we want to? Okay. First thing we're going to do, they're still here. First thing we're going to do is we are going to vote on the amendment to essentially move the placement of Article 39. Essentially, we're going to amend the main motion to, instead of saying take Article 39 out of order now, the amendment would say we want to take Article 39 out of order immediately and have it to be taken up immediately after any dinner break. Okay, that's the amendment. So we're voting on that, and then we'll figure out what the main motion is, whether it's amended or not. Okay, so right now, if you vote in favor of the amendment, rather than saying we're going to take up Article 39 right now, you would be voting in favor of saying we will take up Article 39 after whatever dinner break the town meeting decides to have. If we take the dinner break, like after here, so. If we vote on the amendment, if in any case we take a dinner break at some point between now and whenever, the next article we took up after the dinner break would be Article 39. Okay? Okay? That's what we're voting on. If it's too confusing, we can just vote no and we'll take up the original motion. So now let's vote on the amendment. So this amendment to the main motion would be to change the main motion to take up Article 39 immediately after any dinner break the meeting has. When the light goes green, please vote in favor or opposed. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Okay, voting is over. We have 95 in favor and 72, 9-5 versus 7-2. So the motion carries. So the amended main motion is now that we take up Article 39 immediately after any dinner break. Is there more discussion on that? Because that's the main motion before us. Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Jacob Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. I'd like to move for question.
Okay.
Point of order?
Yes, point of order.
The dinner break, we'd like to take a motion for a 90-minute dinner break.
Okay, but not quite yet. We have to act on this motion first.
And then I also just want to let the town know that childcare will not be provided after the dinner break.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Welch. So Mr. Clapp has moved the question. So now we decide whether to terminate debate. Now we're voting just on stopping debating. We'll go straight to the main motion. If it passes, it requires a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, pressing 1 means we terminate debate and go directly to the vote on the main motion. Pressing 2 means we continue talking about the main motion. Whenever the light goes on, voting begins. We're voting right now on terminating debate. About this motion to whether to, the amended motion, with the amendment passed to decide, the amended motion before us that we're terminating debate is to essentially take up Article 39 after a dinner break that the town meeting has. No, we voted on the amendment. We have the amendment main motion. Now we have to vote on the main motion. It wasn't either or. We vote on the amendment, then the main motion. So this is to terminate debate. I'll explain the main motion if debate is terminated. Anytime. Okay. Oh, you're watching. Okay. No, okay. Yep. Okay. Whenever you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's okay. We can shut it off. Light off. Okay. Terminating debate. We have 137 in favor, 27 opposed. Debate is terminated. So now we vote on the amended main motion, which is to take up Article 39 immediately after any dinner break that the town meeting votes to have. So our action comes on that amended main motion, take up Article 39 next, after any dinner break that the town meeting approves. When the green light goes on, voting on the main motion. Pressing 1 is that we take up Article 39. At that time, if we vote no, it means Article 39 stays in its current place on the warrant and will be taken up after Article 38. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 106 in favor and 56 opposed, 5-6. Do a quick math here. 56. It needs 2/3, so I do that times 2. That is, that two-thirds vote fails. So the motion to change the placement of Article 39 failed. It did not receive a two-thirds vote. It would have needed at least 112 votes, and it only got 106, or various people changing their votes. So that means the next article before us is Article 33. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, I'll recognize you.
The Select Board would like to make a motion for a dinner break, 90-minute dinner break.
Okay, so Mr. Welch is making here, I'll show you the formal way we word it. So Mr. Welch is moving that we recess the town meeting until what time?
6:36.
Okay. Okay, 6:45. Okay, Mr. Welch is moving that we adjourn, that we recess the meeting until 6:45 p.m. in these halls. So what was that? Hang on. Well, the motion before us is 6:45. Somebody want to make a motion to 6:30? We're having such a good time. I think people are willing to say 15 minutes. So, any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, yes. Woman at the microphone, please.
Hi, Suzanne Petrie, 18 Wheeler Road. Can the child care be added after dinner because we're staying specifically for Article 39 and we need child care? And I'd also say a 90-minute dinner is a bit much.
The child care was done at the school department. It sounds like they are not available to do it.
I thought it was listed that it was originally till 9 p.m.
Yeah, well, we were told now it's changed otherwise. I don't know if anyone at the schools can change that. We can. Ms. Bach is going to try to find an answer to that question.
iPads are coming in after dinner, FYI.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have Mr. Welch's motion in front of us. Did you want to make a, Ms. Anderson, did you have a question?
Janet Anderson, 7 Johnson Street. I'd like to move that we make it adjourn till 6:30.
Ms. Anderson is amending to 6:30. Okay. Discussion on either the 6:45 or the 6:30. We'll entertain discussion on both. Okay, seeing no discussion, our action now comes on Ms. Anderson's amendment to essentially adjourn the meeting until 6:30, at which time it would be recalled into this hall. So this is, if you want the dinner break until 6:30, please vote yes. If you don't want to do that, please vote no. Voting has begun. Yes, what is your... You have to do that if we adjourn, yep. Because you have to recheck back in, and you're leaving the building. Okay, I didn't see, did a vote get up? Sorry, I wasn't looking. Did you display it? Okay, we have 110 in favor and 48 opposed, so therefore the amendment till 6:30 passes. We now have an amended main motion to adjourn this meeting until 6:30 p.m. in these halls. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will now take a vote. If you would like to adjourn until 6:30, please press 1 and vote yes. If you would like to not adjourn, please vote no. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. And as questioned, I'll tell you. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 102 in favor and 43 opposed. The meeting stands adjourned until 6:30. You have to turn in your voting devices, and just reminder, because the move of Article 39 failed, at 6:30 we will begin by taking up Article 33. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again at 6:30.